Hello everyone, and welcome to the Fictional Vortex. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Naruto was the only SSS-Rank adventurer in Orario, Grand Sage Naruto x Freya, DanMachi. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Chapter 1. The Stranger in Orario. Golden sunlight spilled through ancient stone archways as a whiskered young man in tattered orange and black clothing stirred on the cobblestone street. The unfamiliar sigh, mphony of city sounds, merchants hawking exotic wares, adventurers comparing dungeon exploits, and the distinct melodic chiming of unfamiliar coins, surrounded Naruto Uzumaki as consciousness gradually returned to him. His azure eyes fluttered open, pupils contracting against the midday glare. Instinctively, his fingers traced the familiar weight of his forehead protector, still there, though barren. Scuffs and scratches that hadn't existed before. Memory fragments flickered like dying embers. The fourth grade ninja war, Kagaya's defeat, a celebration in Konoha, and then, nothing but swirling darkness. Where the hell am I? Naruto muttered, pressing calloused palms against his temples. The strange architecture loomed around him, unlike anything in the five great nations. Massive walls encircled the city, and dominating the skyline stood an impossibly tall white tower that seemed to pierce the very heavens. Most disorienting was the sensation washing through his body. The natural energy he'd grown accustomed to as a sage felt different here, wilder, more abundant, almost intoxicating. Kurama's chakra, too, pulsed with unusual vibrancy within him. You there, vagrant. A guard in unfamiliar armor approached. Spear directed threateningly. Public intoxication is subject to detention. State your familia or move along. Naruto blinked, processing the unfamiliar terminology. Familia. Look, I just need to figure out where I am. This isn't Konoha, is it? The guard's expression shifted from annoyance to confusion. Konoha. Never heard of it. This is Orario, center of the world and home of the dungeon. Now, your familia. I don't have whatever that is. Naruto rose smoothly to his feet, his shinobi training evident in the effortless grace of his movement. But I'm guessing this isn't the land of fire. The guard's posture stiffened. An unregistered adventurer, or worse, an immigrant without documentation. You'll need to come with me to the guild immediately. Before Naruto could respond, a blood-curdling scream tore through the marketplace. Both men turned toward the commotion. People fled in panic as something massive crashed through a vendor's stall. Through the dust and debris emerged a creature Naruto had never seen. Bipedal, with razor-sharp claws, tusks protruding from a misshapen jaw, and eyes glowing with malevolent crimson light. Monster. A minotaur in the commercial district. The guard's face paled. How did it escape the dungeon? Level 2 adventurers needed. Sound the alarm. The beast roared, charging toward a fallen child who'd become separated from her mother in the chaos. Without hesitation, Naruto moved. To onlookers, he seemed to vanish entirely, only to reappear between the child and monster, standing protectively with his back to the terrified girl. The minotaur bellowed in surprise before swinging a massive fist toward this new obstacle. You picked the wrong day to mess with people, Naruto stated calmly, catching the Ichir's fist in his palm with apparent ease. The impact created a shockwave that rattled nearby windows, yet the blonde stranger didn't budge an inch. The marketplace fell silent, adventurers and citizens alike frozen in disbelief. Even the guard's warning horn remained poised at his lips, unblown. With a casual flick of his wrist, Naruto sent the monster flying backward through 3 market stalls. Before the beast could recover, Naruto formed a familiar hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 20 perfect duplicates materialized around him, each solid and independent. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the gathering crowd. Impossible magic. No chant. No magic circle. Are those real duplicates? What familia creates such power? The minotaur regained its footing, seemingly more enraged than injured. It charged again, this time met by 5 Naruto clones who coordinated their attacks with practiced precision. 2 swept the monster's legs while another delivered a devastating uppercut. The 4th and 5th clones simultaneously kicked the beast skyward. Uzumaki. The real Naruto leapt above the airborne monster, delivering an axe kick that sent the creature crashing. NTO the cobblestones with enough force to create a small crater. Barrage. The Minotaur twitched once, then dissolved into sparkling ash, leaving behind a single crystal, what locals called a magic stone. Murmurs became excited chatter as Naruto landed gracefully, dispersing his shadow clones with a casual gesture. The little girl he'd protected ran to her sobbing mother while adventurers and guards cautiously approached this mysterious newcomer. "What level are you?" demanded a female adventurer with distinctive brown hair tied in twintails, her red eyes wide with amazement. Naruto tilted his head. "Level? What's that supposed to mean? Don't play dumb." A muscular man with a greatsword strapped to his back stepped forward. "No one takes down a Minotaur single-handed unless they're at least level 3. "Which god's familia are you from? I keep hearing about these familia things," Naruto replied, scratching his cheek. "Look, I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. I am just a shinobi from Konoha who woke up here with no explanation." The crowd's skepticism was palpable until a commanding voice cut through the murmurs. "Enough. Guild business now." A woman with half-rimmed glasses and professional attire approached, her green hair styled in a practical bob. "I'm Aina Tool, guild advisor." That was extraordinary, but unauthorized combat within city limits carries heavy penalties. "You'll need to come with me for processing." Naruto sensed no malice from her, only professional concern tinged with curiosity. "Lead the way," he agreed, following her through the dispersing crowd while surreptitiously creating a shadow clone that transformed into a small insect to explore the city. Information gathering was second nature to any shinobi worth their salt. The guild headquarters impressed even someone who had seen the Hokage Tower. Clean lines, expansive windows, and an atmosphere of organized efficiency pervaded the building. Adventurers queued at various counters, while others examined postings on a massive quest board. Aina led Naruto to a private consultation room rather than a standard desk. "This situation requires discretion," she explained, closing the door behind them. "Now, please state your full name and familia." "Naruto Uzumaki. And I keep telling everyone, I don't have a familia. Where I'm from, we have hidden villages and ninja clans instead." Aina's professional demeanor cracked slightly. "That's problematic. Every adventurer in Orario must belong to a familia to receive a god's blessing, their fauna, which enables them to grow stronger by defeating monsters and earning excellia." Naruto listened intently as she explained the fundamentals of this world. The dungeon beneath the city that spawned monsters, the gods who descended from the heavenly realm to live among mortals, the familias they formed, and the status system that quantified an adventurer's abilities. "So these levels measure strength?" Naruto asked. "And the highest anyone's reached is what, level 7? "Correct. Only the legendary Zeus and Hera familias ever produced level 7 adventurers, and they're long disbanded. Currently, the strongest adventurers in the city are level 6. Like Ottar of the Freya familia." Naruto processed this information with surprising acuity. "And what level would you say that Minotaur was?" "Minotaurs are typically level 2 monsters," Aina replied. "They should never appear in the upper levels of the dungeon, let alone the city itself. The fact you defeated one bare-handed, without a fauna." She adjusted her glasses nervously. "It's unprecedented." Their conversation was interrupted by a sharp knock. The door opened to reveal an imposing man with slicked back hair and an aura of authority. "Guild Master Royman requests your presence immediately," he stated flatly. "Both of you." Aina's surprise was evident. The guild master himself. This is highly unusual, as is an unregistered individual performing magic that violates fundamental arcane principles, the man countered. "Follow me." The guild master's office exuded wealth and power, polished mahogany, leather-bound tomes, and enchanted crystals providing perfect illumination. Royman Mardial, a rotund man with calculating eyes, sat behind an ornate desk flanked by 2 individuals whose presence immediately put Naruto on guard. They emanated power beyond anything he'd sensed in this world so far. "Interesting," murmured a silver-haired woman of breathtaking beauty, her amber eyes studying Naruto with unsettling intensity. Her elegant dress and regal bearing suggested nobility, but the aura surrounding her felt ancient beyond mortal comprehension. Beside her stood a stern man with crimson hair and an elaborate staff. "Unprecedented is the word I would use." he remarked, his voice resonating with subtle power. Mr. Uzumaki, Royman began without preamble, you've created quite the stir. Multiple witnesses report you performing impossible feats without a fauna. Explanation, please. Naruto crossed his arms, unintimidated by the authority figures before him. As I told Aina-san, I'm not from your world. I'm a shinobi, a ninja, from Konohagakure. We use chakra for our techniques, not whatever magic system you have here. Chakra. The red-haired man leaned forward with sudden interest. Describe this energy. It's the combination of physical and spiritual energy that flows through all living things where I'm from, Naruto explained. With training, we can mold it for various jutsu, techniques like my shadow clones. Fascinating, the man murmured. I am Hephaestos, goddess of the forge. This is my colleague, Lady Freya. The silver-haired woman's lips curved into a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Your arrival is most intriguing. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto's eyes widened slightly. You're actual gods. Like the real deal. Indeed, Freya confirmed, her melodic voice carrying an undertone T. Had reminded Naruto of predators he'd encountered in the Forest of Death. We abandoned the divine realm to experience mortal existence. Your presence, however, suggests possibilities beyond our understanding. Something about her gaze unsettled Naruto deeply. Unlike everyone else he'd encountered, she wasn't looking at his face or even his body, she seemed to be staring directly into something within him. Your soul, she whispered, almost reverently. I've never seen anything like it. Royman cleared his throat impatiently. Metaphysics aside, we have practical matters to address. Mr. Uzumaki cannot operate as an adventurer without a familia, yet his abilities clearly exceed ordinary limitations. Actually, Hephaestos interjected, there is precedent for independent contractors, primarily supporters and non-combatants. Given the extraordinary circumstances, perhaps a special designation could be arranged. Unacceptable, Royman sputtered. Regulations exist for a reason. The balance between familias will adapt. Freya interrupted smoothly, her tone brooking no argument. The guild's purpose is to maintain order, not stifle exceptional cases. Create a new classification if necessary. Naruto observed the dynamics with interest. Despite Royman's official authority, the gods clearly held the real power in this conversation. More importantly, he sensed Freya's unusual interest in him, not entirely benevolent, but not immediately threatening either. Perhaps a demonstration would clarify matters, Hephaestos suggested. The Colosseum is available this afternoon. A controlled assessment of Mr. Uzumaki's abilities would provide the data needed for proper classification. I'm game, Naruto agreed, relieved at the prospect of action over bureaucracy. Just point me toward some monsters and stand back. Quote, 4 hours later, the private assessment had become something of a spectacle. Word had spread among guild officials and select familia leaders, resulting in a small but influential audience gathered in the Colosseum's observer section. Naruto stood alone in the arena, seemingly relaxed despite the 4 gates that would soon release monsters of varying difficulties. This is highly irregular, muttered Ganesha, the elephant-masked god of wealth, to his companions. Testing an unblessed mortal against level 3 monsters. The earlier demonstrations justified escalation, replied Loki. The trickster goddess, her perpetually squinted eyes opening slightly in anticipation. Those hellhounds barely made him break a sweat. In a private viewing box, Freya watched with undisguised fascination, ignoring the jealous glares from gods who'd been denied such premium seating. Beside her sat Ottar, her level 6 captain, his expression stoic but eyes keenly analytical. What do you see, my faithful Ottar? Freya asked softly. The Boaz warrior studied Naruto's casual stance. Perfect balance. No wasted movement. His eyes constantly scan for advantages in terrain. He's experienced in combat beyond his apparent years. Yes, Freya agreed, but what truly interests me lies deeper. His soul, it burns with 2 distinct flames. One golden, brilliant with determination and compassion. The other, crimson and ancient, reminiscent of our own divine essence yet fundamentally different. Below, metal groaned as the first gate raised. A silverback Goral, a level 3 monster from the dungeon's middle floors, charged into the arena, beating its massive chest and roaring. Naruto didn't immediately attack. Instead, he adopted a strange meditative pose, eyes closed in apparent concentration. The audience murmured in confusion at this seemingly suicidal tactic as the silverback charged. Is he giving up already? Someone questioned. The answer came dramatically. Naruto's eyes snapped open, now ringed with orange pigmentation, his pupils transformed to horizontal bars. The transformation was subtle yet profound, an aura of natural energy visibly surrounding him. Sage mode, he announced simply. The silverback's fist crashed down, only to hit empty ground as Naruto moved with impossible speed. The entire arena fell silent as the blonde shinobi systematically dismantled the powerful monster with precise strikes to critical points. Each blow carried such concentrated force that the silverback's thick hide offered minimal protection. Within 30 seconds, the creature dissolved into ash. Fascinating, murmured Riveria Lyo's elf, the high elf executive of the Loki Familia. That's not enhancement magic as we understand it. The ambient mana actually bent toward him, as if he were drawing natural energy directly into his body. The second gate rose, releasing a quartet of sword stags, deer-like monsters with blade-sharp antlers capable of cutting through steel. They surrounded Naruto, coordinating their attacks with unusual intelligence. This time, Naruto formed a swirling sphere of energy in his palm, blue, condensed, and spinning with immense power. Rasengan. The technique tore through the first stag with devastating effectiveness. Without pausing, Naruto created 3 shadow clones, each preparing identical spiraling spheres to dispatch the remaining monsters with synchronized efficiency. The third gate released something more challenging, a Bloodsaurus, a level 4 threat normally found beyond the dungeon's 25th floor. The dinosaur-like monster stood twice Naruto's height, with armored scales and teeth capable of crushing boulders. For the first time, Naruto appeared to take the challenge seriously. His expression sharpened as he assessed the formidable opponent. The Bloodsaurus lunged with surprising speed for its size, jaws snapping where Naruto had stood a split second earlier. Time to step it up, Naruto decided, forming a more complex hand sign. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. 50 perfect duplicates materialized throughout the arena, drawing gasps from even the most composed observers. The Bloodsaurus hesitated, confused by the sudden multiplication of targets. Impossible, whispered Fin Diemni, captain of the Loki Familia. Even high-level concurrent casting maxes out at a dozen projected images, and those are mere illusions. These are physically manifested duplicates, each carrying independent energy signatures. The Naruto clones attacked in waves, systematically wearing down the monster. While the original prepared something new. Wind-natured chakra began swirling around his extended hand, the Rasengan transforming into something more complex and dangerous. Wind style. Rasenshuriken. The spinning disk of concentrated wind chakra flew toward the Bloodsaurus, expanding upon impact into a perfect sphere of microscopic wind blades. The monster had no chance, its body disintegrating at the cellular level before dissolving into particularly bright ash. The final gate opened slowly, revealing darkness beyond. The atmosphere in the Colosseum shifted from excitement to tension as a low growl emerged from the shadows. Red eyes gleamed in the darkness before a massive black-furred creature padded into the light. A flame rock, a level 5 monster rarely seen above the dungeon's 37th floor. Even veteran adventurers shifted uncomfortably. Unleashing such a creature, even in a controlled environment, demonstrated how seriously the guild was taking this assessment. The wolf-like monster stood taller than a war horse, muscles rippling beneath obsidian fur. Most distinctive were the volcanic stones embedded in its hide, glowing with internal heat. As it growled, embers escaped its jaws. Naruto dismissed his remaining clones, concentrating their gathered experience back into himself. His expression remained confident but respectful of the threat before him. "You're something special, aren't you?" He addressed the monster directly, rolling his shoulders. "Let's see what you've got." The flame rock attacked with devastating combination, physical strength paired with mental prowess as it breathed concentrated fire toward the shinobi. Naruto countered with unexpected versatility, summoning water from a scroll to create a protective barrier that hissed into steam upon contact with the flames. The battle escalated as Naruto demonstrated increasingly impressive abilities, using earth techniques to create defensive barriers, lightning to temporarily paralyze the beast. and when to redirect its flame attacks. In the stands, gods and high-level adventurers watched with growing amazement. His combat instincts are extraordinary, noted Gareth Landrock, the dwarven veteran. He adapts to the monster's patterns almost instantly. More impressive is his versatility, added Riveria. Most mages specialize in a single elemental affinity. He commands at least 4 with apparent mastery. The flame rock, wounded but enraged, gathered its power for a desperate attack. The volcanic stones in its hide glowed white-hot as it prepared to detonate in a last-ditch explosion that would engulf the entire arena floor. Recognizing the danger, Naruto closed his eyes briefly. When they reopened, they had transformed, crimson with slitted pupils, surrounded by golden energy that enveloped his entire body. 9 manifestations of pure energy extended behind him like tails, swaying with hypnotic grace. "That's not Falna energy," whispered Ace Wallenstein, the sword princess. Her golden eyes wide with wonder. "It feels ancient." The transformed Naruto moved with such speed that even level 6 adventurers struggled to track his movements. One moment he stood across the arena, the next, he appeared behind the flame rock, hand extended toward its core. The monster froze mid-detonation, its internal energy suddenly contained and redirected by Naruto's golden chakra. Instead of an explosion, the flame rock's body simply dissolved into particles of light, leaving behind a magic stone of unusual size and quality. Silence gripped the Colosseum, broken finally by a slow, deliberate clapping. All eyes turned to Freya, who had risen from her seat, applauding with genuine appreciation. "I believe," she announced, her voice carrying effortlessly, "we have witnessed something unprecedented in Orario's history." The guild's classification meeting lasted well into the night. Representatives from major familias, guild officials, and several gods engaged in heated debate about how to categorize this anomaly in their carefully structured system. Naruto himself sat quietly at one end of the long table, occasionally answering direct questions but otherwise content to let them determine his status. "The evidence is irrefutable," stated Royman, reviewing the assessment records. Mr. Uzumaki demonstrated combat capabilities exceeding level 5 standards without a Falna. His magical abilities contradict fundamental arcane principles, yet produce quantifiable results. "The implications are staggering," added Oranos, the rarely seen god who oversaw the guild from the shadows. His presence alone underscored the significance of these proceedings. If his chakra system could be taught to others. "It can't," Naruto interrupted firmly. "Where I'm from, chakra manipulation requires years of training from childhood, with specialized pathways developed in the body over time. It's not something you can just pick up." This revelation produced mixed reactions: relief from those concerned about power balance, disappointment from those hoping to acquire new advantages. "Nevertheless," continued Oranos, "we must establish proper parameters for your operation within Orario." The discussion continued for hours, covering everything from dungeon access rights to compensation structures for independent contracting. Throughout it all, Naruto noticed Freya watching him with unwavering interest, her amber eyes studying him with an intensity that would have unnerved someone less experienced with powerful entities. Finally, as midnight approached, R.O. Wyman unveiled an ornate document bearing the guild's official seal. "By unanimous agreement of the guild council and divine witnesses present, we hereby establish a new classification, SSS-Rank, assigned exclusively to Naruto Uzumaki. Henceforth to be known professionally as the Grand Sage of Orario." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "The Grand Sage? Bit dramatic, isn't it? Your abilities in what you call Sage Mode represent a connection to natural energy previously unknown in our world," explained Riveria, who had participated as magical consultant. "The title acknowledges both your power and its unique source. The classification grants you independent adventurer status," continued Royman, "with dungeon access equivalent to a level 6 adventurer, rights to monster crystal collection, and contract eligibility for specialized missions typically restricted to upper-tier familia members." Naruto nodded, appreciating the pragmatic approach. "And in return, you will register all significant expeditions with the guild, submit to periodic skill assessments, and agree not to teach your techniques to others without guild oversight. Additionally, you must assist in emergencies as directed by guild leadership." "Fair enough," Naruto agreed, signing the document with his characteristic swirl. Though I should mention, I'm still planning to find a way back to my own world eventually. This comment sparked another round of murmurs. Orario stroked his beard thoughtfully. That goal itself may provide valuable research opportunities. The boundaries between realms have always been of interest to certain scholarly factions. As the meeting concluded, various participants approached Naruto with proposals, questions, and not-so-subtle recruitment attempts. He navigated these interactions with surprising diplomatic skill, neither committing nor offending as he established his independence. Freya observed this social maneuvering with amusement before approaching him directly as the crowd thinned. Impressive performance, she commented, her melodic voice carrying undercurrents that Naruto couldn't quite decipher. Both in the arena and here among Orario's power players. Thanks, Naruto replied simply, studying her with equal intensity. Though something tells me you've got more on your mind than compliments. Freya's perfect lips curved into a smile. Perceptive. I find myself curious about you. Naruto Uzumaki. Your soul shines unlike any I've encountered in millennia of existence. My soul. Naruto's hand unconsciously moved toward his stomach, where Kurama's seal had once been visible. What exactly do you see? Divinity glimpses what mortal eyes cannot, she replied cryptically. You carry two distinct essences, your own brilliant flame, and something ancient, powerful, and decidedly non-human. Naruto tensed slightly. Kurama. You can sense him. Is that its name? Freya's eyes gleamed with increased interest. Fascinating. I would very much like to learn more about this cohabitation. He's a friend, not a possession, Naruto clarified firmly. And we've been through too much together to let anyone study him like some specimen. Rather than taking offense at his protective tone, Freya's expression softened with what appeared to be genuine respect. Loyalty to a non-human entity. You continue to surprise me, Grand Sage. Before Naruto could respond, Aina approached with housing documentation. The guild has arranged temporary accommodations while you establish yourself, she explained, handing him a key and address. It's modest but private. Much appreciated, Naruto replied, giving her a warm smile that made the half-elf advisor blush slightly. You've been incredibly helpful through all this craziness. As Aina excused herself, Freya watched the interaction with analytical eyes. You form connections easily, she observed. A dangerous talent in Orario. Where I'm from, bonds with others are strength, not weakness, Naruto countered. Something tells me that applies here too. Perhaps, Freya conceded, though her tone suggested skepticism. Orario's history suggests otherwise. Power attracts both alliance and betrayal in equal measure. Then I guess I'll have to change that history, Naruto replied with characteristic determination. It wouldn't be the first impossible thing I've managed. Freya studied him for a long moment before extending a delicate hand. Until our next meeting, Grand Sage. I suspect it won't be long in coming. Naruto accepted the handshake, immediately noticing the unusual warmth of her skin and the subtle current of divine energy that passed between them at the contact. Looking forward to it, Lady Freya. As she departed with her silent bodyguard, Naruto didn't shake the feeling that this encounter marked the beginning of something significant. Kurama's voice rumbled in his mind for the first time since his arrival. Be cautious, Naruto. That one reminds me of the Uchiha, beautiful and dangerous in equal measure. I noticed, Naruto muttered under his breath. But dangerous or not, she might know something about how we got here, or how to get home. Perhaps. But remember that gods play long games with mortal lives. Her interest in us is unlikely to be benevolent. With these warnings in mind, Naruto departed the guild headquarters the night-shrouded streets of Orario. The White Tower, Babel, he'd learned it was called, gleamed in moonlight, marking the entrance to the mysterious dungeon beneath the city. His temporary lodging, proved surprisingly comfortable, a small but well-appointed apartment in a middle-class district, stocked with basic necessities and a helpful guidebook to Orario's customs. After a quick meal from provisions left by the guild, Naruto created several shadow clones. You know the drill, he instructed them. Reconnaissance, information gathering, map the city, locate key facilities, and identify potential allies or threats. Stay transformed and unnoticed unless absolutely necessary. As his clones dispersed in various disguises, Naruto sat cross-legged on the apartment floor, entering a meditative state to more thoroughly explore this world's natural energy. The sage chakra here felt different, more concentrated, more vibrant, almost eager to be channeled. It responded to his connection with unusual enthusiasm, flowing through his pathways with minimal resistance. Something about this place amplifies chakra, he murmured to Kurama. Have you noticed? Indeed, my own energy regenerates faster here, and your techniques require less precise control. This world's natural energy seems younger somehow, less structured by conscious use. Naruto opened his eyes, watching as Golden chakra spiraled around his palm with effortless fluidity. Which means we're stronger here than we were at home. That could be useful, or dangerous, if you become accustomed to this abundance. Should we find a way back to our world, the adjustment could be jarring. Fair point, Naruto acknowledged. We'll need to maintain regular training to keep precise control. The meditation session continued for hours as Naruto explored the subtle differences in this world's energy systems. Occasionally, memories from his shadow clones would filter back as they dispersed: street layouts, social dynamics, overhead conversations about familia politics, rumors about recent dungeon activities. One clone had positioned itself near a tavern frequented by adventurers called the Hostess of Fertility. Through its experiences, Naruto learned about dungeon protocols, monster behaviors, and the economic structure underpinning the entire adventurer system. He also noted interesting details about a silver-haired elf waitress who moved with the unmistakable grace of a trained combatant despite her civilian occupation. Another clone had observed the Babel Tower's security arrangements, mapping entry points and guard rotations with shinobi precision. A third had visited various shops, assessing equipment quality and establishing baseline prices for future purchases. By dawn, Naruto had assembled a reasonably comprehensive understanding of Orario's surface operations. The dungeon itself remained the greatest unknown, a challenge he intended to address directly. After a brief rest, Naruto prepared for his first official expedition. He purchased sturdy boots more suited to dungeon exploration than his ninja sandals, along with basic supplies recommended by Aina during their briefing. His existing weapons and equipment would suffice for initial exploration, though he made mental notes about potential upgrades based on this world's unique threats. The Babel Tower's grand entrance impressed even someone who had seen the monuments of the ninja world. Adventurers of various races and equipment grades streamed through security checkpoints, their expressions ranging from excited anticipation to grim determination. Naruto approached the guild registration desk, presenting his newly minted identification. The clerk's eyes widened upon seeing the unprecedented SSS-Rank designation. Grand Sage, she exclaimed, drawing attention from nearby adventurers. We weren't expecting you so soon. Your expedition parameters. Just a preliminary assessment, Naruto explained casually, ignoring the curious stares. Planning to check out the first 20 floors or so, get a feel for the environment. The clerk hesitated. Sir, most adventurers progress through the upper floors gradually over months. Even with your special status, attempting 20 floors on a first expedition is. I appreciate the concern, Naruto interrupted gently, but yesterday's assessment established my capabilities pretty clearly. I promise to exercise appropriate caution. After completing the necessary paperwork, Naruto descended the spiral staircase leading to the dungeon's entrance. The transition from Babel's manufactured grandeur to the dungeon's natural formation was striking, smooth marble giving way to ancient stone that pulsed with subtle energy. This place is alive, Kurama observed with unusual solemnity. Not like a tailed beast or even a natural organism. Something different, older perhaps. I feel it too, Naruto agreed, his senses extending through sage chakra to sample the dungeon's essence. It's responding to our presence, almost like it's curious. The first few floors proved disappointingly simple. Goblins and kobolds, the weakest monsters T's world had to offer, posed no challenge whatsoever. Naruto dispatched them efficiently, collecting magic stones more out of adherence to protocol than any need for the modest income they represented. By the 10th floor, the monsters had evolved into more interesting challenges: orcs, imps, and needle rabbits requiring slightly more attention to dispatch. Naruto used these encounters to experiment with chakra efficiency, determining the minimum force required for various opponent types. The most valuable discovery came on the 13th floor, when Naruto encountered his first monster party, a coordinated group of hard-armored creatures resembling bipedal turtles. Their tactics suggested rudimentary intelligence as they attempted to surround and overwhelm him. Rather than immediately counter-attacking, Naruto created a shadow clone and substituted with it, concealing himself to observe their behavior. The monsters adapted quickly to the clone's movements, displaying problem-solving capabilities beyond mere instinct. Interesting, Naruto muttered. They're actually learning during combat. This discovery prompted a shift in approach. Rather than simply overpowering opponents, Naruto began testing their adaptability, using the same attack pattern repeatedly to observe how quickly they developed countermeasures, then switching tactics to assess their flexibility. By the 18th floor, Naruto had compiled extensive mental notes on monster behaviors, environmental factors, and the subtle ways the dungeon itself seemed to respond to different chakra applications. When he finally emerged from Babel Tower 12 hours later, he carried not only a substantial collection of magic stones but also insights that would prove valuable for future expeditions. The guild's SSS-Rank office received his initial report with barely concealed amazement. You reached the 18th floor on your first expedition? Aina questioned, adjusting her glasses as if the document might be misread. Without support or prior experience. I took it slow, Naruto assured her, downplaying his achievement. Spent most of the time observing rather than fighting. The dungeon's fascinating. It almost seems to have a personality. Aina's expression shifted from professional concern to scholarly interest. That's an unusual observation. Most adventurers perceive the dungeon as hostile environment, not an entity with agency. Maybe they're not listening right, Naruto suggested. Or maybe it responds differently to chakra than to your magic system. This comment prompted Aina to request a more detailed report, particularly regarding how the dungeon reacted to various chakra applications. Naruto provided what information seemed prudent, while withholding observations that might have strategic importance later. As evening approached, Naruto decided to visit the hostess of fertility, the tavern his clone had scouted previously. The establishment bustled with adventurers celebrating successful expeditions or drowning the sorrows of failure. The atmosphere reminded him somewhat of Ichiraku ramen, boisterous yet somehow comfortable. Welcome to the hostess of fertility. Edith, a cat-person waitress with auburn hair and a vibrant personality. First time. I'm Chloe, at your service. Thanks, Naruto replied with an easy smile. Just looking for dinner and maybe some conversation. Oh my, Chloe's cat ears perked up with recognition. You're the new SSS-Rank adventurer everyone's talking about. The Grand Sage. This exclamation drew immediate attention from nearby tables. Conversations paused as heads turned toward the entrance. Just Naruto is fine, he insisted, somewhat embarrassed by the attention. The title's still new. Nonsense, boomed a tall, IMPO Sing woman with silver hair who emerged from behind the bar. Titles are earned in Orario, and yours came with quite the spectacle from what I hear. I'm Mia Grand, proprietor of this establishment. Naruto bowed respectfully. Pleasure to meet you. Hope I'm not causing a disruption. Bah, disruption is our business model, Mia laughed heartily. Sir, show our distinguished guest to the counter. First meals on the house. Good business to welcome new regulars, especially notable ones. A gray-haired human waitress approached with a gentle smile. This way, please. We've got excellent stew tonight. Unless you'd prefer something else. Stew sounds perfect, Naruto replied, following her to the counter. Though I admit I'm partial to ramen if you have it. Ramen. Sir tilted her head curiously. I'm not familiar with that dish. Is it from your homeland? It's a noodle soup. Naruto began explaining before being interrupted by the silver-haired elven waitress he'd noticed through his clone's observations. We can approximate it, the elf stated with unexpected authority. Mia's kitchen has all necessary components for a basic version. Naruto studied her with renewed interest. Her movements remained efficiently graceful, her emerald eyes sharp with intelligence that belied her server's attire. Most telling was the callus pattern on her hands, distinctive of someone trained in sword techniques. That's very kind, Naruto replied. I didn't catch your name. Ryu Lion, she answered simply, her tone professional but not unfriendly. Your expedition today was successful. The question seemed innocent enough, but Naruto detected the subtle probing of an experienced information gatherer. Enlightening, he responded carefully. The dungeon has much to teach if you're paying attention. Something in his response earned a flicker of genuine interest from the elven waitress. Indeed, few adventurers approach it as a learning opportunity rather than merely a resource to exploit. Their conversation continued as Ryu occasionally returned to check on his meal, an impressively authentic approximation of ramen that triggered nostalgic memories of Team 7's post-mission dinners at Ichiraku. Naruto found himself sharing carefully edited stories about his homeland, while Ryu offered equally measured insights about Orario's adventuring community. You're more than a waitress, Naruto finally stated directly after his third bowl. Your hands have sword calluses, you move like someone combat-trained, and you analyze everyone who enters. Rather than taking offense, Ryu's expression showed mild appreciation of his observation skills. And you're more than an interdimensional traveler with unusual abilities. Your tactical awareness and diplomatic navigat. Ion suggest leadership experience beyond battlefield command. Their mutual assessment hung in the air, neither confirming nor denying, yet acknowledging a deeper understanding. Sometimes, Ryu offered after a moment. Orario offers second chances to those whose first paths ended in tragedy. New roles can provide perspective unavailable to those still embedded in the adventuring hierarchy. I can understand that, Naruto replied, thinking of his own journey from village pariah to respected shinobi. Though usually the past has a way of catching up eventually. Indeed, her response carried the weight of personal experience. Choose carefully which parts you allow to catch you. Their philosophical exchange was interrupted by a commotion near the entrance. A group of rowdy adventurers had entered. Their leader a muscular human with expensive equipment and an arrogant demeanor. Where's the so-called SSS rank we've been hearing about? He demanded loudly. Some of us level 3s woe. I'd like to see what all the fuss is about. Naruto sighed, continuing to enjoy his ramen without acknowledging the provocation. Ryu's expression hardened almost imperceptibly as she assessed the potential disruption to the establishment's peace. Brr of the Ganesha Familia, she identified quietly. Consistently overestimates his abilities. Recently rejected from an expedition party for excessive risk-taking. Ah. Naruto nodded, understanding the situation perfectly. Someone looking to make a name at my expense. The disruptive adventurer spotted Naruto at the counter and approached. With deliberate intimidation in his stride. So you're the outsider claiming special classification. You don't look like much. Naruto turned slowly, his expression calm. Not claiming anything. Just enjoying some excellent ramen. Care to join me instead of shouting? The unexpected response temporarily confused Brr, who had clearly prepared for either aggression or cowardice. Don't patronize me. Your fancy title means nothing until proven among real adventurers, not just in guild exhibition matches. Throughout the tavern, conversations quieted as patrons anticipated conflict. Mia Grand watched from behind the bar. Her expression suggesting she would tolerate brief verbal sparring but intervene at the first sign of physical confrontation. Fair enough, Naruto conceded, surprising everyone. Titles are just words, actions matter more, so what action would satisfy your curiosity without destroying this fine establishment? Again, Burr seemed thrown by Naruto's reasonable response. I challenge you to a dungeon race tomorrow. Floor 20 to floor 13, no preparation time. First to return with a specific monster crystal wins. Interesting proposal, Naruto replied thoughtfully. Though it seems we'd be testing speed more than overall capability. Perhaps something more comprehensive. What do you suggest? Brr asked suspiciously. A cooperative challenge rather than competitive, Naruto offered. The guild has been tracking unusual monster behavior on floor 24. They're seeking experienced adventurers to investigate. Why not form a temporary alliance? You bring your level 3 expertise. I'll contribute my unique perspective, and we solve a real problem while satisfying your curiosity about my abilities. The tavern fell silent, patrons exchanging glances at this unexpected turn. Brr himself seemed completely disarmed by the proposal, his confrontational momentum evaporating. You want to form a party with me? After I challenge you publicly? Why not? Naruto shrugged. In my experience, Potential allies often begin as rivals. The transition usually starts with fighting alongside each other rather than against each other. For a moment, conflict hung in the balance as Burr processed this philosophical pivot. Then, remarkably, he laughed, a genuine sound of surprised amusement. "You're nothing like the rumors," he admitted. "Fine, Grand Sage. One joint expedition. Tomorrow at dawn." Babel entrance. As Burr and his companions retreated to a table, the tavern's atmosphere returned to normal. Ryu approached with a fresh cup of tea, her expression subtly approving. "Impressive conflict resolution," she commented quietly. "Most new adventurers of significant ability feel compelled to defend their reputation through demonstrations of power. Fighting inside a restaurant would be disrespectful to the owner and pointless besides," Naruto replied. "Better to convert a potential problem into a potential resource. A diplomatic philosophy uncommon in Orario," Ryu noted. "Though perhaps what the city needs." Their conversation continued more casually as the evening progressed, touching on dungeon tactics, equipment maintenance, and the complex politics between familias. Through it all, Naruto gathered valuable information while establishing himself as both approachable and perceptive, qualities that would serve his information network well. As closing time approached, Naruto settled his bill minus the complimentary first bowl and prepared to depart. Mia Grand intercepted him near the door. "You handled that situation well," she stated bluntly. "Most newcomers with power feel the need to demonstrate it at every opportunity." "I've had good teachers," Naruto replied with a respectful nod. "Besides, your cooking is too good to risk damaging the place." Mia barked a laugh. "Flattery will get you regular service, Grand Sage. Return anytime. We appreciate customers who resolve tensions rather than create them." Outside, the night air carried the distinct scent of Orario, stone dust from the Babel Tower, mysterious aromas from the dungeon vents, and the various perfumes and incenses favored by different racial groups. The city never truly slept. Adventurers maintained irregular schedules based on dungeon expeditions rather than normal day-night cycles. As Naruto walked toward his temporary lodgings, he sensed a presence, not threatening, but deliberately shadowing his movements. Rather than confronting the observer directly, he created an imperceptible shadow clone that circled behind to identify the watcher. The clone's memories returned moments later, a hooded figure with distinctive silver hair observing from rooftops, one of Freya's followers, though not Otar. Interesting but not immediately concerning. The goddess's interest apparently extended to surveillance. "Seems we've made quite an impression," Naruto murmured to Kurama. "Gods rarely take interest without purpose," the fox replied. "Her ability to see both our souls suggests she perceives what others cannot. That makes her either valuable or dangerous, possibly both. We'll keep our distance while learning more," Naruto decided. "For now, focusing on understanding the dungeon seems most productive for finding our way home." As Naruto reached his apartment, he performed a final security sweep before allowing himself to truly relax. The day had been productive, establishing his position, gathering information, making initial contacts, and testing the dungeon's properties. Tomorrow would bring new challenges with the joint expedition, but also new opportunities to understand this world's fundamental nature. On his windowsill, moonlight illuminated a single envelope that hadn't been there when he left, cream color. D parchment sealed with silver wax bearing a distinctive emblem. Naruto examined it cautiously before breaking the seal. Inside, elegant script conveyed a simple message. "The Grand Sage is cordial. Lee invited to dine at Folkvanger tomorrow evening. A guide will await at sunset. Freya." Naruto studied the invitation thoughtfully. "What do you think, Kurama? Opportunity or trap? With gods, those categories frequently overlap." The fox rumbled philosophically. "But refusing risks offense while accepting grants information. The choice seems clear." "Dinner with a goddess it is," Naruto decided, placing the invitation on his table. "Just another day in the strangest mission we've ever undertaken." Outside his window, Orario's lights glimmered against the night sky, the Babel Tower standing as a silent sentinel over the mysterious dungeon below. Somewhere in this complex web of gods, monsters, and adventurers lay the key to understanding his arrival, and potentially, his return journey. For now, the Grand Sage of Orario would continue methodically exploring every avenue, building connections, and unraveling the mysteries of this fascinating new world. Chapter 1 End Chapter 2, Legends and Whispers. Dawn broke over Orario, painting the white spire of Babel Tower in hues of amber and gold. Naruto stood at the designated meeting point, watching early morning adventurers filter through security checkpoints with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Some moved with the confident stride of veterans, others with the wide-eyed nervousness of novices facing their first real expedition. The atmosphere buzzed with that peculiar mixture of anticipation and dread unique to those who made their living challenging death. "Didn't expect you to actually show up," called a familiar voice. Naruto turned to see Burr approaching, accompanied by two companions, a compact, muscular dwarf with an elaborately braided beard and a lithe human woman whose fingers continuously tapped against the knife hilts at her belt. "Said I would, didn't I?" Naruto replied with an easy grin, extending his hand. Proper introductions this time. Naruto Uzumaki. After a moment's hesitation, Burr lasped his forearm in the adventurer's greeting. Burr Adelstam, Level 3 Vanguard, Ganesha Familia. He gestured to his companions. Dorn Ironbird, Level 2 Supporter, and Vera Whistlewind, Level 3 Scout. The dwarf offered a gruff nod while the woman assessed Naruto with calculating eyes. "So you're the one they made up a whole new rank for," she remarked. "Convenient, bypassing the entire leveling system. Trust me, I've earned my strength the hard way," Naruto responded without offense. "Just through a different system than yours. Speaking of which, what's our plan for today's expedition?" Burr produced a guild mission scroll. Investigation contract for Floor 24. Reports of unusual monster coordination beyond normal patterns. The guild's concerned it might indicate an evolution in monster behavior or a new variant species. Naruto nodded thoughtfully. "Any restrictions on how we handle the situation?" "Gather data, retrieve samples if possible, eliminate immediate threats," Burr recited. "Standard investigation protocols with Level 3 clearance. Then we should get moving." Naruto gestured toward the dungeon entrance. "Lead the way. This is your territory more than mine." The strategic deference surprised Burr, who had clearly expected to battle for leadership. With a measuring look, he nodded an assumed point position as they passed through security. The upper floors passed quickly, the party dispatching low-level monsters with practiced efficiency. Naruto deliberately limited his involvement, using only basic taijutsu and kunai rather than flashier techniques. His companions noticed this restraint but misinterpreted its purpose. "No need to hold back on our account," Vera commented as they reached floor 15. "We're not insecure level 1s who'll get intimidated by your abilities." Naruto chuckled. "It's not about that. Resource conservation is basic field procedure where I'm from. Never show your full capabilities until absolutely necessary." "Sensible," grunted Dorn, adjusting the substantial pack that carried their expedition supplies. Most adventurers waste energy showing off on upper floors, then struggle when real challenges appear. Their professional rapport improved steadily as they descended through the increasingly dangerous environments. By floor 20, they had established effective combat formations that incorporated Naruto's skills, without disrupting their established team dynamics. "You adapt quickly," Burr observed during a brief rest period. "Most solo adventurers struggle with party coordination." "I've led teams before," Naruto replied, helping Dorn organize collected magic stones. "Different world, similar principles. Cover weaknesses, leverage strengths, communicate clearly." Vera studied him with renewed interest. "You were military. That would explain the discipline." A fleeting shadow crossed Naruto's expression. "Something like that. We called ourselves shinobi, ninjas. Specialized combat operatives with various abilities based on chakra manipulation. And you were high-ranking." Burr pressed, professional curiosity overcoming his initial antagonism. Naruto considered how to explain his position in terms they would understand. "I was considered for our equivalent of guild leadership before this happened." He gestured vaguely around them, indicating his displacement to this world. This revelation visibly shifted their perception, as respect for command experience transcended cultural differences. The atmosphere relaxed further as they exchanged abbreviated war stories while continuing deeper into the dungeon. On floor 23, they encountered their first significant challenge, a pack of Spartoi, skeletal warriors that coordinated with disturbing intelligence. The undead monsters formed a phalanx formation, their ancient weapons moving in synchronized patterns that suggested battlefield experience. "This is new," Vera whispered as they observed from concealment. "Spartoi usually attack individually, not in military formations. That's why we're here," Burr replied grimly, readying his great AXE. "Standard engagement pattern Gamma." "Wait," Naruto interrupted, studying the monsters' movements. "They're protecting something." His companions followed his gaze to the center of the formation, where a larger Spartoi directed the others with deliberate hand signals. Most striking was the glowing crystal embedded in its forehead, pulsing with emerald energy unlike typical magic stones. "Observation first," Naruto suggested. "I can get closer without detection." Burr hesitated, torn between curiosity and protocol. Guild directives recommend immediate neutralization of abnormal monster behaviors. "Sometimes understanding a threat is more valuable than eliminating it," Naruto countered. "Give me 5 minutes. If I'm not back, assume the worst and proceed with Gamma." After a moment's consideration, Burr nodded. 5 minutes. "Be careful. Spartoi can detect life energy within 20 meters. Naruto smiled. "Good thing I don't need to be there personally." Before they could question this cryptic statement, Naruto formed a familiar hand sign. A shadow clone materialized beside him, earning startled gasps from his companions. "Duplication magic without a chant," Dorn whispered incredulously. "Not exactly duplication," Naruto explained quietly. "Each clone is an independent entity with its own consciousness, connected to my awareness. When it disperses, I receive its memories and experiences." The clone transformed with a puff of smoke, taking the upper rank. Of a small dungeon bat, a common creature that monsters typically ignored. It fluttered toward the Spartoi formation while the original Naruto closed his eyes to concentrate on the incoming sensory information. Through his clone's perspective, Naruto observed the crystal-bearing Spartoi conducting what appeared to be a ritual. The surrounding undead warriors maintained their defensive formation, while the leader carved specific symbols into the dungeon floor, patterns that triggered a sense of recognition in Naruto. "Those markings," he murmured. "They're similar to chakra channeling seals from my world." After gathering sufficient data, the clone deliberately flew into a wall and dispersed, returning its gathered information to Naruto. His eyes snapped open, expression grave as he processed the implications. "They're creating a summoning circle," he informed his companions. "That crystal is acting like a control node, directing the others in a coordinated ritual. If completed, it might allow them to call something from deeper floors." Burr exchanged concerned glances with his teammates. "That's unprecedented. Monsters don't perform rituals." "They do now," Naruto replied grimly. "And those symbols share similarities with dimensional tunneling techniques from my world. We need to stop them immediately." With newfound urgency, the party formulated a tactical approach. Vera would eliminate the outer sentries with precision throwing knives, Dorn would create a distraction on the opposite side, Burr would engage the standard Spartoi directly, and Naruto would target the leader and its crystal. The plan executed with military precision. Vera's blades found their marks simultaneously, dropping 2 sentries before the others registered the attack. Dorn's Thunder IM. Booed flash bombs drew attention to the southern approach, while Burr charged from the east, his great AXE cleaving through skeletal defenders with practiced efficiency. Naruto approached from above, using chakra-enhanced leaps to position himself directly over the leader. As he descended, he formed a Rasengan in his palm, not the standard version, but one infused with wind nature transformation. Wind style. Rasengan. The spiraling sphere crashed into the crystal-bearing Spartoi with devastating precision. The monster's skull shattered instantly, but more importantly, the emerald crystal CKED under the concentrated assault of wind-natured chakra. What happened next surprised even Naruto. The crystal didn't simply break, it exploded with blinding green light, releasing a shockwave that dissolved every Spartoi within 30 meters into fine ash. The summoning circle's partial engravings glowed briefly before fading into the stone floor. As the dust settled, Naruto approached the remains cautiously. Among the typical magic stone fragments lay shards of the mysterious crystal, still pulsing with residual energy. "Careful," warned Dorn, rejoining the group. Unknown magical artifacts often carry residual effects. Naruto created another shadow clone to collect the fragments using protective cloth from their supplies. We'll need these analyzed. They respond to chakra differently than normal magic stones. That was impressive, Burr admitted, cleaning monster residue from his axe blade. Both the assessment and execution. Teamwork, Naruto replied, offering genuine appreciation. Your distraction was perfectly timed. All of you performed exactly as needed. The simple acknowledgement seemed to complete the transformation of their relationship from antagonistic to respectful. As they secured the crystal fragments and documented the encounter for guild records, Vera approached Naruto with professional curiosity. Those hand signs you use before techniques, hey, are not like our chants or magic circles. How do they function? They're mudras, Naruto explained. Physical positions that help shape chakra flow for specific techniques. In my world, each jutsu, what you'd call a spell, has associated hand signs that direct energy properly. Fascinating, she remarked. No wonder the guild created a special classification. Your entire magical system operates on different principles. Their technical discussion continued as they completed the investigation of Floor 24, documenting 2 additional instances of abnormal monster behavior, though none as sophisticated as the ritual they'd interrupted. Throughout these encounters, Naruto demonstrated not only combat prowess but also analytical skills that impressed his companions. By the time they ascended toward the surface, their professional rapport had evolved into something approaching camaraderie. As they processed their findings at the guild's assessment office, Burr made an unexpected offer. The Ganesha Familia is hosting a festival celebration tomorrow night. As participants in this expedition, you'd be welcome to attend. He extended a formal invitation card. Could be a good opportunity to meet other familias in a non-competitive setting. Naruto accepted the invitation with genuine appreciation. I'll be there. Thanks for the opportunity, and for today's cooperation. After completing their guild debriefing, which included surrendering the crystal fragments for official analysis, Naruto headed toward the hostess of fertility for a late lunch. The tavern was relatively quiet during mid-afternoon, with only a few patrons scattered among the tables. Ryu Lion was wiping down the bar counter when he entered, her movements precise and economical. She acknowledged his arrival with a slight nod. Your joint expedition was successful, she inquired as he took a seat at the counter. Productive and enlightening, Naruto confirmed. Found something unusual that might connect to how I arrived here. This comment earned a flicker of genuine interest from the elven waitress. The guild has been documenting spatial anomalies in the deeper floors for decades. Most remain classified information. Naruto studied her with renewed curiosity. You seem unusually well informed about guild operations for a tavern employee. A ghost of a smile touched Ryu's lips. Adventurers talk freely after a few drinks. One learns much by simply listening and remembering with exceptional detail, Naruto added, noting her perfect recall of complex information. A useful skill for an information gatherer, or someone monitoring potential threats. Their verbal sparring continued as Ryu served him a hearty stew and fresh bread. Each carefully phrased observation and measured response revealed more about the other without either directly confirming or denying their suspicions. As the tavern began filling with early dinner patrons, their conversation shifted to more neuter territory, until Naruto mentioned the ritual he'd interrupted on floor 24. Summoning circles. Ryu's composure faltered momentarily. That's unprecedented. Monsters operate on instinct, not ritual magic. These weren't operating on pure instinct, Naruto clarified. Something was coordinating them through crystal technology I haven't encountered before. The symbols they carved shared similarities with dimensional transfer techniques from my world. Ryu's emerald eyes sharpened with focus. That information shouldn't be shared casually. Certain factions would pursue such technology regardless of consequences. Which is why I'm telling you, Naruto replied quietly. You strike me as someone who understands the importance of monitoring dangerous developments without official constraints. Their eyes met in silent communication, each recognizing in the other a kindred spirit who operated in the spaces between official power structures. After a measured pause, Ryu glanced around to ensure privacy before responding. The south bookshelf in Rivera's public library contains a false volume titled, Dungeon Mineralogy, Volume 3. Inside is a journal documented by an expedition that encountered similar phenomena 15 years ago. It was never officially reported. The casual delivery belied the significance of this information. Ryu was offering access to restricted Knoll DGE based solely on her assessment of Naruto's character and intentions. Appreciated, Naruto replied with equal casualness. Might browse some reading material next time I'm in the area. Their conversation returned to mundane topics as more customers arrived, but the foundation of trust had deepened significantly. As Naruto prepared to leave, Ryu passed him a small package along with his change. A specialty tea blend, she explained at normal volume. It aids recovery after dungeon expeditions. Only when Naruto examined the package later would he discover the carefully folded note hidden beneath the tea leaves, containing coordinates to a little-known entrance to dungeon archives typically restricted to high-level guild researchers. For now, he simply thanked her and departed, aware that establishing such an information network was crucial to understanding his situation. As he stepped into the early evening light, a familiar sensation prickled his awareness, distant observation. Carefully concealed but detectable to his heightened senses. Rather than acknowledging the watcher, Naruto continued naturally toward his next destination, the merchant district where specialized equipment makers operated. His dinner appointment with Freya wasn't until sunset, leaving time to address practical needs. Remembering his earlier clone's reconnaissance, Naruto located a weaponsmith specializing in lightweight, high-durability blades. The establishment's simple exterior belied the quality evident in the displayed merchandise. "Welcome to Raoul's Forge," greeted a muscular cat-pay RSON with distinctive black stripes across his face. "What can I craft for you today?" Looking for kunai alternatives, Naruto explained, producing one of his remaining ninja tools for comparison. Quote, "Something with similar balance but adapted to local materials and monster types." The smith examined the kunai with professional appreciation. "Interesting design. Triple purpose as throwing weapon, close combat tool, and utility knife. I can improve the metallurgy while maintaining the weight distribution." Their technical discussion continued for nearly an hour as Raoul proposed various alloys and design modifications specifically tailored to different dungeon environments. Naruto's practical knowledge impressed the craftsman, who rarely encountered adventurers with detailed understanding of weapon mechanics. "Most just want flashy appearances or basic functionality," Raoul commented as he sketched a modified design. "Refreshing to work with someone who understands the relationship between form and function. Where I'm from, our tools often meant the difference between life and death," Naruto replied. "You learn to appreciate good craftsmanship when your survival depends on it." By the time they finalized the commission for 24 specialized kunai and a set of chakra-conductive shuriken, word of Naruto's presence had spread through the merchant district. Several shopkeepers approached with business propositions, ranging from equipment testing to promotional appearances. Naruto navigated these offers with diplomatic skill, neither committing nor offending as he established his independence. The experience reinforced his growing understanding of Orario's economic structure. Adventurers with unique abilities function not merely as dungeon explorers but as valuable marketing assets for ambitious merchants. As sunset approached, Naruto returned to his apartment to prepare for the dinner invitation. After a quick shower and change into more formal attire provided by the guild, he sensed a presence outside his door seconds before a precise knock sounded. Opening the door revealed a statuesque woman with platinum blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. Her formal attire, an immaculate white uniform adorned with silver insignia, marked her as a high-ranking member of Freya Familia. Brynhildr Sigurvin, captain of Lady Freya's Valkyries, she introduced herself with formal precision. "I will escort you to Folkvanger." Her reserved demeanor conveyed professional respect rather than warmth, but Naruto detected no hostility in her assessment, merely thorough evaluation of a potential asset or threat to her goddess. "Lead the way," Naruto replied with equal professionalism. "I appreciate the escort." As they traversed Orario's northwest district, Naruto noticed subtle changes in the urban environment. Architecture became more refined, security more evident yet unobtrusive, and the population displayed increasing deference as they approached Freya Familia territory. Folkvanger itself proved breathtaking, a palatial complex combining elements of ancient Nordic design with magical enhancements that defied conventional engineering. Crystalline spires captured the sunset's golden light, refracting it throughout the structure to create an atmosphere of perpetual twilight warmth. Lady Freya awaits in the solarium, Brynhildr stated, guiding him through corridors adorned with artwork depicting heroic sagas from multiple cultures. She rarely dines with individuals outside her familia. Consider this a significant honor. The solarium occupied Folkvi, Anger's highest level, a domed chamber with transparent walls offering panoramic views of Orario. Strategic positioning ensured both privacy and defensive advantages, Naruto noted professionally. The Gant table set for two occupied the center, illuminated by suspended mage lights that mimicked natural sunshine. Freya herself stood at the far side, observing the cityscape. Her silver hair cascaded freely down her back, contrasting with a gown of midnight blue adorned with constellations that seemed to shift subtly with her movements. As she turned to greet him, Naruto again felt the distinct sensation of being seen beyond physical appearance, her amber eyes focusing on something within rather than upon him. Grand Sage, she welcomed, her melodic voice carrying natural authority. Thank you for accepting my invitation. Thank you for extending it, Naruto replied with a respectful bow. Though I'm still getting used to the title. Titles shape perceptions, Freya observed, gesturing toward the table. Whether we embrace or resist them, they influence how others approach us, and sometimes, how we define ourselves. As they settled into their seats, attendants appeared silently to serve the first course, a delicate seafood preparation Naruto didn't recognize but found extraordinary. The wine accompanying it glowed with subtle enchantment, its flavor adapting to complement the food perfectly. Your first expedition beyond guild assessment was quite productive, Freya commented after they had begun dining. The incident on floor 24 has created quite a stir among those with access to the information. Naruto maintained a neutral expression, unsurprised by her knowledge of classified reports. The coordinated ritual behavior was unexpected. Have monsters demonstrated such capabilities before? Not in recorded history, Freya replied, studying his reaction. Which makes your timing in Orario particularly interesting. A visitor from another dimension arrives, and suddenly monsters begin displaying unprecedented behaviors reminiscent of his world's techniques. The implication hung between them, not quite accusation, but definitely suggesting correlation. Naruto considered his response carefully. I've wondered about that connection myself, he admitted truthfully. The symbols resembled chakra channeling methods, but contained elements I don't recognize. Almost as if someone combined knowledge from both worlds. This candid assessment seemed to please Freya, who appreciated direct engagement rather than defensive deflection. An insightful observation. The guild's researchers have reached similar conclusions, though they lack your contextual knowledge. Their conversation progressed through subsequent courses, each more exquisite than the last. Throughout the meal, Naruto maintained awareness of the delicate dance occurring beneath the surface pleasantries. Freya alternated between casual inquiries about his homeworld and pointed questions regarding his abilities, information gathering disguised as dinner conversation. For his part, Naruto reciprocated with questions about Orario's history, divine involvement in mortal affairs, and the fundamental nature of the dungeon. Each exchange provided valuable intelligence while establishing a foundation of mutual respect, if not quite trust. You navigate these interactions with surprising skill, Freya observed as dessert was served, a confection resembling golden clouds that dissolved into distinct flavor profiles upon tasting. Most mortals find themselves either intimidated into silence or compelled to impress when dining with divinity. Where I'm from, I've dealt with beings of comparable power, Naruto replied, thinking of the tailed beasts in Kagaya. I've learned that true strength doesn't require constant demonstration, and true wisdom often shows itself through questions rather than assertions. Freya's expression shifted subtly, genuine curiosity replacing calculated assessment. Tell me about these comparable beings. Few mortals make such claims without exaggeration. Naruto considered how to explain the Biju and other formidable entities from his world, without revealing strategic vulnerabilities. We had creatures called tailed beasts, 9 entities of immense chakra, each with distinct powers and personalities. The strongest could level mountains with a casual gesture. And you faced these beings? Freya inquired, leaning forward slightly. Faced some, befriended others, Naruto clarified, unconsciously touching his stomach where Kurama's seal had once been visible. Eventually learned that most weren't inherently malevolent, just misunderstood and mistreated by humans who feared their power. This perspective visibly intrigued Freya, challenging her assumptions about power dynamics between mortal and divine adjacent entities. An unusual philosophy. Most adventurers view monsters as resources to be harvested or obstacles to overcome, not beings capable of misunderstanding. Quote, different contexts, Naruto acknowledged. Your monsters seem fundamentally distinct from tailed beasts, who possessed conscious intelligence and complex emotions. Perhaps less distinct than commonly believed, Freya suggested cryptically. The dungeon's deeper nature remains theoretical even to gods who've studied it for centuries. As their dinner concluded, Freya invited Naruto to view Orario from Folkvanger's observation deck, a platform extending from the solarium that offered unparalleled vistas of the city and surrounding territories. The GHT air carried distinctive scents of the various districts, bakeries in the commercial sector, forge smoke from the industrial zone, and the indefinable aroma of magic emanating from Babel Tower. Beautiful, isn't it? Freya remarked, standing beside him at the railing. Countless stories unfolding simultaneously, each mortal life burning briefly but brilliantly. You see them differently than I do, Naruto observed. You mentioned seeing souls rather than physical forms. One of divinity's gifts and burdens, Freya confirmed. Each soul has distinctive characteristics, some dull and common, others rare and captivating. And mine? Naruto asked directly, curious about her persistent interest. Freya's gaze shifted fully to him, her amber eyes seeming to look through rather than at his physical form. Unprecedented. A brilliant golden flame representing your inherent nature, compassion, determination, and remarkable resilience. But intertwined with it, a second presence, ancient, crimson, and bearing knowledge beyond mortal comprehension. She sees me clearly, Kurama's voice rumbled within Naruto's mind. Fascinating. Her perception transcends conventional sensory limitations. That would be Kurama, Naruto explained aloud. The nine-tailed fox. We share this body through a partnership, not the forced subjugation typical in my world. A voluntary cohabitation between mortal and immensely powerful entity. Freya's perfect features registered genuine surprise. That explains much about your unusual energy signature. May I speak with this Kurama? The request was unexpected, and Naruto felt Kurama's hesitation. After internal consultation, he nodded. Briefly, it requires sharing control, which we typically reserve for combat situations. Closing his eyes in concentration, Naruto allowed Kurama partial manifestation. When his eyes reopened, they had transformed, crimson with slitted pupils, radiating ancient power. His facial features sharpened slightly, the whisker marks more pronounced, and his voice carried dual tones when he spoke. Goddess Freya, came Kurama's distinctive rumble. You see beyond physical limitations, yet remain bound by divine perspective. Interesting contradiction. Freya showed no fear at this transformation, only fascination. You possess consciousness independent of your host. Remarkable. Are there others like you in your dimension? 8 others of varying temperaments and abilities, Kurama confirmed. Though none share the specific relationship Naruto and I have developed. And what is your assessment of our world? Freya inquired, demonstrating unusual respect for this non-human consciousness. Younger than ours in some ways, older in others, Kurama replied cryptically. The dungeon particularly interests me. Its energy signature resembles concentrated natural chakra, yet structured differently than anything in our world. This observation clearly piqued Freya's interest. But before she could probe further, Kurama relinquished control. Naruto's features returned to normal, his azure eyes blinking as he readjusted to full awareness. He's not typically talkative with strangers, Naruto explained. The fact he spoke directly says something about your perceptiveness. A profound honor, Freya acknowledged sincerely. Few gods have encountered dual consciousness entities, particularly ones with such distinct personalities. Their conversation shifted to more immediate matters as they returned inside, Naruto's current living arrangements, equipment needs, and potential expeditions. Throughout these practical discussions, Naruto sensed Freya assessing his responses for deeper implications. You've established yourself remarkably quickly, she observed as their evening drew to a close. already forming connections with guild officials, independent adventurers, and even my fellow deities. Adaptation is essential for survival, Naruto replied simply. Especially when dropped into unfamiliar territory. Indeed. Freya's perfect lips curved in a subtle smile. Which brings me to a proposal. While you've made clear your preference for independence, certain resources would significantly enhance your effectiveness: specialized equipment, information networks, training facilities. All things typically provided by Familia membership, Naruto noted, recognizing the direction of her suggestion. Precisely. However, your unique status allows for unprecedented arrangements. Freya's tone remained casual despite the significant nature of her offer. I propose a formal alliance between yourself and Freya Familia, not membership, but mutual support. You maintain your independence while gaining access to our considerable resources. In exchange, you share information about dimensional travel and participate in joint expeditions when objectives align. The proposal was cleverly constructed, offering genuine value while respecting his autonomy. An interesting suggestion, Naruto acknowledged, though I imagine other familias might view such an arrangement with concern. Let them, Freya replied with divine confidence. Your abilities already disrupt established hierarchies. This merely formalizes connections that benefit both parties. I'll consider it seriously, Naruto promised. Though I'd need to understand exactly what such an alliance would entail before committing. Naturally, Freya gestured to an attendant, who presented a sealed document. The proposed terms, for your review. Take whatever time you require for consideration. As their evening concluded, Brynhilde reappeared to escort Naruto back to the city proper. The Valkyrie captain maintained professional silence during their journey, though Naruto sensed her measuring his reactions to the evening's discussions. Lady Freya rarely extends such consideration to non-familia members, she finally commented as they approached the boundary of Freya territory. Her interest in you is significant. I gathered that, Naruto replied diplomatically. Though I'm still determining whether that's advantageous or concerning. This comment earned a fleeting smile from the typically stoic warrior. A wise perspective. Lady Freya's favor brings both opportunity and scrutiny. They parted with formal courtesy, Naruto continuing alone toward his apartment. The streets of nighttime Orario offered their own form of education. Adventurers celebrating successful expeditions, merchants conducting after-hours transactions, and the subtle movements of information brokers trading secrets in shadowed alcoves. Rather than returning directly home, Naruto created several disguised shadow clones to continue gathering intelligence while he visited a quiet tea house recommended by Aina. The establishment catered to adventurers seeking respite from Orario's typical boisterousness, its atmosphere conducive to reflection. As he sipped excellent green tea, Naruto mentally organized the day's discoveries. The dungeon ritual, Ryu's information network, and Freya's alliance proposal all pointed toward complex undercurrents beneath Orario's surface, political machinations, hidden knowledge, and competing agendas that might influence his search for answers. His meditation was interrupted by a flash of memory, not from his shadow clones, but something deeper. For a moment, he glimpsed fragments of his arrival in this world, swirling energy resembling both a space-time ninjutsu and the dungeon's natural power, crystalline structures similar to those embedded in the Spartoi leader. And a fleeting impression of purposeful direction rather than random occurrence. Someone brought us here deliberately, Kurama observed as the memory faded. That wasn't natural dimensional slippage. Agreed, Naruto murmured, keeping his voice low despite the private seating. Question is, who has both the knowledge and ability to pull someone from our dimension specifically? And why target you particularly? The fox added. The energy signature in that memory contained distinct tracking elements keyed to your chakra pattern. This troubling realization accompanied Naruto back to his apartment, where he spent several hours reviewing the alliance proposal from Freya while awaiting his clone's reports. The document proved surprisingly equitable, offering substantial benefits while imposing minimal restrictions on his autonomy. Near midnight, his clones began returning, each bringing valuable intelligence. A conversation overheard Betway and guild officials discussing dimensional irregularities in the dungeon's 37th floor. Rumors among merchants about unprecedented monster crystal prices due to unusual energy patterns. Whispers ing certain adventurers about a lost expedition that had encountered symbols similar to those Naruto had described. Information about an upcoming meeting of Familia captains to discuss resource allocation regarding new discoveries. Most significant was the report from a clone that had infiltrated a private gathering of magical researchers from the Hermes Familia. They had been analyzing fragmi, NTS similar to the crystal from the Spartoi leader, describing them as dimensional anchors, capable of establishing connections between normally separated realms. As Naruto integrated this information, patterns began emerging that suggested his arrival was neither accidental nor isolated. Someone or something was actively experimenting with cross-dimensional travel, using the dungeon's natural properties to amplify their efforts. We need to go deeper, he decided, both physically into the dungeon and into these research networks. The following morning brought unexpected developments before Naruto could implement his plans. A guild messenger arrived at dawn with an urgent summons from Royman Mardial. The message's formal language concealed urgency beneath bureaucratic phrasing, but IT's priority classification spoke volumes. Upon arriving at guild headquarters, Naruto was immediately escorted to a secure briefing room rather than Royman's office. Inside waited not only the guild master but also representatives from several major familias, Loki, Hephaestus, Ganesha, and Hermes among them. Grand Sage, Royman acknowledged his arrival with uncharacteristic directness. Thank you for responding promptly. We face an unprecedented situation requiring your specific expertise. Aina, present in her capacity as information coordinator, activated a projection crystal displaying a three-dimensional map of the dungeon's middle floors. Red indicators pulsed at specific locations, concentrated particularly around floor 37. 12 hours ago, monitoring stations detected massive energy fluctuations originating from these coordinates, she explained professionally. Subsequent scout reports confirm the emergence of crystalline structures identical to fragments recovered from your Floor 24 encounter. However, continued Finn Diemny, the Palom captain of Loki Familia, these formations are significantly larger and appear to be coordinating monster activities across multiple floors. Several expedition parties have already been lost. Naruto studied the projection with focused intensity. These aren't random manifestations. They're forming a specific pattern, a massive version of the summoning circle we interrupted. This assessment sent murmurs through the assembled representatives. Asfi al-Andromeda of Hermes Familia adjusted her glasses nervously before speaking. Our analysis confirms your theory. The crystalline structures are functioning as amplification nodes for some form of spatial manipulation. Based on energy readings, they're attempting to create a stable pathway between dimensional boundaries. In simpler terms, Loki interjected, her perpetually squinted eyes opening slightly to emphasize the gravity of the situation, something big is trying to punch its way through from somewhere else, using our dungeon as a doorway. And given the timing correlation with your arrival, added Tsubaki Kilbrand, Hephaestus Familia's captain, we're wondering if there's direct connection. Quote, all eyes turned to Naruto, the implicit question hanging in the air, was he somehow responsible for this crisis? The scrutiny might have intimidated someone else experienced with high-stakes diplomatic situations. I understand your concern, Naruto acknowledged calmly. The timing is suspicious, and the techniques share similarities with my world's methods. However, I arrived here involuntarily through someone else's technique. These manifestations suggest whoever brought me here is attempting to expand the connection. His straightforward response seemed to satisfy most representatives, though suspicion lingered in some expressions. Finn Diemny stroked his chin thoughtfully before addressing the practical implications. Regardless of origin, we need to neutralize this threat before it destabilizes the entire dungeon ecosystem. Standard containment protocols have proven ineffective against these crystalline structures. Grand Sage, your previous IOUS success suggests you might possess knowledge crucial to counteracting them. I'll need to examine one directly, Naruto replied. My shadow clones can gather data without risking personnel, but I'll need expedition support to reach Floor 37 efficiently. The discussion shifted to tactical planning, with various familia representatives offering specialized members for a joint operation. Throughout these negotiations, Naruto noted the political undercurrents influencing resource commitments, each familia balancing genuine concern for Orario's safety against potential advantages in accessing new discoveries. By midday, the expedition team had been assembled. Naruto would lead a specialized strike force comprising elite members from participating familias, supported by guild documentation specialists. Their mission: neutralize the crystalline formations and prevent whatever dimensional incursion was being attempted. As the meeting concluded, Naruto approached Aina privately. "There's something they're not sharing," he observed quietly. "The urgency suggests more than just unusual monster behavior." Aina glanced around before responding in hushed tones. "The energy signatures. Match readings recorded 15 years ago during an event called the 7 Days of Flame. Over 60% of active adventurers perished when something partially manifested on floor 50. The Recore DS remain classified at the highest level." This critical context explained the unprecedented cooperation between normally competitive familias. Whatever had nearly destroyed Orario's adventurer population before was potentially returning, with greater preparation. "One more thing," Aina added, pressing a small communication crystal into his palm. "This connects directly to guild emergency protocols. If what you discover exceeds containment parameters, use it." The implication was clear. They were providing him with authority to request Orario's ultimate contingency measures if necessary. UCH trust from normally conservative guild leadership underscored the severity of their concerns. Preparation for the emergency expedition proceeded with efficiency born of genuine fear. Equipment, supplies, and tactical plans were finalized within hours, with departure scheduled for dusk, when the dungeon's energy patterns typically stabilized between daily fluctuation cycles. During a brief respite before deployment, Naruto visited the hostess of fertility to collect his thoughts. The tavern was unusually subdued, news of the expedition having spread through adventurer networks despite official secrecy. Ryu served him tea without being asked, her normally reserved expression showing subtle concern. "The guild has suspended regular expeditions below floor 30, she noted quietly. Last time they implemented such restrictions was during the Cadmus incident. "You have insight into these cyclic manifestations," Naruto observed, not bothering with pretense given the circumstances. "So, nothing beyond your tavern responsibilities." Ryu studied him for a moment before making a decision. "I was part of a specialized response team during a similar event 6 years ago. The phenomena are distinctive patterns, crystals serving as anchors for something attempting to establish presence here." "Did you determine what that something was?" Naruto asked, hearing the pain beneath her professional detachment. "Not conclusively. The manifestation never fully materialized." Her emerald eyes darkened with remembered loss. "We sacrificed 27 adventurers implementing containment protocols. I was one of 3 survivors." The personal revelation explained much about Ryu's careful observation of dungeon-related developments despite her current civilian status. She was monitoring for recurrence of a tragedy she had personally witnessed. "I'm leading the response team this time," Naruto informed her, recognizing her as a valuable information source rather than merely a concerned bystander. "Any insights could save lives." Ryu glanced around before retrieving a small journal from beneath the counter. "My personal observations from the previous incident. The official RECORDS omit critical details about how the crystals responded to different magical approaches. Conventional attack magic strengthened them, while nature-based enhancement magic disrupted their resonance patterns. This aligned perfectly with Naruto's own theories about chakra countermeasures. That matches what I observed with the smaller formation. Natural energy directly counteracts whatever empowers these structures. Then you have an advantage previous response teams lacked," Ryu noted, her professional assessment cutting through emotional considerations. "Your sage abilities interact with natural energy differently than our magic system." Their tactical discussion continued in hushed tones, Ryu's first-hand experience providing context that official briefings had omitted. By the time Naruto departed for the expedition rendezvous, he had gained crucial insights into dealing with the crystal formations. The assembled response team gathered at Babel Tower's secure staging area. 24 elite adventurers representing 6 major familias, plus guild support personnel. The atmosphere combined professional focus with underlying tension as equipment checks and final briefings concluded. "Fin Diemni," Designated as tactical coordinator due to his unparalleled command experience, addressed the assembled team. Our primary objective is neutralization of the crystal formations, with secondary priority given to intelligence gathering. The Grand Sage will lead the direct engagement team based on his prior success with similar structures. The Palom Captain's natural author, ITY quieted any potential objections to Naruto's leadership role despite his newcomer status. As they descended into the dungeon, traditional familiar rivalries gave way to disciplined cooperation in the face of common threat. The upper floors passed quickly, the response team moving with practiced efficiency through territories familiar to all participants. By floor 20, they encountered the first evidence of unusual activity, monster migration patterns shifting away from the deeper locations as if fleeing something threatening. They sense it too, observed Ace Wallenstein, the blonde swordswoman representing Loki Familia. Her golden eyes studied the retreating monsters with analytical precision. Even species that normally compete are moving together toward upper floors. Similar behavior IOR was documented during previous manifestation events, confirmed Asfi, consulting her records. Monster instinct appears to recognize the dimensional disturbances as existential threats transcending normal predator-prey relationships. Floor 30 marked the transition to significantly more dangerous territory, and also the first direct encounter with the phenomenon they sought. A small crystalline formation, perhaps 1/10 the size of those reported on floor 37, pulsed with emerald energy while nearby stone surfaces displayed partial inscriptions similar to those Naruto had seen previously. Observation team, establish perimeter, Finn directed calmly. Grand Sage, your assessment. Naruto approached the formation cautiously, his senses extended through Sage Chakra to analyze its structure without direct contact. It's a relay node, not a primary anchor. Connected to the larger network but not essential to its function. Perfect for testing countermeasures with minimal risk of triggering system-wide responses. This precise analysis impressed even the veteran adventurers, who were accustomed to more intuitive rather than technical approaches to dungeon phenomena. With Finn's authorization, Naruto created 3 shadow clones to implement different neutralization approaches. The first attempted direct disruption using Wind Nature Chakra, similar to his previous success. The crystal responded by increasing energy output, its glow intensifying dangerously. The second clone applied Water Nature Transformation, attempting to interfere with the crystal's internal resonance. This produced modest disruption but triggered defensive energy discharges that forced the clone to retreat. The third approach proved most effective, Sage Chakra applied through a modified sealing technique that Naruto had developed based on Ryu's information. The natural energy flowed into the crystal's structure, creating internal dissonance that gradually destabilized its molecular cohesion. There, Naruto indicated as the crystal's glow diminished. The Sage energy disrupts whatever dimensional frequency they're trying to establish. With proper application, we should be able to neutralize the larger formations without triggering catastrophic discharge. Asfi documented the procedure with meticulous precision while other team members maintained security against monsters potentially attracted by the energy fluctuations. As they prepared to continue deeper, Naruto created a permanent containment seal around the neutralized crystal. For study purposes, he explained to the guild representatives. The structure itself might provide clues about its creators. Their descent continued with increased confidence, though caution remained paramount as they approached the primary manifestation zone. By floor 35, ambient energy within the dungeon had changed noticeably, the atmosphere carrying a static charge that made hair stand on end and interfered with certain magical equipment. 2 floors to primary target, Finn announced as they established a forward base in a defensible chamber. Reports indicate significant monster concentration between our position and the largest crystal formation. Standard combat protocol with formation Delta. The team moved out after brief rest, encountering progressively stronger resistance as they approached floor 37. Monster behavior D become increasingly abnormal. Species that normally avoided each other coordinating attacks with disturbing intelligence, all seemingly directed toward protecting the crystal formations. The final PP Roach required breaking through a defensive line of enhanced monsters, ordinary species empowered by proximity to the crystals, their physical capabilities and aggression dramatically increased. The response team engaged with coordinated precision, each member executing their specialized role within Finn's tactical framework. Naruto worked alongside Ace Wallenstein at the vanguard position, they are contrasting combat styles proving remarkably complementary. Her sword techniques embodied perfect efficiency, no wasted movement, each strike precisely calibrated to the specific monster's vulnerabilities. Naruto's shadow clones provided tactical flexibility, creating openings that allowed her to execute devastating finishing moves. Your awareness extends beyond visual range, Ace noted during a momentary respite between engagements. You react to threats before they become visible. Sage mode enhances sensory perception, Naruto explained, impressed by her observational skills. I can detect energy signatures through solid surfaces and predict movement patterns based on subtle changes in air pressure. This exchange marked the beginning of professional respect between two elite combatants with vastly different backgrounds but similar combat instincts. As they approached the chamber containing the primary crystal formation, this developing synergy would prove crucial. The Central chamber of floor 37 had been transformed beyond recognition from standard dungeon architecture. Crystalline growths extended from floor to ceiling, forming complex geometric patterns that pulsed with synchronized energy. At the center stood a massive formation resembling a doorway, two crystal pillars supporting an arch of pure energy that flickered with images too alien to comprehend. Dimensional gateway, Naruto identified immediately. Nearly stabilized. We have minutes at most before something comes through. The urgency in his voice galvanized the team into immediate action. As support team members established defensive positions against incoming monsters, Naruto led the primary strike team toward the crystal gateway. Ace, Chion Hiryut of Loki Familia, and Tsubaki of Hephaestus Familia moved in perfect coordination, clearing opposition with devastating efficiency. Upon reaching the gateway's perimeter, Naruto performed a rapid analysis through Sage Chakra. The structures too, integrated for incremental neutralization. We need simultaneous disruption at multiple focal points. He created 12 shadow clones, each assigned to a specific crystal node supporting the gateway. On my signal, apply the sealing technique to your designated target. Ace, Chion, Tsubaki. When the gateway destabilizes, whatever's trying to come through might make one final attempt. Be ready. He warriors positioned themselves at strategic intervals, weapons ready as Naruto's clones prepared the complex sealing arrays. The chamber's ominous humming intensified, the gateway's flickering IMOGs becoming more coherent, suggesting imminent breakthrough. Now, Naruto commanded. 12 sealing techniques activated simultaneously, Sage Chakra flowing into the crystal network like golden lightning. The structure's emerald glow fluctuated violently as natural energy disrupted its dimensional resonance. The gateway arch sputtered, images fragmenting as stability collapsed. For a moment, CCESS seemed imminent, until a massive tendril of something neither solid nor liquid thrust through the destabilizing portal. The appendage radiated ancient malevolence, its surface shifting between street Atesh of matter as it sought purchase in this reality. Containment breach, shouted Asfi from her observation position. Entity manifestation in progress. Ace moved with blinding speed, her sword Asperite striking the manifestation with wind-enhanced precision. The blade passed through with minimal resistance, yet the severed portion simply reintegrated with the main mass. Physical attacks ineffective, she reported calmly despite the dire implications. The tendril whipped toward the nearest crystal node, seemingly understanding the source of its gateway's disruption. Tsubaki intercepted with her massive katana, channeling fire aspect magic through the blade. This proved more effective, the entity recoiling momentarily from the elemental contact. Elemental energy affects it, Tsubaki called out. Direct channeling, not standard spells. Naruto processed this information instantly, recognizing parallels to interdimensional entities he'd encountered during the Fourth Ninja War. It's not fully materialized in our dimension. Target the remaining connection to its origin point. Creating a Recentricon infused with Sage Chakra, Naruto leapt directly toward the gateway arch where the tendril emerged. The wind-natured technique collided with the dimensional boundary itself rather than the manifestation, creating cascading disruptions throughout the spatial fabric. A sound, beyond conventional hearing, felt rather than heard, reverberated through the chamber as the gateway collapsed violently. The tendril, severed from its source dimension, thrashed wildly before dissolve. ing into particles that scattered throughout the chamber like malevolent dust. The crystal formation's glow faded gradually as its power source disconnected. Within minutes, only inert mineral struck. Yours remained where the imposing gateway had stood. The immediate threat had been neutralized, though the team maintained combat readiness until confirming no secondary manifestations. Assessment. Finn requested once the situation stabilized. Gateway collapsed. Dimensional connection severed, Naruto reported, examining residual energy patterns through sage perception. The entity was forced back to its origin dimension when the pathway destabilized. Remaining crystals are inert but should be properly contained for research purposes. Guild specialists moved forward to implement containment protocols while combat teams secured the perimeter against any remaining enhanced monsters. Throughout this process, Naruto noted various familia members studying him with renewed interest, his leadership during the crisis having demonstrated capabilities beyond what they'd previously witnessed. Most significant was Ace Wallenstein's thoughtful observation. The Sword Princess approached as Naruto supervised crystal containment, her golden eyes reflecting professional curiosity. Your combat integration was exceptional, she stated directly. You adapted to unknown threats with minimal hesitation while coordinating effectively with unfamiliar allies. Experience with similar situations, Naruto explained modestly. Where I'm from, interdimensional threats occasionally emerged during large-scale conflicts. Your world must be remarkably dangerous, Ace observed, her tone suggesting professional interest rather than judgment. Different dangers, similar principles, Naruto replied with a slight smile. Though I admit your sword techniques would be considered extraordinary even among elite shinobi. The precision of your wind manipulation particularly impressed me. This technical acknowledgement earned rare appreciation from the typically stoic swordswoman. Your wind techniques are equally impressive, though fundamentally different in execution. Perhaps we could exchange training perspectives sometime. The casual invitation represented significant recognition from someone widely considered Orario's most promising young adventurer. Before Naruto could respond, however, Finn summoned them for the expedition debriefing. As the response team gathered in the secured chamber, preliminary findings were shared regarding the neutralized threat. Guild analysis suggested the crystal formations had been developing for months, gradually establishing the network required for dimensional bridging. The timing coincided with Naruto's arrival, though causality remained unclear. Based on residual energy signatures, reported Asfi, whatever attempted manifestation was sentient and possessed considerable dimensional knowledge. This wasn't random natural phenomena but deliberate, targeted incursion. The question remains, added Finn, whether it specifically targeted Orario for strategic reasons, or whether the dungeon itself possesses properties that facilitate such connections. Both, most likely, Naruto suggested, sharing insights gained through his sage perception. The dungeon's natural energy resembles concentrated chakra from my world, as if someone deliberately created a reservoir of dimensional potential. These crystal formations essentially tapped into that reservoir to power their gateway. This assessment aligned with certain restricted theories about the dungeon's origin that several gods had proposed over centuries of observation. The implications, that the entire structure might have been created as a dimensional nexus point, carried found significance for Orario's fundamental understanding of their world. As the expedition concluded its mission and began the ascent toward the surface, Naruto found himself engaged in detailed discussions with representatives from various familias. Each approached with specific interests. Loki familia seeking tactical insights, Hephaestus familia inquiring about chakra-enhanced forging possibilities. Hermes familia probing for dimensional theory applications. The political dynamics became increasingly apparent as they approached the upper floors. Naruto's central role in neutralizing a significant threat had dramatically elevated his position within Orario's power structure. No longer merely an unusual outsider with interesting abilities, he had demonstrated strategic value that multiple factions now sought to secure. By the time they emerged from Babel Tower, evening had fallen over Orario. Guild officials waited to escort key personnel to immediate debriefing sessions, while Zangers dispersed to inform various familial leaders about the operation's success. The city itself seemed to exhale collective relief as word spread that the unspecified threat had been contained. Oiman Mardial personally commended the response team before requesting private consultation with Naruto and Finn regarding long-term security implications. The conversation extended for hours, covering everything from enhanced monitoring systems to theoretical countermeasures against future incursions. Throughout these discussions, Naruto maintained careful balance between sharing necessary information and protecting strategic knowledge. The parallels between dimensional techniques and chakra manipulation raised troubling possibilities about potential weaponization by ambitious factions within Orario. When finally released from official debriefing near midnight, Naruto found Ryu Lion waiting outside guild headquarters. The elven waitress stood quietly in the shadows, her presence deliberately unobtrusive yet unmistakable to his heightened senses. "The tavern closed hours ago," Naruto observed as he approached. "Yet here you are." "Professional interest in expedition outcomes," Ryu replied simply. "Your countermeasures proved effective. For this manifestation, yes. Though I suspect it was merely exploratory rather than a full incursion attempt." Naruto studied her with newfound awareness of her background. "You lost comrades to something similar." It wasn't a question, and Ryu didn't treat it as one. Familia members. The Astria Familia, before its dissolution. We encountered a partial manifestation on floor 42 during routine exploration. Conventional approaches proved insufficient. The pain beneath her measured words revealed more than any detailed explanation could have. Naruto recognized the specific grief of a survivor who questioned whether different actions might have saved comrades. Today's success built on lessons from previous encounters, he acknowledged, giving her contributions appropriate recognition. "Your insights regarding nature-based countermeasures proved crucial to the sealing technique's effectiveness." This acknowledgement seemed to provide some measure of closure for the former adventurer. After a moment's silence, she nodded toward a secluded tea house still operating despite the late hour. "If you're providing unofficial debriefing, proper refreshment seems appropriate." The invitation offered opportunity for detailed information exchange outside official channels. Given Ryu's evident expertise regarding similar phenomena, accepting seemed prudent both tactically and personally. The tea house, clearly accustomed to late-night confidential conversations between adventurers, provided a private booth with discreet soundproofing enchantments. Over exceptional jasmine tea, Naruto shared technical details omitted from official reports while Ryu contributed historical context from previous manifestations. "The patterns suggest escalation," she concluded after analyzing the combined information. "Each incursion attempt demonstrates greater sophistication than previous ones, as if learning from failures." Cons. "I stand with intelligent direction rather than natural phenomena," Naruto agreed. "The question is whether the intelligence originates from the other dimension or represents someone in our world attempting to establish contact." Their technical discussion continued past midnight, transitioning gradually from professional analysis to more personal reflection as fatigue lowered normal barriers. Naruto found himself sharing carefully edited stories about Team 7's missions, while Ryu occasionally referenced her own adventuring experiences. "Your comrades remain alive in your world?" she inquired during a momentary lull. "As far as I know," Naruto confirmed, the uncertainty weighing heavily. "Time may flow differently between dimensions. Days here could be seconds there, or vice versa. You focus on present responsibilities rather than fixating on return," Ryu observed with quiet appreciation. "Many would prioritize personal concerns over broader threats. Helping others while ending my own path forward has always been my approach," Naruto replied, thinking of his journey from isolated child to respected shinobi. Besides, understanding these dimensional incursions might reveal the method for returning home. This philosophy seemed to resonate with Ryu's own experience rebuilding purpose after tragedy. As they eventually parted ways near dawn, something had shifted in their interaction, mutual respect deepening into the beginnings of genuine friendship based on shared values rather than merely aligned interests. The following days brought dramatic changes to Naruto's position within Orario. News of the expedition's success, carefully edited for public consumption, established the Grand Sage as a central figure in addressing unprecedented threats. Guild Officia LS sought his expertise on monitoring protocols, expedition leaders requested his assessment of unusual dungeon phenomena, and magical researchers petitioned for insights regarding dimensional theory. Most significant was the shift in how established power structures approached him. No longer merely an anomaly to be classified, Naruto had become a strategic asset that various factions sought to influence or secure. Dinner invitations arrived from multiple familial leaders, each offering alliance, resources, or information exchange with increasingly generous terms. Through it all, Naruto aimed careful independence while building a network of reliable contacts across Orario's complex social hierarchy. Regular patrons at the Hostess of Fertility provided insights into adventurer community rumors. Merchants in specialized districts offered practical information about equipment trends indicating dungeon developments. Guild connections like Aina shared officially sanctioned information, while occasionally suggesting where classified details might be found. A week after the expedition, Naruto returned to his apartment following comprehensive testing of enhanced monitoring systems installed throughout middle-level dungeon floors. The day had been productive but exhausting, involving complex integration of chakra-sensitive seals with guild detection networks. As he prepared simple, dinner from provisions stocked by guild support staff, a familiar presence registered at his door seconds before a precise knock sounded. Opening it revealed Ottar, Freya Familia's imposing captain. His expression characteristically stoic. "Lady Freya requests your presence at your earliest convenience," the Boaz warrior stated formally. "Matters of mutual interest have developed requiring consultation. The timing seemed significant given recent developments. I'll accompany you now," Naruto decided, gathering his equipment. Whatever Freya wished to discuss likely connected to the dimensional incursions and his role in addressing them. Unlike his previous visit to Folkvanger, this meeting occurred not in the elegant solarium but in Freya's private study, a space clearly designed for riotous discussion rather than social engagement. Ancient texts lined shelves of dark wood, while enchanted artifacts occupied carefully warded display cases. At the center, a massive desk of polished obsidian supported various documents and a crystalline model of the dungeon's known floors. Freya herself wore simpler attire than during their dinner, practical clothing that suggested recent return from some expedition. Though gods typically avoided entering the dungeon directly, her silver hair was tied back pragmatically, and her expression carried focused intensity rather than divine serenity. "Thank you for coming promptly," she greeted, dismissing Ottar with a subtle gesture. "Recent developments suggest time may be more limited than previously assumed. You've discovered something about the dimensional incursions," Naruto surmised, noting the ancient texts open on her desk, texts written in languages he didn't recognize but which contained diagrams remarkably similar to chakra network illustrations. Indeed, Freya activated a projection crystal, displaying three-dimensional mapping of energy fluctuations throughout the dungeon. This represents standard patterns recorded over centuries. However, following your arrival and the recent manifestation attempt, we're seeing this. The projection shifted, showing dramatic changes in energy flow, previously random fluctuations now demonstrating distinct organization. As if the entire dungeon were reconfiguring its internal structure toward some purpose. "The dungeon is responding intelligently," Naruto observed, recognizing patterns that reminded him of chakra pathway development in living organisms. "It's evolving in reaction to external stimuli." "Precisely," Freya confirmed, studying his reaction carefully. "Which challenges our fundamental understanding of what the dungeon actually is. Most gods have considered it a natural phenomenon with limited intelligence, dangerous but ultimately comprehensible within established parameters. But you've suspected otherwise," Naruto suggested, noting the ancient research materials that indicated long-term investigation beyond typical divine interest. "Some of us have." Freya's perfect features showed rare uncertainty. "There are legends among divinity. Stories predating our descent to the mortal realm, suggesting the dungeon might be connected to entities that existed before gods themselves." This revelation aligned with Kurama's assessments about the dungeon's energy feeling simultaneously younger and older than familiar chakra sources. "And you believe these dimensional incursions connect to those entities?" "The evidence supports that hypothesis," Freya acknowledged. "Which brings me to why I requested your presence. The alliance I previously OSED requires modification in light of these developments." She produced a new document, this one bearing not only her divine seal but those of several other major deities, Loki, Hephaestus, Ganesha, and Hermes among them. A unified response coalition, Freya explained, temporarily setting aside normal competition to address existential threats to Orario itself. Your expertise regarding DanMachi, onal phenomena and effective countermeasures places you in a central advisory position. Naruto examined the document carefully, noting the carefully structured responsibilities and authorities. This goes well beyond information sharing. You're essentially creating a specialized task force with cross-familia authorization. Unprecedented circumstances require unprecedented measures, Freya stated simply. The gods recognize genuine existential threat when presented with sufficient evidence. Your actions during the recent manifestation provided that evidence. The proposal represented significant commitment from notoriously independent divine entities, suggesting their concerns exceeded normal competitive considerations. For Naruto personally, it offered legitimate authorization to ACC's resources and information typically restricted to established familia hierarchies. I accept the advisory position, he decided after thorough consideration. With the understanding that my primary goal remains finding a way home while ensuring Orario's security against these incursions. Agreed, Freya confirmed, her amber eyes studying him with that peculiar focus that seemed to see beyond physical form. Though I suspect those objectives may prove more interconnected than initially apparent. As they finalized the agreement, Freya shared additional information regarding historical manifestations documented in restricted divine archives. The pattern confirmed Ryu's assessment, each incursion demonstrating greater sophistication, as if systematically testing Orario's defenses will. Gathering information about this dimension. The logical conclusion suggests eventual full-scale invasion rather than merely exploratory contact, Freya noted with unusual solemnity. Whatever exists beyond that dimensional boundary appears determined to establish presence here. Or someone on this side is equally determined to reach across, Naruto countered, thinking of his own involuntary arrival. My transportation here wasn't natural dimensional slippage. Someone or something specifically targeted me with functioning transportation jutsu. This perspective clearly intrigued Freya, challenging her working hypothesis. You believe someone within our world possesses knowledge of your dimension and the capability to selectively extract individuals from it. The evidence supports that possibility, Naruto replied, deliberately echoing her earlier phrasing, which suggests two distinct but potentially related phenomena. My targeted extraction from my dimension, and these broader incursion attempts from another source. Quote, their discussion continued late into the night, analyzing various theoretical frameworks that might explain both occurrences. Throughout this exchange, Naruto noted Freya's approach shifting subtly, treating him increasingly as intellectual equal rather than merely useful asset or interesting curiosity. When they finally concluded their session, Freya MPANIED him personally to Folkvanger's entrance rather than summoning Ottar or another escort. The night air carried the distinctive scent of approaching rain as they stood at the ornate gateway separating Freya territory from Orario proper. You continue defying conventional categorization, Naruto Uzumaki, Freya observed, using his name directly rather than his title, a subtle but significant shift in their interaction. Most mortals approach divinity with either sycophantic reverence or calculated manipulation, yet you maintain authentic engagement without either extreme. Where I'm from, I've dealt with beings of immense power who were neither gods nor mortals, Naruto replied thoughtfully. I learned that genuine respect combined with maintaining your own principles yields better results than either submission or confrontation. A philosophy with considerable merit, Freya acknowledged, though rarely demonstrated so effectively in practice. As they parted ways, Naruto sensed subtle shifts in her demeanor toward him, professional respect deepening into something more complex that transcended typical god-mortal dynamics. Whether this development represented advantage or complication remained to be determined. The rain began falling as Naruto traversed nighttime Orario, gentle precipitation that cleared streets normally bustling with activity. Rather than returning directly to his apartment, he created a shadow clone to maintain appearance of normal routine while the original headed toward Babel Tower. Guild security remained minimal during nighttime hours, focusing primarily on dungeon access points rather than administrative sections. Using infiltration techniques developed during countless shinobi missions, Naruto bypassed standard monitoring to access restricted archives containing detailed records of previous dimensional manifestations. The classified documentation confirmed patterns suggested by both Ryu's personal accounts and Freya's divine archives. More significantly, it revealed information deliberately omitted from official briefings, specifically, consistent reports of humanoid figures observed monitoring manifestation sites before guild response teams arrived. "Someone's studying these incursions," Naruto murmured, photographing key documents with a guild documentation crystal, borrowed, during earlier meetings. Possibly even facilitating them. This disturbing possibility aligned with his growing suspicion that his arrival and the dimensional incursions shared common origin, perhaps different aspects of the same research agenda. Being pursued by unknown actors within Orario. As he carefully returned the classified materials and exited guild headquarters undetected, Naruto considered the implications of these discoveries. If someone was deliberately manipulating dimensional boundaries, potentially risking catastrophic incursion to further their research, identifying and stopping them became priority equal to addressing the incursions themselves. The rain had intensified by the time he merged with his apartment-bound shadow clone, absorbing its experiences and maintaining his official timeline. Thunder rumbled across Orario as Naruto organized his gathered intelligence into coherent assessment, connecting fragments from various sources into increasingly troubling pattern. Something ancient was attempting access to this dimension through the dungeon's unique properties. Simultaneously, someone within Orario possessed knowledge of chakra-based dimensional transport specific to Naruto's world. Whether these represented collaboration or competing agendas remained unclear, but both threatened Orario's stability while potentially offering insight into Naruto's own dimensional displacement. As lightning illumina his apartment in momentary brilliance, Naruto's resolve solidified. Understanding these phenomena represented his best hope for eventually returning home, while protecting Orario from whatever threatened it fulfilled his fundamental shinobi principle, using power to protect rather than dominate. The Grand Sage of Orario would continue investigating both fronts, building necessary alliances while maintaining independence essential for objective assessment. Through growing storms both literal and metaphorical, Naruto Uzumaki would pursue truth with the same determination that had defined his journey from isolated child to legendary shinobi. Outside his window, Orario glistened in the rainfall, its lights reflecting from wet cobblestones like countless stars fallen to earth. Somewhere within this complex city of gods, monsters, and mortals lay answers to questions spanning dimensions. Finding them would require wisdom worthy of the title he'd been given, and strength equal to the challenges gathering on the horizon. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Sword and the Sage. Morning mist clung to Orario's western district as Naruto completed his sixth lap around the outer wall. His daily reigning regimen had become something of a spectacle among early rising citizens, 50 shadow clones performing simultaneous exercises throughout the city, each focusing on different skills while the original maintained cardiovascular conditioning. Today marked the third week since his arrival in this world, and despite pressing concerns about dimensional incursions, he remained disciplined about maintaining peak combat readiness. "Still at it, huh?" called a cheerful voice from atop the nearby guardhouse. Chiona Hiryut, the Amazon warrior from Loki Familia, dangled her legs over the edge with casual disregard for the 30-foot drop. Her tanned skin contrasted with the simple white training garb she wore, her characteristic twin tails bobbing as she tilted her head. "That's what, 6 laps already. The wall's nearly 5 miles around." Naruto completed his circuit before leaping effortlessly to join her on the rooftop. Despite the exertion, his breathing remained controlled, only a light sheen of sweat indicating any strain. "Physical conditioning translates across all combat scenarios," he explained, accepting the water flask she offered. "Chakra techniques become more efficient when the body doesn't require additional energy for basic functions." "Smart approach," Chiona acknowledged with professional appreciation. "Most adventurers rely too heavily on their fauna enhancements and neglect baseline conditioning." She studied him with open curiosity. "Though I'm still trying to figure out how your shadow clones work. Are they solid duplicates or just really convincing illusions?" "Fully autonomous duplicates," Naruto clarified, having grown accustomed to explaining his abilities to this world's inhabitants. "Each possesses independent consciousness and physical substance, though significantly less durable than the original. When they disperse, Their experiences and knowledge transfer back to me. Chiona whistled appreciatively. That's incredible for training efficiency. You're essentially multiplying your practice time by. She glanced around the visible clones scattered across training grounds, 50 or more. No wonder you've adapted so quickly to Orario's combat challenges. Their casual conversation continued as Naruto completed cooling stretches, Chiona occasionally demonstrating Amazon training techniques that complemented his shinobi methods. Chi's impromptu exchange represented the changing dynamics of Naruto's position in Orario. Respected adventurers increasingly sought him out for professional collaboration rather than competitive assessment. Actually, I had an ulterior motive for catching you during training, Chiona admitted, her normally carefree expression turning more serious. Finn's organizing an expedition to Floor 37 to investigate energy anomalies following the containment operation. He specifically requested your participation if you're available. Sounds important, Naruto observed, noting her uncharacteristic formality. When's the briefing? 2 hours from now at Twilight Manor, Chiona replied, referring to Loki Familia's headquarters. It's a joint operation with select members from multiple familias. Very hush-hush. This development aligned with Naruto's own investigation plans. The Response Coalition formalized through Freya's initiative had established protocols for cross-familia operations addressing dimensional concerns. Though implementation remained bureaucratically complex. I'll be there, Naruto confirmed, gathering his equipment. Any specific preparations recommended? Just bring your usual gear and that brilliant strategic mind, Chiona answered, her casual tone returning as she hopped to her feet. Though fair warning, Bet's been assigned to the team, and he's still sore about you stealing his thunder during the containment operation. Naruto chuckled, familiar with the werewolf warrior's abrasive personality from previous encounters. Professional jealousy or personal grievance? With Bet, always both. Chiona laughed, preparing to depart. He respects strength but hates when someone outshines him. Just ignore his growling and you'll be fine. As she leapt away with characteristic Amazon agility, Naruto summoned his dispersed shadow clones, integrating their varied training experiences before heading toward his apartment. The morning's developments suggested acceleration in the official response to dimensional anomalies, potentially offering new information relevant to his personal situation. After quick preparations and reviewing notes from his various information sources, Naruto made his way to Twilight Manor. The Loki Familia headquarters impressed even someone accustomed to the Hokage Tower's grandeur, a sprawling complex combining fortress-like security with architectural elegance. Guild-certified magical barriers supplemented physical defenses, while discreetly positioned sentries monitored approaches with professional vigilance. The guards admitted him without challenge, clearly expecting his arrival. A slender supporter with mouse-like features escorted him through winding corridors to a secure briefing room deep within the complex. Inside, he waited an assembly that underscored the operation's significance. Elite members from multiple major familias gathered around a tactical display. Finn Diemni, the Palom captain of Loki Familia, ACKN. Acknowledged Naruto's arrival with a respectful nod. Grand Sage, thank you for joining us. Your expertise regarding the anomalies we're investigating proves increasingly valuable. Naruto returned the reading while scanning the assembled team. Most he recognized from previous operations or reputation. Gareth Landrock, the Dwarven veteran. Rivriel Yo's Alf, the High Elven mage. Bet Loga, the Werwo. LF warrior currently scowling in his direction. Chiona and her twin sister Tion, and several other high-level adventurers from various familias. Most notable was Ace Wallenstein, standing slightly apart from others while studying tactical projections with intense concentration. The Sword Princess's golden eyes reflected analytical precision as she absorbed operational details, her expression revealing nothing of her thoughts. Her reputation as Orario's most promising young adventurer seemed justified by the unconscious deference others showed her despite her reserved demeanor. Now that everyone has arrived, Finn began. Activating enhanced mapping crystals, let's review our objective. Following the containment operation 2 weeks ago, monitoring stations detected residual energy fluctuations throughout Floor 37. Initially dismissed as aftermath from the dimensional incursion, these patterns have not dissipated as expected. Instead, they've stabilized into consistent formations suggesting deliberate configuration. The projection displayed three-dimensional mapping of energy signatures spreading through Floor 37's architecture like luminescent roots, concentrating particularly around the chamber where the gateway had been neutralized. Most concerning, continued Riveria, the operations magical specialist, these energy patterns exhibit properties inconsistent with both normal dungeon phenomena and the dimensional anomalies we previously encountered. They appear to be adapting to the environment, almost like living organisms establishing territory. Adapting how specifically? Naruto inquired, studying the projection with professional interest. Integrating with the dungeon's natural energy flows, Riveria explained, highlighting interaction patterns. Conventi. Onal monitoring spells struggle to maintain distinction between native dungeon energy and these new formations. They're essentially camouflaging themselves within existing systems. This behavior pattern triggered recognition in Naruto. It resembled chakra network development during advanced medical ninjutsu he'd observed during post-war rehabilitation efforts. It's building infrastructure, he suggested, drawing surprised looks. Like constructing pathways for more efficient energy transmission throughout the affected area. That aligns with our analysis, Finn confirmed, showing new appreciation for Naruto's technical understanding. Which raises the critical question, infrastructure for what purpose? And who's directing it? Added Gareth gruffly. Energy doesn't organize itself precisely without intelligence behind it. The briefing continued with assignment of specialized responsibilities based on individual capabilities. The operation would deploy in 3 coordinated EAMS. Investigation team led by Riveria to analyze energy patterns, security team under Gareth to address monster threats, and primary assessment team led by Finn with Naruto and Ace as key specialists. Our primary objective is comprehensive assessment rather than neutralization, Finn emphasized. Unless the anomalies present immediate threat, we gather data to inform strategic response. The GR and Sage's Sage Perception and Lady Ace's Wind Affinity should provide complementary analysis capabilities for the primary formations. Following detailed tactical review, team members dispersed for final preparations. As Naruto examined equipment schematics for specialized monitoring devices developed by Hephaestus Familia, he became aware of Ace Wallenstein approaching with deliberate purpose. Grand Sage, she addressed him formally, her voice carrying unexpected melodic quality despite her reserved demeanor. Regarding your observations about energy integration patterns, you've encountered similar phenomena previously. In my world, yes, Naruto confirmed, appreciating her direct approach. Chakra networks sometimes exhibit adaptive behaviors when introduced to new environments. USU. Ally indicates purposeful reconfiguration rather than random dispersion. Ace considered this information with visible concentration. During the containment operation, your wind techniques disrupted the dimensional gateway more effectively than conventional magic. Why? The technical question surprised Naruto. Most adventurers focused on practical applications rather than theoretical mechanics. Natural energy harmonics, he explained. My wind chakra contains elements of sage energy, which resonates at frequencies that counteract dimensional thinning. Creates dissonance that destabilizes artificial connections between realms. Instead of the confusion such technical explanation typically generated, Ace nodded with apparent understanding. Similar to how my wind affects certain monster abilities by disrupting their magical constructs. Exactly, Naruto affirmed, intrigued by her analytical approach. Your wind techniques during the operation showed remarkable precision. Self-developed or traditional methodology. Instinctive initially, refined through experimentation, Ace replied, something shifting in her typically reserved expression, professional recognition from someone who understood her specialized capabilities. Most wind users focus on cutting properties. I've developed techniques emphasizing disruptive harmonics. Their technical exchange continued as preparations concluded, establishing unexpected rapport between two elite combatants with vastly different backgrounds but similar analytical approaches to their abilities. By the time deployment began, they had developed preliminary frameworks for combining their wind techniques if necessary during the operation. The expedition moved through Babel Tower's secure access points with efficient coordination. Guild authorization ensuring unimpeded progress toward deeper floors. Enhanced transportation magic accelerated their descent, specialized equipment dampening monster attraction signals to minimize unnecessary encounters. Naruto used this transit time to create shadow clones that scouted adjacent passages, providing continuous environmental assessment without risking team separation. This technique impressed even veteran adventurers accustomed to conventional scouting methods, as it offered real-time intelligence without endangering personnel. Efficient system, Finn commented as they IVED and other clones report about changing monster migration patterns ahead. Your shadow clones function essentially as autonomous scouts with perfect reporting accuracy. And expendable if discovered, Naruto added pragmatically. Though they're gathering more than just visual information. In Sage mode, they can detect energy fluctuations through solid surfaces and identify anomalous signatures before visual confirmation. This capability proved invaluable as they approached Floor 37, where conventional detection methods began experiencing interference from the strengthening anomalous energy fields. When standard guild monitoring crystals failed completely on Floor 36, Naruto's shadow clone network became their primary early warning system. Environment changes significantly approximately 200 meters ahead. Reported a clone that dispersed deliberately to transfer information. Monster behavior patterns shifting from territorial to migratory, they're avoiding specific corridors where energy concentrations exceed normal parameters. Finn adjusted their approach accordingly, implementing specialized formation developed for environments with compromised sensory intelligence. Aiz and Naruto moved to forward reconnaissance positions, their complementary detection abilities, her wind sensitivity and his sage perception, providing essential guidance through increasingly disorienting passages. The dungeon architecture itself is changing, Aiz observed quietly as they navigated a corridor whose proportions seemed to shift subtly with each step. Not physically reconstructing, but altering how space functions within its boundaries. Dimensional warping, Naruto confirmed, Sage Chakra extending his perception beyond conventional limitations. Similar to space-time ninjutsu effects, but more pervasive and less precisely controlled. Like the dungeons experimenting with spatial manipulation. This assessment proved prophetic when they encountered their first significant obstacle, a chamber whose interior dimensions seemingly violated Euclidean geometry, corners connecting at impossible angles while gravity orientation shifted unpredictably throughout the space. Standard crossing formation ineffective here, Finn determined after initial assessment. Suggestions for alternative approach. Sequential anchor points, Naruto proposed, having encountered Milar spatial distortions during certain high-level missions. Each person creates stable reference position for the next team member's advancement. Implementing this technique required precise coordination as team members established connection points through the destabilized space, essentially creating a human chain that maintained orientation despite the chamber's spatial inconsistencies. Naruto's shadow clones provided additional anchors at critical junctures, while Aiz's wind techniques created temporary stabilization fields around particularly warped sections. Their successful Ion demonstrated exceptional adaptability that strengthened team cohesion. Even Bet grudgingly acknowledged the effectiveness of Naruto's approach, though he couched his approval in characteristically abrasive terminology. Beyond this chamber, the anomalous energy signatures intensified dramatically. Ambient magic concentrated in visible patterns along surfaces, forming complex geometric designs that pulsed with synchronized rhythm. Most concerning were crystalline formations emerging from walls and floor, smaller versions of those encountered during the dimensional incursion, but exhibiting different energy characteristics. These aren't gateway components, Riveria assessed after careful magical analysis. They're more like sensory organs, gathering and processing information about their environment. Monitoring systems, Naruto suggested, recognizing parallels to certain sensory barrier techniques. They're studying the dungeon's response to their presence. This disturbing implication guided their continued approach toward the central anomaly. Security teams neutralized occasional monster threats with practiced efficiency, though combat proved increasingly challenging. Spatial distortions affected movement and coordination. Throughout these engagements, Naruto noted Aiz's exceptional combat adaptability, her sword techniques automatically compensating for shifting spatial properties with seemingly instinctive precision. Your adjustment to spatial distortion is remarkable, he commented during momentary respite between encounters. Most fighters struggle with recalibrating distance perception when space itself warps. Necessary development, Aiz replied simply, her golden eyes continuously scanning for threats. Certain high-level monsters manipulate local space as defensive mechanism. Adaptation became essential for effective engagement. This practical perspective reflected specialized combat experience beyond her apparent age, knowledge typically acquired through decades of high-risk encounters rather than years. Naruto recognized in her the characteristic intensity of someone driven by purpose transcending normal advancement motivations. As they approached the central chamber where the dimensional gateway had been neutralized, environmental anomalies reached unprecedented levels. Gravity fluctuated randomly, light behaved according to unfamiliar physical principles, and time itself seemed inconsistent, movements occasionally accelerating or slowing without apparent pattern. Conventional entry protocols compromised by environmental conditions, Finn assessed. Consulting with Riveria regarding magical countermeasures. We need specialized approach for final chamber access. I might have solution, Naruto offered, forming familiar hand signs. Shadow clone. Dimensional anchor technique. The modified clone technique created not duplicates of himself but rather stabilization points that countered specific spatial distortions. These anchors established normalized field through which the team could advance while maintaining standard physical laws within their immediate vicinity. Impressive adaptation, Riveria noted with professional appreciation. You modified your technique specifically for these conditions. Developed something similar during interdimensional conflict in my world, Naruto explained while maintaining concentration on the anchors. Though this version's customized for dungeon-specific distortion patterns. With this protection established, the expedition advanced into the central chamber, and encountered something none had anticipated despite extensive preparation. The vast space where Dimensional Gateway had previously formed had transformed beyond recognition. Crystalline structures read every surface in fractal patterns of mathematical precision, pulsing with emerald energy that flowed through the formations like liquid light. At the chamber's center floated a geometric construct of impossible complexity, a three-dimensional representation of multidimensional mathematics that hurt the eyes to observe directly. Most striking was the figure studying this construct, a slender man with distinctive silver-white hair that seemed to absorb rather than reflect the ambient light. Her form-fitting attire combined elements of adventurer practicality with subtle elegance suggesting noble background. While the staff she carried emanated magical resonance detectable even without specialized perception. She turned at their entrance, revealing features of ethereal beauty marred by a jagged scar across her left cheek. Her eyes, heterochromatic, one amber and one deep violet, widened briefly in surprise before narrowing with calculating assessment. Earlier than anticipated, she remarked, her accent suggesting origins beyond Orario's typical cultural range. Though not entirely unexpected, the system registered your approach approximately 17 minutes ago. Finn stepped forward, maintaining professional composure despite the unexpected encounter. This area is under guild restriction following confirmed dimensional anomalies. Identify yourself and explain your presence. The woman's expression conveyed mild amusement rather than concern. Researcher Lyra Silverthread, formerly affiliated with academic institutions you wouldn't recognize. Her gaze shifted to Naruto with sudden intensity. Though I suspect the Grand Sage might find certain elements of my background familiar. This direct acknowledgement triggered Naruto's strategic assessment reflexes. Her knowledge of his title suggested intelligence gathering, while her calm demeanor despite being discovered in restricted territory indicated either exceptional confidence or powerful protection. You're studying the dimensional residue, Naruto observed, noting her specialized equipment and the modified monitoring crystals positioned throughout the chamber. With considerable expertise based on your methodologies. Astute observation, Lyra acknowledged, though residue understates what remains here. This, she gestured toward the geometric construct, represents the most significant diamond. Sional boundary thinning recorded in 17 years. The mathematical patterns alone will advance theoretical understanding by decades. Unauthorized research in restricted zones carries severe penalties, Riveria stated. Magical energy gathering subtly around her as precautionary measure. Particularly concerning phenomena with documented catastrophic potential. Lyra sighed with what appeared to be genuine disappointment. Always the same narrow perspective from institutional representatives. Containment and restriction rather than understanding and advancement. Her gaze returned to Naruto. You, however, represent something new in this equation. An interdimensional traveler with direct experience traversing boundaries considered impermeable by conventional theory. The precision O.F. This assessment confirmed Naruto's suspicion. She possessed specific knowledge about his arrival that even guild leadership lacked. "You know something about how I got here," he stated rather than asked. "I know a great many things about interdimensional mechanics," Lyra replied with careful ambiguity, including certain theories about directed extraction versus random displacement. "Your arrival pattern suggests the former rather than latter." This conversation was interrupted by sudden environmental shift, the crystalline formations pulsing with increased intensity as the geometric construct at chamber's center began rotating through impossible angles. Monitoring crystals throughout the chamber activated simultaneously, recording data with apparent urgency. "Fascinating," Lyra murmured, attention diverted to these developments. Phase transition occurring much earlier than projected models suggested. "Your presence appears to be catalyzing accelerated reconfiguration. What exactly is happening here?" Finn demanded, signaling security team to establish defensive perimeter. "Nothing dangerous yet," Lyra assured them, though her focus remained on monitoring equipment. "The D-dimensional boundary is exhibiting sympathetic resonance with specific energy signatures present in your group, creating feedback loop that amplifies certain harmonics while dampening others." Her gaze fixed on Naruto with renewed intensity. "Particularly your unique energy signature, Grand Sage. The residual gateway structure recognizes patterns compatible with its fundamental architecture." T's assessment aligned with theories Naruto had been developing regarding his involuntary dimensional transfer. Before he could pursue this critical information further, however, the situation deteriorated dramatically. The geometric construct's rotation accelerated beyond tracking capability, its structure emitting high-pitched tone that drove several team members to their knees in pain. Crystalline formations throughout the chamber began fracturing along precise mathematical lines, releasing concentrated energy that coalesced around the central construct. "Unexpected harmonic convergence," Lyra announced, her previous calm replaced by focused urgency as she manipulated control mechanisms on her staff. "Boundary stability compromised. Implementing containment protocols." The magical wire she generated provided temporary stabilization, but secondary crystalline formations continued destabilizing at accelerating rate. Energy discharge increased exponentially, threatening catastrophic release within confined space. "Evacuation required," Finn ordered decisively. "Security team, establish exit corridor. Research team, implement emergency containment procedures." "Conventional containment ineffective against dimensional cascade," Lyra countered, her barrier visibly straining against growing energy distortions. "Once initiated, the process continues until reaching equilibrium point or catastrophic dissolution. Unless disrupted through counteractive resonance," Naruto interjected, recognizing patterns similar to certain chakra destabilization events. "The energies organizing around specific harmonic frequency. Introducing dissonant vibration could force dispersal rather than concentration." This assessment earned sharp look from Lyra. "Theoretically sound but practically impossible without precise harmonic identification." "The mathematical complexity is similar to wind chakra circulation patterns," Naruto interrupted, turning toward A's. "Your wind techniques during the previous operation demonstrated natural harmonic dissonance against dimensional energy. Combined with my sage chakra, we might generate sufficient counteractive force." A's processed this proposal with characteristic efficiency. "Specific approach, aerial bombardment from multiple vectors," Naruto suggested, already creating shadow clones positioned strategically throughout the chamber. "Your wind creates initial disruption wave, my sage techniques follow with targeted harmonic countermeasures." As they rapidly developed tactical implementation, Finn coordinated supporting elements, Riveria establishing secondary containment barriers, Gareth positioning defensive formations to protect against potential backlash, other team members securing critical monitoring data for analysis regardless of outcome. Lyra observed these preparations with visible reevaluation of the team's capabilities. "Your approach has theoretical merit," she acknowledged to Naruto. "Though successful, implementation requires precision beyond conventional magical systems." "Good thing we're not using conventional magic," Naruto replied, sage chakra manifesting as golden energy surrounding him. "Ready when you are, Sword Princess." A's nodded once, closing her eyes briefly in concentration. When they reopened, subtle transformation had occurred, her golden irises seeming to contain swirling currents of concentrated wind energy. Her sword desperate glowed with silver-white illumination as she channeled power through the legendary blade. Tempest, she stated simply, launching herself toward the geometric construct with impossible speed. What followed demonstrated why A's Wallenstein had earned her reputation as Orario's most promising combatant. Her sword techniques transcended conventional wind magic, each precise movement generating controlled atmospheric manipulation that surgically targeted specific crystalline formations. Rather than raw destruction, her approach created cascading disruption patterns that interfered with the harmonic convergence at mathematical level. Naruto's shadow clones activated simultaneously, each implementing specialized sage technique targeting different harmonic frequencies identified through his perception. Golden energy flowed through precise patterns that counteracted the dimensional resonance, creating destructive interference that prevented energy concentration. The combined assault represented unprecedented synergy between fundamentally different power systems, A's Falna-enhanced wind magic harmonizing perfectly with Naruto's Chakra-based techniques despite their distinct metaphysical foundations. Where her wind created openings in the energy pattern, his Sage Chakra introduced stabilizing counter-frequencies that gradually forced the system toward equilibrium. Lyra's expression shifted from professional assessment to genuine amazement as she observed their coordinated approach. Remarkable compatibility, she murmured, adjusting her own containment barriers to complement their efforts. Their techniques are achieving harmonic synthesis despite originating from incompatible theoretical frameworks. The geometric construct's rotation gradually slowed as harmonic disruption took effect, its impossible angles collapsing toward conventional dimensional properties. Crystalline formations throughout the chamber stopped fracturing, their energy discharge diminishing from dangerous cascade toward controlled dispersion. As stabilization progressed, Naruto implemented secondary technique he'd developed specifically for dimensional anomalies. Sage Art. Boundary Seal, he announced, forming complex hand signs that channeled golden energy into specialized configuration. The technique created metaphysical framework that reinforced natural dimensional boundaries, essentially increasing resistance against unauthorized transit between realms. Unlike conventional magical barriers that merely contained energy, this PP Roach addressed fundamental principles governing dimensional integrity. Within minutes, the immediate crisis had been neutralized. The geometric construct collapsed into inert crystalline formation, while secondary structures throughout the chamber entered dormant state with minimal residual energy signature. Environmental distortions gradually normalized, spatial properties returning to standard dungeon parameters. As the expedition team secured the stabilized chamber, Finn approached Naruto and A's with professional appreciation. Exceptional work, both of you. That combination technique prevented potential disaster while preserving research value of the site. Indeed, agreed Riveria, her magical assessment confirming comprehensive stabilization. The harmonic synchronization bet, in your respective techniques achieved effects beyond what either could have accomplished individually. A's acknowledged this assessment with characteristic reserve, though Naruto detected subtle shift in her expression, professional satisfaction combined with genuine interest in their unexpected technical compatibility. Their successful collaboration had established foundation for potential future cooperation. Amidst this professional recognition, Naruto noticed Lyra systematically gathering her research materials while the team focused on stabilization protocols. Her efficiency suggested someone accustomed to rapid extraction when circumstances required hasty departure. Planning to leave before formal questioning, Naruto inquired, approaching her position while maintaining non-threatening demeanor. Lyra paused, heterochromatic eyes studying him with renewed calculation. Institutional procedures rarely prioritize knowledge advancement over regulatory compliance. My research requires freedom from such limitations. That research might explain how I arrived in this world, Naruto countered. And potentially how to return home. This perspective visibly affected her assessment calculations. An intriguing proposition, she acknowledged. Though complete analysis requires facilities beyond field capabilities. I'm not suggesting guild detention, Naruto clarified. Saint professional consultation regarding interdimensional mechanics relevant to my situation. Lyra considered this proposal with evident intellectual interest. Your technical understanding exceeds typical adventurer parameters. Perhaps limited information exchange could prove mutually beneficial. Before this negotiation could progress further, Finn approached with formal guild documentation. While we appreciate your expertise regarding these phenomena, unauthorized presence in restricted zones requires official processing. Guild regulations are quite specific. Lyra's expression revealed momentary calculation before she sighed with theatrical resignation. Very well. I shall endure bureaucratic procedures in service of greater knowledge advancement. As security team established appropriate escort protocols. Naruto noted Lyra surreptitiously palming small crystalline device with practiced sleight of hand. Her gaze met his briefly, subtle acknowledgement passing between them. She recognized his detection of her contingency preparation and he implicitly agreed not to reveal it immediately. This unspoken exchange established unusual dynamic outside official protocols. Naruto Rico, GNIZED potential information source worth cultivating independently, while Lyra clearly identified him as access point to knowledge beyond institutional channels. The expedition's return journey proceeded without significant incident. Though environmental normalization lagged behind their progress, spatial distortions gradually diminishing rather than immediately disappearing. Throughout this challenging navigation, Naruto and Aiz maintained forward reconnaissance position, their complementary abilities ensuring safe passage despite lingering anomalies. During one particularly complex spatial distortion, they became temporarily separated from the main group, not dangerously isolated but sufficiently removed for private conversation beyond team monitoring. Your wind techniques demonstrate fundamental understanding beyond typical magical application, Naruto observed as they established temporary position while awaiting team advancement. The mathematical precision suggests theoretical knowledge rather than just combat instinct. Aiz considered this assessment before responding with unusual openness. Wind responds differently to intention versus prescribed formulas. Most adventurers follow established patterns. I listen to what the element itself suggests. This philosophical approach paralleled sage methodology more closely than conventional magical theory. Where I'm from, we call that natural attunement, Naruto explained, recognizing that elements have inherent properties beyond what humans impose through technique. Something shifted in Aiz's typically reserved expression, recognition of kindred perspective rarely encountered among her peers. You understand wind differently than mages here. They speak of control and domination. You approach it as partnership. Because elements have their own nature, Naruto affirmed, thinking of his journey mastering sage techniques. Working with that nature instead of against it yields better results, though it requires surrendering some control. This concept visibly resonated with Aiz, who had developed her distinctive techniques through intuition rather than formal magical education. Their technical discussion continued until team reconnection, establishing foundation for potential knowledge exchange beyond immediate operational requirements. Upon returning to Babel Tower, expedition members were direct to comprehensive debriefing rather than standard reporting. The unexpected encounter with unauthorized researcher in restricted zone had escalated protocol requirements, particularly given her Rent expertise regarding dimensional phenomena. Guild leadership had assembled specialized assessment team including representatives from Magical Research Division, Security Operations, and Diplomatic Corps. Oranos himself, the rarely seen deity overseeing guild operations, attended via communication crystal, his presence indicating significance beyond standard procedural concerns. Lyra Silverth, Reed maintained composed professionalism throughout intensive questioning, providing technical information that demonstrated genuine expertise while carefully avoiding specifics regarding her background or research objectives. Her responses reflected someone accustomed to navigating institutional investigations without compromising core priorities. Most revealing were exchanges between Lyra and specialized magical researchers, where technical terminology occasionally revealed theoretical frameworks beyond conventional Orario understanding. References to nonlinear dimensional topology and resonance pattern authentication suggested methodologies developed outside established magical traditions. Naruto observed these proceedings with professional assessment honed through numerous diplomatic missions. Lyra's controlled information release represented calculated strategy, providing sufficient technical value to establish credibility while withholding critical components that would reveal her true objectives. When debriefing finally concluded after several hours, guild leadership removed Lyra for specialized processing while expedition members received individual assessment interviews. Naruto's session focused particularly on the harmonic disruption technique he had implemented with A's, officials requesting detailed explanation of theoretical principles and potential applications. The approach combines elements from different magical systems, Naruto explained, providing technical details while avoiding sensitive information about chakra's fundamental nature. A's wind techniques create initial disruption that my sage energy can then stabilize through harmonizing with natural dimensional boundaries. This explanation satisfied immediate analytical requirements while establishing foundation for potential official research initiatives. Throughout this exchange, Naruto maintained careful balance between cooperative transparency and strategic information control, sharing knowledge beneficial to Orario's security while protecting aspects potentially vulnerable to weaponization. As formal proceedings concluded near evening, expedition members were released with commendations for successful crisis management. The unexpected dimensional stabilization represented significant achievement beyond original assessment objectives, with particular recognition for the Naruto A's technique that had prevented potential catastrophic discharge. Outside guild headquarters, team members dispersed toward respective familia territories for additional internal debriefing. Naruto prepared to return to his apartment when unexpected voice called from nearby Shadow. Grand Sage, A's Wallenstein addressed him formally, though something in her typically reserved demeanor suggested personal rather than professional purpose. May I request consultation regarding technical aspects of our combined technique? The invitation's phrasing maintained professional parameters establishing framework for continued collaboration. Of course, Naruto agreed, recognizing opportunity to develop potentially valuable alliance. Though perhaps somewhere less bureaucratically charged than guild headquarters. This suggestion earned subtle shift in A's expression, brief relaxation of her perpetually composed features. Twilight Manor maintains specialized training facilities with appropriate privacy for technical discussion. Their journey toward Loki Familia headquarters proceeded with companionable silence punctuated by occasional observations about lingering environmental effects from their expedition. Unlike many adventurers who filled quiet moments with boastful recounting of their actions, A's seemed comfortable with reflective silence, quality Naruto appreciated after days of intensive debriefing. Twilight Manor's training facilities impressed even someone familiar with shinobi practice grounds. Multiple specialized environments accommodated different combat disciplines, while magical measurement systems provided precise feedback regarding technique effectiveness. Most striking was the Wind Chamber, a circular space with continuously flowing aerial rents that responded dynamically to magical manipulation. My personal training area, A's explained as atmospheric currents adjusted to her presence, swirling in complex patterns that reflected ONSYS harmony between practitioner and element. Loki commissioned it specifically for wind technique development. Impressive attunement, Naruto observed, sensing how the chamber's energy flows. Synchronized with A's natural magical signature. The environment recognizes you specifically. Responds to consistent presence over time, A's clarified, though she seemed pleased by his recognition of this subtle characteristic. After sufficient exposure, certain magical environments develop affinity for regular practitioners. This phenomenon paralleled natural energy behaviors Naruto had observed during sage training, suggesting fundamental principles transcending specific magical systems. As they settled into technical discussion about their combined technique, this shared understanding facilitated communication despite different terminology frameworks. Your wind creates disruption patterns at specific mathematical intervals, Naruto explained, using chakra visualization to illustrate concepts. My sage energy then introduces stabilizing counter-harmonics that prevent cascading resonance. The dimensional boundary responds differently to our respective approaches, A's observed. Demonstrating remarkable analytical understanding despite limited theoretical background. Your techniques affect fundamental structural integrity while mine disrupt energy organization patterns. Their exchange progressed from technical analysis to practical refinement, developing theoretical framework for more efficient implementation should similar situations arise. Throughout this collaboration, Naruto noted Aiza's exceptional intuitive grasp of complex dimensional concepts despite lacking formal mathematical education, her understanding stemming from direct observation and practical application rather than theoretical study. You perceive energy patterns most mages require instruments to detect, Naruto commented as they completed particularly complex synchronization exercise. Natural sensitivity beyond typical magical perception. Aiza hesitated before responding, suggesting territory rarely discussed with others. I've always seen things differently. Energy flows, pattern relationships, structural weaknesses. Others describe using detection spells for what seems immediately visible to me. This revelation explained much about her combat effectiveness against phenomena that confounded conventional adventurers. Where I'm from, we'd call that natural sage potential, Naruto explained. Innate harmony with environmental energy that typically requires years of specialized training to develop. Something shifted in Aiza's typically composed expression. Recognition that aspect of herself often considered abnormal might represent valuable capacity rather than inexplicable aberration. Is that common in your world? Extremely rare, Naruto admitted. Most shinobi require extensive training to achieve even basic sage perception. Natural affinity at your level would be considered exceptional even among specialized practitioners. This perspective visibly affected Aiza, whose isolated development had provided limited context for understanding her unique abilities. Their discussion expanded to comparing fundamental principles between chakra systems and fauna-based magic, identifying unexpected parallels despite different metaphysical foundations. As evening progressed, their technical exchange gradually incorporated more personal elements, Naruto sharing edited stories about sage training with Mount Myoboku toads, Aiza occasionally referencing our independent exploration of wind capabilities beyond conventional magical education. Most instructors insisted wind magic functioned primarily as cutting force, she explained during discussion of elemental applications. When I described disruptive harmonics or structural manipulation, they dismissed these as misunderstandings of basic principles. Institutional knowledge often calcifies around established patterns, Naruto observed, thinking of his own unorthodox development outside traditional academy frameworks. Innovation typically comes from those willing to question fundamental assumptions. This philosophical alignment created unexpected connection between two specialists from radically different backgrounds but similar developmental experiences, both having forged unique abilities through experimentation outside conventional educational systems. Their collaboration concluded with practical implementation, joint technique refinement that demonstrated remarkable compatibility despite fundamentally different power sources. Naruto's shadow clones provided multiple simultaneous testing configurations, while Aiza's precise wind control created perfectly calibrated experimental conditions. The harmonic synchronization we achieved in the dungeon wasn't coincidental, Naruto noted as they completed particularly successful combination. Our techniques naturally complement each other despite different theoretical foundations. Practical effectiveness transcends system boundaries, Aiza agreed, displaying rare enthusiasm as their combined approach achieved results beyond either individual capability. Theoretical incompatibility matters less than functional harmony. This successful collaboration established foundation for potential ongoing partnership addressing dimensional anomalies, relationship beneficial both professionally and personally as each recognized valuable counterpart in the other. As their session concluded near midnight, mutual respect had evolved into genuine appreciation for complementary capabilities. Thank you for sharing your perspective, Aiza stated as they prepared to conclude their session. Her typically reserved expression showed subtle warmth rarely displayed in professional contexts. Most adventurers approach magic as tool rather than relationship. Your understanding of natural energy alignment clarifies aspects of my own development I couldn't previously articulate. Likewise, Naruto replied sincerely. Your wind techniques demonstrate principles I've only seen in sage practitioners with decades of specialized training. The intuitive understanding you've developed independently is genuinely impressive. This exchange represented significant personal connection for someone as typically reserved as Aiza Wallenstein. As they departed Twilight Manor's training facilities, tentative plans formed for future collaboration extending beyond immediate crisis response requirements. The following morning brought unexpected development when Guild Messenger delivered formal invitation to specialized research initiative being established under joint sponsorship from multiple familias. The project, officially designated Dimensional Stability Analysis Program, requested Naruto's participation as technical consultant regarding harmonic disruption techniques developed during recent expedition. Most notable was co-sponsorship structure including both Loki and Freya familias, unusual collaboration between typically competitive organizations. Project leadership would rotate between representatives from participating familias, with initial coordination assigned to Riveria Leo's Alf from Loki familia. This institutional response demonstrated how significantly recent events had affected Orario's power dynamics. Dimensional anomalies represented sufficient concern to override traditional competitive barriers, while Naruto's central role in addressing these threats had established his position beyond merely unusual visitor status. As Naruto considered this invitation while completing morning training routine, familiar presence approached with characteristic grace that betrayed extensive combat experience despite casual appearance. Ryu Lion wore civilian attire rather than hostess of fertility uniform, suggesting unofficial capacity for this morning encounter. Interesting developments from yesterday's expedition. The elven former adventurer commented without preamble. Unauthorized researcher with specialized knowledge regarding dimensional mechanics, discovered in restricted zone precisely. Where you need information about your arrival method. Her tone conveyed neither accusation nor judgment, merely professional assessment of situation's unusual characteristics. Naruto appreciated this direct approach rather than political maneuvering typical of official channels. Suspicious timing, he acknowledged, completing cool-down stretches while considering how much to reveal. Though her knowledge seems legitimate based on technical details she provided during debriefing. Guild records indicate no previous documentation of researcher matching her description, Ryu continued, maintaining casual observation position that nonetheless provided optimal situational awareness. Despite specialized knowledge suggesting extensive academic background that should appear in institutional archives. This information confirmed Naruto's suspicions regarding Lyra's unconventional status. Someone operating outside official channels but with sufficient expertise to navigate restricted zones undetected until now. Precisely. Ryu agreed. Currently held in specialized assessment facility rather than standard detention. Unusual accommodations for unauthorized researcher, suggesting value beyond standard protocol considerations. The implication was clear. Guild leadership recognized Lyra's potential intelligence value despite procedural violations, arranging specialized handling to facilitate information extraction rather than simple regulatory enforcement. Any indications of her research objectives before our arrival? Naruto inquired, recognizing Ryu's information network. RK likely extended into areas official briefings wouldn't cover. Reports from support staff suggest comprehensive monitoring installation predating your expedition by approximately 3 weeks, Ryu replied. Sophisticated equipment requiring substantial resources beyond individual capacity, indicating organizational backing despite apparent solo operation. This timeline aligned with patterns. Naruto had been tracking through various information sources, systematic investigation of dimensional phenomena beginning shortly after his arrival in Orario. The correlation suggested either opportunistic research following unexpected interdimensional event or potentially more concerning possibility of prior knowledge regarding his transportation. Their discussion continued as they walked toward Commercial District, exchanging observations about recent developments while maintaining appearance of casual conversation. Ryu's information complemented official briefings with crucial context regarding institutional responses and unofficial reactions throughout Orario's complex social hierarchy. Most significant perhaps is expedited establishment of cross-familiar research initiative, Ryu noted as they approached Marketplace. Organizational frameworks typically requiring months of negotiation implemented within days of your expedition findings. Suggesting preparation already underway before official authorization. Naruto observed. Contingency planning assuming certain outcomes rather than responding to unexpected developments. Precisely, Ryu confirmed. Institutional FICIENCY typically indicates anticipation rather than reaction. This assessment aligned with Naruto's growing suspicion that certain factions within Orario possessed greater knowledge about dimensional phenomena than publicly acknowledged. The rapid response suggested preparedness beyond what immediate crisis would typically generate. Their information exchange concluded as they reached busier commercial areas where private conversation became impractical. With subtle coordination requiring no verbal confirmation, they established future communication framework utilizing Hostess of Fertility as neutral meeting ground for continued intelligence sharing. Naruto spent remainder of morning reviewing comprehensive documentation package delivered with research initiative invitation. The Tekken ICAL specifications demonstrated surprising sophistication regarding dimensional theory, suggesting knowledge base extending beyond what recent expeditions alone would provide. Most interesting were proposed testing protocols for harmonization techniques similar to those he and A's had improvised during crisis response. The methodologies indicated theoretical framework developed through systematic research rather than merely documenting observed phenomena, another indication of prior knowledge regarding dimensional mechanics. As he analyzed these materials, distant sensation registered at EDG of his awareness, familiar chakra signature momentarily flaring before subsiding beyond detection threshold. The impression lasted barely a second but carried unmistakable characteristics of space-time ninjutsu activation. Someone from our world, he murmured, extending sage perception to maximum range despite knowing the signature had already disappeared. Or at least, someone using techniques from our world. Brief but distinctive, Kurama confirmed, the fox's awareness having registered the same momentary presence. Spatial displacement jutsu with unfamiliar modification pattern. NOT transportation technique we've encountered previously. This development added critical dimension to expanding mysteries surrounding Naruto's presence in Orario. The space-time chakra signature confirmed active connection between worlds rather than merely passive dimensional thinning, someone specifically utilizing shinobi techniques modified for cross-dimensional application. Before Naruto could implement immediate investigation, another guild messenger arrived with urgent summons from Royman Mardial. The formal request specifically mentioned developments regarding interdimensional researcher requiring immediate consultation. Quote, upon arriving at guild headquarters, Naruto was directed not to Royman's office but to specialized security section normally restricted to highest clearance personnel. The heightened security and unusual protocol deviation suggested significant developments beyond standard procedural concerns. Inside secure consultation chamber waited Royman, Orano's via communication crystal, and several specialized guild officials including Aina Tool serving as documentation coordinator. Their expressions conveyed controlled urgency rather than crisis management, Augusting complex development rather than immediate threat. Grand Sage, Royman began without standard administrative preamble, we face unusual situation regarding the researcher apprehended during yesterday's expedition. Her technical expertise has been confirmed through comprehensive assessment, but certain aspects of her background raise significant concerns requiring your specialized perspective. Orano's continued from communication crystal, his ancient voice carrying authority that transcended physical presence. Lyra Silverthread has provided information regarding dimensional mechan ICS that aligns with theoretical models developed by our most advanced researchers. However, certain methodological elements she describes parallel techniques you've demonstrated rather than conventional magical approaches. The implication hung unspoken but clear, potential connection between Lyra's research and Naruto's home dimension. Aina activated documentation crystal displaying technical specifications Lyra had provided during specialized questioning, formulaic representations that immediately triggered Naruto's recognition despite modified terminology. These are chakra circulation patterns, he identified immediately, studying diagrams with growing concern. Specifically, space-time manipulation frameworks similar to certain transportation techniques from my world, though adapted to incorporate elements from your magical system. This confirmation visibly affected guild leadership, confirming suspicions that had prompted this consultation. Royman gestured toward secondary documentation showing energy measurement readings from various dimensional anomaly sites. These signature patterns match residual energy detected following your arrival in Orario, he explained. Sting connection between established transportation methodology and your unexpected dimensional transfer. She knows how I got here, Naruto concluded, processing implications with strategic asses SM. And honed through countless high-stakes situations. And potentially how similar transportation might be implemented in future. Precisely our concern, Orano's confirmed. Which raises significant security considerations regarding both dimensional stability and potential exploitation of transportation techniques for purposes beyond academic research. The discussion continued with detailed analysis of Lyra's provided information, comparing technical elements with Naruto's knowledge of chakra-based dimensional techniques. Throughout this exchange, Naruto maintained careful balance between riveting necessary assessment while protecting sensitive information about his world's capabilities. Based on these specifications, she's developed hybrid methodology combining chakra circulation principles with your world's magical amplification systems, Naruto explained, highlighting critical integration points in the displayed diagrams. The approach demonstrates sophisticated understanding of both systems despite their fundamentally different metaphysical foundations, suggesting extended study of both dimensional frameworks rather than recent opportunistic research, Orano's observed. His ancient wisdom cutting directly to strategic implications. Knowledge acquisition requiring sustained access to information sources from both worlds. This assessment aligned with Naruto's growing suspicion that his arrival represented culmination of long-term research project rather than unexpected accident or spontaneous dimensional phenomenon. Someone had specifically targeted him for traction from his dimension using methodologies developed through systematic investigation of cross-dimensional mechanics. As consultation concluded with establishment of specialized monitoring protocols for Lyra's continued questioning, Naruto received unexpected secondary assignment from Orano's himself. Your unique perspective regarding these developments proves increasingly valuable, the ancient deity stated. Beyond official response frameworks, your independent assessment capacity provides essential perspective unfiltered by institutional constraints. The implicit authorization for parallel investigation outside official channels represented significant trust from Orario's foundational leadership. Naruto accepted this responsibility with appropriate acknowledgement of its implications for his operational parameters within increasingly complex situation. Upon leaving guild headquarters, Naruto implemented immediate action plan addressing multiple investigative vectors simultaneously. Shadow clones established surveillance network monitoring key locations throughout Orario, while the original proceeded toward appointment with specialized equipment developer who had been recommended through Hephaestus Familia connections. The equipment specialist, a taciturn dwarven craftsman named Durgan Stoneforge, operated from inconspicuous workshop in Orario's industrial district. His reputation among elite adventurers suggested capabilities beyond official guild classification, particularly regarding specialized detection equipment modified for unconventional energy signatures. Heard you might be stopping by. Durgan greeted without looking up from intricate crystal apparatus he was calibrating. Word travels fast when someone starts asking about dimensional resonance detection systems. Recommended as someone who understands unconventional energy detection requirements, Naruto explained, noting sophisticated equipment throughout workshop that contradicted its modest exterior appearance. Particularly adaptation for non-standard magical signatures. This introduction earned grunt of professional acknowledgement as Durgan finally looked up from his work. His calculating assessment took in Naruto's equipment and posture with expert evaluation before apparently reaching satisfactory conclusion. Grand Sage seeking specialized equipment suggests interest in developments beyond official announcements, the craftsman observed, setting aside his current project. What specifically are you trying to detect? Chakra signatures from my home dimension, Naruto explained directly, recognizing technical specialist who would appreciate forthright approach rather than diplomatic circumlocution. Particularly space-time manipulation techniques operating at interdimensional scale. Rather than surprise or confusion, this request earned thoughtful nod followed by practical assessment questions demonstrating unexpected familiarity with relevant concepts. Frequency range, manifestation duration, ambient interference factors. Their technical consultation continued for several hours, Naruto providing detailed specifications while Durgan developed easily sophisticated detection framework incorporating elements from both magical and chakra-based sensing methodologies. The resulting prototype represented innovative hybrid approach capable of identifying chakra signatures despite Orario's different metaphysical properties. Initial calibration requires reference sample, Durgan explained as they finalized design parameters. Something Car. Ying distinctive chakra signature characteristics from your dimension. Naruto considered available options before producing specialized kunai from his equipment pouch. Weapon from my world, infused with specific chakra pattern during forging process. Should provide baseline resonance characteristics for calibration purposes. The craftsman accepted this reference material with professional appreciation. Immediately beginning calibration process utilizing specialized equipment that measured energetic properties beyond standard magical assessment capabilities. Throughout this procedure, Naruto noted Durgan's unusual familiarity with interdimensional detection principles, knowledge suggesting previous experience beyond typical craftsman parameters. You've worked with cross-dimensional energy detection before, Naruto observed, maintaining conversational tone despite strategic significance of this realization. Durgan's hands never paused in their precise adjustments. Certain FAML IAS maintains specialized research divisions investigating phenomena beyond standard guild classification parameters. Technical specialists with appropriate discretion occasionally receive interesting commissions. This carefully phrased explanation confirmed Naruto's suspicion that established research into dimensional phenomena predated his arrival, likely conducted through unofficial channels outside regular guild oversight. The revelation suggested institutional knowledge compartmentalization rather than genuine ignorance regarding interdimensional mechanics. As technical consultation concluded with agreement regarding delivery timeline for completed detection system, Naruto received unexpected memory transfer from Shadow Clone dispersed after completing assigned surveillance mission. The information conveyed significant development. Lyra Silverthread had been transferred from Guild Security Facility to specialized research installation within Freya Familia territory. This custody transfer outside standard Guild protocols suggested high-level negotiation beyond public administrative frameworks. Freya's acquisition of primary information source regarding dimensional mechanics presented significant strategic development with potential implications for multiple investigative vectors. Rather than immediately pursuing this development, Naruto maintained scheduled movements to avoid alerting observation networks that likely monitored his activities. The afternoon proceeded with apparent normality, equipment acquisition, scheduled consultation with guild administration regarding expedition documentation. Casual meal at hostess of fertility where Ryu could observe his normal behavioral patterns. Only after establishing comprehensive alibi framework did Naruto implement specialized investigation technique, transforming Shadow Clone into inconspicuous insect form before dispatching it toward Freya Familia territory. This approach balanced information gathering requirements against operational security considerations, providing necessary intelligence without compromising his position. Evening brought formal commencement reception for the Joint Research Initiative, established following dimensional anomaly response. The event, hosted at neutral diplomatic venue within Guild Administration Complex, gathered representatives from participating familias alongside SP. ECI-Elized researchers and key expedition members. Naruto attended as officially designated technical consultant, utilizing social gathering to observe political dynamics while establishing connection with relevant specialists. Throughout careful navigation of complex social hierarchies, he noted particular interaction patterns suggesting underlying agendas beyond stated research objectives. Most significant was subtle tension between Loki and Freya representatives despite official cooperation framework. Their formal collaboration masked competitive undercurrent regarding information control and research direction, dynamic that could potentially impact overall program effectiveness if not properly managed. A's Wallenstein stood somewhat apart from these political maneuvers, her attention focused on technical discussions with specialized magical researchers rather than familia positioning. When Naruto approached her position, he noted immediate shift in nearby observers' attention, but unmistakable assessment of their interaction. Interesting response pattern, he commented quietly as they examined projection displaying dimensional stability measurements from recent expedition. Our technical collaboration appears to carry political implications beyond practical applications. A's nodded almost imperceptibly, her situational awareness extending beyond typical combat Parameters into social dynamics rarely acknowledged in her official profile. Certain parties consider capability development zero-sum competition rather than mutual advancement opportunity. This sophisticated assessment confirmed Naruto's growing appreciation for depth beneath her reserved exterior. Their conversation progressed through technical topics while maintaining awareness of observation patterns surrounding their interaction. The harmonic disruption approach we developed has applications beyond crisis response, Naruto noted, highlighting specific measurement data from their combined technique. Preventative stabilization could address dimensional thinning before manifestation reaches critical threshold, requiring regular monitoring beyond current guild coverage parameters, A's observed, immediately identifying practical implementation requirements. Expedition scheduling limitations prevent comprehensive surveillance of vulnerable locations. This exchange established framework for potential ongoing collaboration addressing dimensional stability concerns outside official program limitations. Throughout this discussion, Naruto noted increasing attention from multiple observation vectors, particularly representatives from divine factions monitoring their technical exchange with unusual focus. Most notable was Freya's entrance midway through the reception, her div-in presence immediately shifting atmosphere throughout the gathering. Unlike most attendees dressed in formal but practical attire, the goddess wore elegant gown of midnight blue adorned with subtle crystalline elements that captured light in hypnotic patterns. Her silver hair cascaded freely rather than adopting fashionable arrangement, while minimal ornamentation emphasized her natural divine beauty. Her arrival created ripple effect through assembled representatives, conversations pausing momentarily before resuming with subtly altered dynamics. Most significant was her initial movement a turn, proceeding directly toward diplomatic greeting with Loki before establishing position offering clear observation of Naruto's location without immediately approaching. Calculated positioning, A's noted quietly, her tactical assessment extending beyond battlefield applications to social strategy, establishing dominant observation position while allowing necessary diplomatic engagement patterns. This observation demonstrated unexpected political awareness beneath A's typically combat-focused exterior. Their conversation continued with professional focus despite increasing attention from various quarters, establishing effective working relationship that transcended familia-based competitive considerations. As the reception progressed through formal presentations regarding research initiative parameters, Naruto received memory transfer from returned surveillance clone. The information confirmed his suspicion. Lyra Silverthread had been installed in specialized research facility within Folkvanger, provided with equipment and resources suggesting research continuation rather than merely information extraction. Most significant was recorded conversation between Lyra and Freya herself, discussing theoretical frameworks regarding dimensional boundary characteristics with surprising technical detail. The exchange demonstrated sophisticated understanding from both participants, suggesting Freya possessed knowledge regarding dimensional mechanics beyond typical divine interest. This development added critical dimension to expanding investigation. Freya's acquisition of primary information source regarding chakra-based dimensional techniques, combined with her established interest in Naruto's unique status, suggested strategic agenda potentially connecting to his involuntary arrival in Orario. As formal presentations concluded and reception transitioned to networking phase, Freya finally approached Naruto's position with characteristic grace that parted crowds without apparent effort. Her amber eyes held familiar focus that seemed to perceive beyond physical presence to something within. Grand Sage, she greeted with melodic voice that carried complex harmonics beyond normal vocal range. Your contributions to recent expedition have generated considerable interest among those studying dimensional phenomena. Most impressive was your harmonic disruption technique developed in collaboration with Lady Wallenstein. This direct acknowledgement of their partnership carried subtle undercurrent Naruto couldn't immediately identify, not jealousy precisely, but something more complex involving assessment of relationship dynamics beyond professional parameters. The approach combined complementary techniques addressing different aspects of dimensional destabilization. Naruto explained professionally while studying her response patterns. A's wind abilities create initial disruption framework that sage techniques can then stabilize through natural energy harmonization. Freya's perfect features showed genuine intellectual interest beneath social pleasantries. Fascinating integration between fundamentally different systems. Such harmonic compatibility between distinct magical frameworks suggests principles transcending conventional theoretical limitations. This observation demonstrated sophisticated understanding beyond typical divine appreciation for mortal capabilities. Throughout their exchange, Naruto noted subtle shifts in Freya's expression when referencing his work with A's, complex emotional indicators suggesting evolving perspective regarding their professional relationship. Perhaps we might discuss technical applications in greater detail sometime, Freya suggested as their conversation concluded. Particularly regarding natural energy harmonization principles you've demonstrated. My research division has developed several theoretical models regarding dimensional boundary characteristics that might benefit from your unique perspective. The invitation established framework for information exchange beyond official program parameters while maintaining plausible connection to authorized research initiatives. Naruto accepted with appropriate professional interest, recognizing opportunity to gather intelligence regarding Freya's knowledge of dimensional mechanics while potentially accessing Lyra's ongoing research. As reception concluded and attendees dispersed toward respective territories, Naruto implemented secondary investigation vector, creating specialized shadow clone to monitor research facility active. While the original maintained normal movement patterns that would appear in official observation records. The following morning brought unexpected development when Tiona Hiryut appeared at his apartment shortly after dawn. Her typically cheerful demeanor carrying unusual urgency. Emergency expedition forming, she explained without standard social preliminaries. Monitoring systems detect major energy surge on floor 37 approximately 1 hour ago. Finn's assembling response team with participation request specifically for UNAs based on previous stabilization success. This development suggested significant acceleration in dimensional phenomena beyond projected timelines from previous assessment. Naruto gathered specialized equipment while Tiona provided additional details. Regarding detection parameters and preliminary analysis results, energy signature differs from previous manifestations, she explained as they moved rapidly toward Babel Tower rendezvous point. Her harmonic frequency with distinctive modulation patterns suggesting directed application rather than natural occurrence. Someone's deliberately manipulating the dimensional boundary, Naruto concluded. Recognizing implications immediately, testing response parameters or implementing specific modification protocol. That's Finn's assessment as well, Tiona confirmed. Which is why he specifically requested your participation despite compressed preparation timeline. Your dimensional mechanics understanding exceeds our specialized researchers. Upon reaching Babel Tower's secure staging area, Naruto found abbreviated expedition team already assembled. Finn coordinating final preparations while A's reviewed monitoring data with focused concentration. The streamlined team composition PHA-sized combat specialists with specific experience addressing dimensional anomalies, suggesting anticipation of potential manifestation beyond previous containment parameters. Grand Sage, Finn AC, acknowledged his arrival with characteristic efficiency. Apologies for abrupt summons, but developing situation suggests time-critical response requirement. Initial analysis indicates directed energy PP location rather than spontaneous manifestation, with modulation patterns suggesting specific mechanical objective rather than random dimensional thinning. Someone's implementing structured modification protocol, Naruto confirmed. Examining monitoring data that displayed familiar chakra circulation patterns despite modified implementation methodology. These modulation frequencies match space-time manipulation techniques from my world, though adapted to incorporate elements from your magical system. This assessment visibly impacted expedition planning, confirming suspicions that had prompted emergency response authorization. Finn immediately adjusted tactical approach to address potential intelligent opposition rather than merely natural phenomenon management. Departure in 15 minutes, he announced. Finalizing equipment distribution. Priority objectives include anomaly assessment, stabilization implementation if feasible, and identification of potential directing intelligence if present. Standard communication protocols with emergency override authorization if situation exceeds containment parameters. As team members completed final preparations, A's approached Naruto's position with purposeful directness. The energy modulation patterns match theoretical models we discussed during harmonic synchronization development, she observed, referencing their technical Collaboration following previous expedition, suggesting whoever is directing this activity possesses knowledge of our countermeasure approach. And potentially developing techniques specifically assigned to circumvent our disruption methodology. Naruto agreed, recognizing sophisticated adaptation in the displayed energy patterns. We'll need to modify our approach based on these new parameters. Their technical discussion continued during accelerated descent toward target location, developing modified stabilization protocol incorporating lessons from previous implementation while addressing new modulation patterns evident in current manifestation. Throughout this exchange, Naruto noted unprecedented openness in Aiza's typically reserved demeanor, professional focus creating connection that transcended normal social constraints. Upon reaching floor 35, environmental conditions deteriorated beyond previous expedition parameters. Spatial distortions affected fundamental movement mechanics. Gravitational inconsistencies created unpredictable force vectors, and atmospheric composition itself fluctuated between normal dungeon parameters and alien chemical structures harmful to conventional respiration. Dimensional boundary deterioration exceeding previous manifestation characteristics. Finn assessed, implementing specialized protective measures developed following earlier expeditions. Accelerated progression suggests directed amplification rather than natural evolution. Naruto implemented sage perception to analyze underlying energy patterns, confirming disturbing development. The distortion isn't originating from external dimension attempting access to ours, he identified, recognizing crucial distinction from previous incidents. It's being generated from within this dimension toward external target, essentially creating outward-facing gateway rather than inward-facing entrance. This assessment fundamentally altered strategic considerations. Previous respawn-say protocols had focused on preventing external entities from accessing Orario's dimension, whereas current activity suggested attempt to establish passage in opposite direction, potentially providing access to other realms including Naruto's home dimension. As they approached final approach corridor to floor 37's central chamber, Naruto detected familiar chakra signature, distinctive space-time manipulation pattern similar to momentary flare he'd sensed previously, but now sustained rather than merely transient. The resonance matched modified transportation techniques similar to those documented in Lyra's research materials, suggesting direct connection between theoretical framework and current implementation. Someone's actively implementing transportation jutsu modified for this world's conditions, he informed Finn. Recognizing strategic implications immediately, the signature suggests preparation for actual dimensional crossing rather than merely theoretical testing. This critical intelligence prompted immediate tactical adjustment, with Finn implementing specialized approach protocol developed for potential encounter with intelligent opposition. Team members shifted from environmental hazard management to potential combat formation, while still maintaining dimensional stabilization capability as primary objective. Upon reaching central chamber entrance, specialized NSORS confirmed unprecedented energy concentration within, power levels exceeding previous manifestation by orders of magnitude, with modulation patterns suggesting final implementation phase rather than preliminary testing. Standard entry compromised by energy density, Finn assessed, consulting with technical specialists regarding alternative approach vectors. Atmospheric composition beyond conventional protection parameters. I can create stabilized entry corridor, Naruto offered, implementing specialized technique developed specifically for hostile environmental penetration. Shadow C. Lone. Environmental Stabilization Network. The modified technique created interconnected clone formation that established normalized atmospheric pocket extending from their position into the chamber. Each clone maintained specific energy circulation pattern that counteracted dimensional distortion within limited radius, collectively creating navigable pathway through otherwise lethal environmental conditions. Impressive adaptation, Finn acknowledged, immediately reorganizing team movement pattern to utilize this unexpected capability. Primary assessment team will advance through Stabilis-Ed corridor while support elements maintain security perimeter. As they penetrated the chamber's distorted environment, visual perception finally registered what energy sensing had already detected. The central space had been transformed into complex technological installation combining elements from multiple magical traditions with components Naruto immediately recognized as modified chakra circulation frameworks. At the installation's center stood familiar figure, Lyra Silverthread, her distinctive heterochromatic eyes focused on control mechanism integrated into staff she had carried during previous encounter. Most striking was the gateway structure forming above primary platform, dimensional portal significantly different from previous manifestation, its configuration suggesting contour. Old directional access rather than random boundary thinning. Fascinating timing, Lyra commented without looking away from her calibration activities. Though not entirely unexpected given monitoring system distribution throughout relevant floors. Your response protocols have impressive efficiency parameters. Finn stepped forward, maintaining professional composure despite obvious breach implications. This activity violates multiple guild restrictions regarding dimensional manipulation. Deactivate all systems immediately and surrender for formal processing. Lyra sighed with what Appy read to be genuine disappointment rather than concern. Always the same institutional response patterns. Restriction and containment rather than exploration and advancement. Her gaze shifted to Naruto with focused intensity. Though your presence offers interesting possibility for productive dialogue rather than merely adversarial positioning. You're attempting directed dimensional transit, Naruto observed. Studying gateway configuration with growing concern. Specifically targeting my home dimension based on energy signature calibration parameters. Perceptive assessment, Lyra acknowledged with professional appreciation. The harmonic resonance pattern your chakra naturally generates provides excellent calibration reference for establishing stable connection to your origin dimension. Much more efficient than previous methodologies requiring extensive trial and error approach. This confirmation of targeted dimensional activity prompted immediate security response, with Team Me. MBERS establishing containment positions while Finn initiated formal interdiction protocol. Under Guild authority, I am ordering immediate system shutdown and surrender of all research materials. Ira's expression showed calculation rather than concern as she assessed response team capabilities. Unfortunate positioning. Current implementation phase cannot be safely terminated without control A. Deactivation sequence requiring approximately 17 minutes. Immediate shutdown would trigger catastrophic harmonic cascade affecting minimum 3-floor radius. This technical assessment match Head Naruto's own evaluation of the gateway structure's energy configuration. Forced deactivation would indeed create devastating feedback loop potentially exceeding containment capabilities of even their specialized team. Verification of deactivation requirements. Finn requested, turning to Naruto for technical assessment. Her statement appears accurate based on current energy integration patterns. Naruto confirmed after sage perception analysis. The system's established positive feedback loop requiring graduated power reduction rather than immediate termination. This technical why created complex tactical situation. Immediate security response impossible without triggering potentially catastrophic consequences, while allowing continued operation risked successful gateway completion with unknown strategic implications. Controlled deactivation under supervision, Finn decided, implementing compromise approach balancing immediate safety against longer-term security considerations. Technical specialists will monitor process while security elements maintain containment positions. Lyra nodded with apparent professional approval. Reasonable approach given parameter constraints. I'll require assistance from someone familiar with chakra circulation principles to properly modulate certain gateway components. This stipulation created obvious opening for information exchange beyond immediate crisis management. Naruto recognized both opportunity and potential manipulation attempt, maintaining cautious approach while accepting necessary technical collaboration. I see. And provide guidance for chakra-based components, he agreed, moving toward primary control installation with careful attention to potential countermeasures or hidden capabilities. As they initiated deactivation sequence, A's established position providing both overview of entire process and immediate intervention capabilities should treachery emerge. Her wind techniques maintained ready status that could implement harmonic disruption with minimal activation time, effectively serving as failsafe against potential deception. The deactivation process revealed sophisticated integration between KRA-based dimensional techniques and this world's magical amplification systems. Lyra's implementation demonstrated extraordinary theoretical understanding beyond mere replication of observed phenomena. A genuine innovation creating hybrid methodology transcending limitations of either system independently. Your comprehension of chakra mechanics extends beyond observational analysis, Naruto noted. As they calibrated particularly complex energy redirection sequence. The integration methodology demonstrates fundamental understanding rather than merely superficial application. Extended study utilizing various information sources. Lyra acknowledged without elaborating specific research methodology. Though practical implementation benefits significantly from direct observation of functiona. L chakra circulation patterns your techniques provide. Throughout this technical collaboration, Naruto maintained parallel intelligence gathering regarding both gateway configuration specifics and Lyra's knowledge parameters. Most significant was confirmation that her research predated his arrival in Orario by considerable timeframe, suggesting established dimensional investigation rather than early opportunistic response to unexpected visitor. As deactivation approached critical transition phase, unexpected energy surge manifested within gateway structure, harmonic resonance pattern shift ing from controlled reduction toward sudden amplification. The dimensional portal, previously stable in controlled shutdown sequence, began expanding beyond established containment parameters. Unexpected harmonic convergence, Lyra announced with professional concern rather than panic. External energy source interfering with deactivation sequence. This assessment aligned with Naruto's own perception. Something beyond their immediate environment was providing additional power to the gateway, counteracting shutdown procedures with precisely calculated energy injection. Someone else is connected to this system, Naruto identified. Recognizing implications immediately. Remote operator implementing override protocol through established link. This revelation transformed tactical considerations from technical malfunction management to potential coordinated operation with multiple participants. Finn immediately adjusted security positioning while A's moved to implement emergency containment protocols they had developed following previous dimensional incidents. Before standard response could complete, however, the gateway achieved unexpected stability, dimensional portal transitioning from unstable expansion to controlled configuration maintaining specific diameter and energy characteristics. Most striking was the visual window now visible within the portal's boundaries, showing landscape unmistakably familiar to Naruto. The Hokage monument, he identified immediately, recognizing distinctive mountainside bearing carved faces of Konoha's leaders. That's my village. This confirmation created momentary hesitation throughout response team. The gateway now represented potential homeward passage for someone officially recognized as involuntary visitor rather than merely dangerous dimensional anomaly. The ethical complexity temporarily superseded security protocols as team members recognized personal implications beyond technical considerations. Naruto himself experienced NCED complex emotional response, unexpected opportunity to return home balanced against concerning methodology and unknown strategic agenda behind gateway creation. The window to his world represented everything he had been seeking since arrival in Orario, yet the circumstances created justified suspicion regarding underlying purpose. Remarkable stability considering remote intervention, Lyra commented. Professional assessment temporarily overriding political positioning. The harmonic resonance has achieved self-sustaining equilibrium despite deactivation attempt. Suggests specifically braided external power source precisely matching gateway requirements. This technical evaluation confirms sophisticated operation beyond individual capacity, coordinated effort between multiple A-lists with comprehensive understanding of dimensional mechanics and specific knowledge regarding target location. The implementation precision suggested extensive preparation rather than opportunistic exploitation of unexpected developments. We need to implement emergency containment, Finn decided, balancing multiple strategic considerations against immediate security requirements. While recognizing potential significance for the Grand Sage personally, this diplomatic acknowledgement of Naruto's position demonstrated respect beyond merely tactical assessment. Before implementation could begin, however, new voice entered conversation from unexpected vector. Perhaps hasty containment represents missed opportunity rather than prudent security, suggested melodic voice carrying distinctive divine harmonics. Freya stepped from secondary chamber in trance, her arrival clearly surprising even Finn's experienced tactical awareness. The goddess wore practical exploration attire rather than typical elegant garments, suggesting direct participation beyond merely administrative oversight. Lady Freya, Finn acknowledged with appropriate protocol despite obvious questions regarding her unexpected presence. This situation involves significant security concerns requiring immediate containment response, while also representing unprecedented research opportunity regarding controlled dimensional transit. Freya countered smoothly, her amber eyes studying gateway configuration with evident technical understanding beyond typical divine curiosity. Particularly given connection to He Grand Sage's home dimension, knowledge potentially beneficial for both his personal situation and Orario's broader security considerations. This perspective introduced complex political dimension beyond immediate tactical response. Freya's divine authority carried significant weight within Orario's power structure, while her unexpected presence suggested prior knowledge regarding gateway activation, potentially connecting to Lyra's earlier transfer to Freya Familia territory. Most significant was subtle shift in power dynamics as Freya positioned herself near Naruto, establishing visual IGN meant that suggested protective interest rather than merely administrative intervention. This positioning created implicit association between them while simultaneously establishing separation from A's, who maintained emergency response position with characteristic professional focus. The gateway configuration appears stable currently, Naruto observed, addressing technical reality while carefully navigating political implications. Though external power source creates unpredictable sustainability variables beyond standard assessment parameters, suggesting observation period before implementing irreversible containment protocols, Freya proposed, her reasonable tone masking sophisticated strategic positioning. Limited research window allowing controlled data collection regarding able dimensional connection, valuable information for preventing future unauthorized manifestations. This proposal created legitimate scientific justification for delayed containment while potential serving alternative agenda regarding gateway preservation. Finn recognized complex dynamics at play, implementing compromise approach balancing multiple considerations. Temporary observation protocol with continuous monitoring and emergency containment readiness, he decided, establishing parameters that acknowledged Freya's position while maintaining security responsibility. Limited research window with predetermined termination timeline regardless of results. This resolution created structured framework addressing immediate situation while preserving operational authority despite divine presence. Throughout this negotiation, Naruto maintained careful assessment of multiple factors beyond obvious political positioning, particularly gateway stability characteristics and Lyra's subtle adjustments to control systems despite apparent deactivation process. Most significant was stable visual connection to Konoha maintained through dimensional portal. The image showed not merely static landscape but active environment with moving figures suggesting real-time connection rather than merely recorded projection. The potential for actual return pathway created personal considerations beyond tactical assessment, introducing emotional dimension to increasingly complex situation. As observation protocol implementation began with specialized monitoring equipment deployed throughout chamber, Freya approached Naruto with characteristic grace that seemed unaffected by environmental distortions still present in peripheral areas. This development must carry significant personal implications, she observed, her tone conveying genuine understanding rather than merely diplomatic acknowledgement. Unexpected pathway home appearing amidst circumstances raising legitimate concerns regarding underlying purpose. This perceptive assessment demonstrated emotional intelligence beyond typical divine interaction with mortals. Complicated situation, Naruto acknowledged, appreciating forward recognition of personal dimension beyond technical considerations. Though origin and methodology create justified questions regarding actual functionality and potential hidden consequences. Understandable concerns, Freya agreed, her amber eyes studying his expression with that peculiar focus that seemed to perceive beyond physical reaction to something deeper. Though perhaps preliminary investigation might clarify functional parameters without committing to complete transit. Information valuable both personally and strategically. This suggestion offered reasonable compromise, say between opportunity utilization and security caution, controlled testing rather than either complete rejection or unqualified acceptance. Before Naruto could respond, however, A's approached their position with characteristic directness that ignored political complexity in favor of practical assessment. The gateway's harmonic stability is fluctuating beyond standard parameters, she reported. Professional focus unchanged despite divine presence. Energy signature suggests potential reconfiguration phase approaching rather than merely sustained maintenance. This technical observation directed attention toward immediate practical considerations rather than political positioning or personal implications. Naruto extended sage perception to verify Aiza's assessment, confirming concerning development in the gateway's energy pattern. The dimensional window is shifting focus location, he identified, recognizing subtle but significant change in the displayed landscape. Moving from Noa proper toward training grounds in northeastern sector. This specific directional adjustment suggested targeted modification rather than random fluctuation, someone on the other side deliberately adjusting connection point toward less populated area. The precision indicated both sophisticated control and specific knowledge regarding Konoha's geography, raising further questions about who might be operating counterpart gateway in his home dimension. As observation continued, the image stabilized on familiar location, training ground 44, commonly known as the Forest of Death. This specific site carried particular significance for Naruto personally, having featured prominently in his Chunin exam experience years earlier. The targeting precision suggested connection to his personal history rather than merely random selection, further indicating intelligence operation rather than natural phenomenon. Someone who knows me is controlling the other side, Naruto concluded, recognizing implications immediately. The location selection is too specific to be coincidental. This assessment created new strategic considerations beyond immediate technical management. If coordinated operative on-span dimensions with participants in both realms, containment approach required fundamental reconsideration. Before implementation planning could adjust to this development, the gateway energy pattern shifted again, this time with dramatic intensity increase suggesting transition from observation mode to active functionality. The dimensional window expanded slightly while energy harmonics stabilized into configuration consistent with actual transit capability rather than merely visual connection. Gateway achieving full operational parameters, Lyra announced with professional assessment overriding political positioning. Transition capability approximately 97% of theoretical maximum, sufficient for physical transit with minimal integrity loss. This technical milestone created immediate decision point regarding response approach. Standard security protocol would implement immediate containment given unauthorized dimensional transit capability, while research NSI durations suggested controlled observation of unprecedented stable configuration. Personal implications for Naruto added ethical dimension beyond institutional guidelines, creating genuinely complex situation without obvious optimal resolution. We should implement emergency containment, Finn stated, prioritizing established security protocols despite complex considerations. Unauthorized dimensional transit represents unacceptable risk parameters regardless of potential benefits. Perhaps premature given stable configuration and unique research opportunity, Freya countered smoothly, divine authority evident beneath diplomatic phrasing. Controlled observation with appropriate security measures would provide valuable information without triggering catastrophic feedback through forced shutdown. Their philosophical division represented fundamental tension within Orario's power structure, institutional security frameworks balancing against knowledge advancement priorities, with divine perspective often transcending mortal risk assessment parameters. Naruto recognized genuine validity in both positions while maintaining primary focus on technical reality rather than political positioning. The gateway's current stability suggests controlled testing possibility without immediate containment requirement, he observed, providing technical assessment independent of either political agenda. Though continuous monitoring and emergency response readiness remain essential given unknown external operator involvement. This balanced perspective acknowledged legitimate concerns, while proposing measured approach avoiding either extreme position. As discussion continued regarding optimal response framework, Aiza maintained focused attention on gateway itself rather than political negotiations surrounding it. Movement detected on opposite side, she reported suddenly, interrupting administrative debate with practical observation. Something approaching transit point from F. Orsted area approximately 200 meters from current focal position. This development immediately redirected everyone's attention toward the dimensional window, where indeed movement could be Observed among dense foliage characteristic of training ground 44. The approaching figure remained partially obscured by vegetation, though progressive advancement suggested deliberate approach toward gateway location. Potential transit attempt from opposite side, Finn assessed, immediately implementing heightened security protocols while maintaining observation capability. All personnel maintain defense positions with containment measures at ready status. The chamber's atmosphere shifted from research environment to potential combat scenario, with team members adjusting positioning to a de-dress unknown threat vector while preserving operational flexibility. Throughout this transition, Naruto maintained calibrated balance between tactical readiness and careful assessment, recognizing potential friendly contact from his home dimension despite concerning operational parameters. As the figure emerged from forest coverage into clear view of dimensional window, collective tension increased. Then transformed into confusion as unexpected individual became visible. Rather than shinobi operative or dimensional researcher, the approaching figure was massive orange toad wearing distinctive blue jacket and carrying scroll nearly as large as himself. Gamakichi, Naruto identified immediately, recognizing Toad Sage contract summon he'd worked with extensively during 4th Ninja War and subsequent missions. That's a summon animal from Mount Myoboku, specifically, son of the Toad Sage chief. This identification created new complexity beyond standard threat assessment. The Toad Sum represented legitimate connection to Naruto's established network rather than unknown operator, while simultaneously confirming sophisticated involvement beyond merely technical experiment. Gamaki Kai approached the dimensional boundary with obvious caution, studying the gateway from his side with professional assessment rather than immediately attempting transit. After careful examination, he produced specialized seal tag from his jacket and applied it to boundary edge, seemingly testing stability characteristics before potential crossing attempt. He's implementing stability verification protocol, Naruto explained for others observing this unusual procedure. Standard approach for unknown spatial transport techniques when security verification required. This explanation provided text for observation team while simultaneously demonstrating Naruto's professional familiarity with the procedure, and direct confirmation of his legitimate connection to entities from dimension visible through gateway. After completing several diagnostic tests, Gamakichi produced small scroll which he held toward dimensional window with obvious communicative intent. The text visible on unfurled section contained specific message in cipher system Naruto immediately recognized as Konoha Special Operations classification used for secure field communications. Its authenticated communication, Naruto informed the observation team, recognizing significance beyond merely personal message. Specific cipher pattern indicating official Konoha correspondence rather than merely personal communication. This distinction carried important implications regarding potential contact authorization level. While decoding the complete message would require privacy given operational security classifications. The authentication pattern itself confirmed legitimate village involvement rather than merely independent action by personal associates. Can you verify sender authentication without compromising security protocols? Finn inquired, recognizing delicate balance between operational security and necessary information sharing. The authentication pattern corresponds to Hokage-level authorization, Naruto confirmed, identifying aspects safe for disclosure while protecting specific code elements, indicating official village leadership involvement rather than unauthorized operation. This verification significantly altered strategic assessment, transforming potential security threat into diplomatic contact opportunity. Official communication from leadership of another dimension represent unprecedented development beyond merely personal connection for dimensional visitor. As team members processed these implications, Gamakichi performed additional boundary testing before apparently reaching satisfactory conclusion regarding stability characteristics. With deliberate care, he extended one arm through dimensional barrier, demonstrating actual physical transit capability rather than merely visual connection. This concrete demonstration created immediate decision point regarding response approach. Standard security protocol would implement containment measures against unauthorized dimensional penetration, while diplomatic considerations suggested potential communication opportunity with apparent legitimate representative. Before institutional response could implement either approach, Naruto made personal decision based on established trust relationship with the summoned creature. Gamakichi is personal ally with proven reliability through multiple high-risk operations. He informed the team while moving toward gateway position. I'll establish direct communication to determine situation parameters while maintaining safe distance from actual transit threshold. This approach balanced security considerations against opportunity utilization, allowing controlled information exchange without compromising containment capabilities should hostile intent emerge. Fin Acno WL edged this reasonable compromise with professional acceptance, adjusting security positioning to accommodate direct communication while maintaining response readiness. As Naruto approached the dimensional boundary, Gamakichi's expression registered clear recognition followed by obvious relief. "Naruto!" the toad exclaimed in characteristic gruff voice that carried surprisingly well across dimensional barrier. "Finally found you. Do you have any idea how much trouble your disappearance caused? Lady Tsunade nearly destroyed the Hokage Tower when initial search efforts failed." This casual eating carried significant information beyond obvious personal connection, confirming both Naruto's recognized status within his home dimension and official village involvement in location efforts. The reference to Tsunade, 5th Hokage and legendary medical ninja, established specific timeline connection regarding his disappearance from Konoha. Unexpected dimensional transit, Naruto explained succinctly, balancing necessary information sharing against operational security concerns given observation team presence. No control over initial transportation method or destination coordinates. How long have I been missing from Konoha perspective? This critical question addressed potential temporal differential between dimensions, theoretical possibility that time flow might progress at different rates across realms. Gamakichi's response would establish essential context regarding situation development in his home dimension. 3 weeks, 4 days since you vanished from victory celebration, the toad replied. Confirming parallel temporal progression rather than differential flow. Disappeared mid-conversation with Kakashi about reconstruction planning. One moment there, next complete. Ely gone without transportation technique signature or residual energy pattern. This information aligned with Naruto's experience regarding involuntary nature of his dimensional transfer while Pravi. Ding critical confirmation that time flowed consistently between realms. The precise detail regarding circumstances established verifiable connection to actual events rather than potentially fabricated scenario. Who established this gateway connection? Naruto inquired, addressing fundamental question regarding dimensional bridge construction. And how did you locate me specifically across dimensional boundaries? Joint operation between Lady Tsunade, Kakashi, and specialized SEAL team incorporating elements from Uzumaki archives recovered during war, Gamakichi explained, providing legitime Macy verification through reference to individuals and resources Naruto could confirm as authentic. Location required combination of sage tracking techniques, modified Hiraishin principles, and speci. Alized chakra resonance detection keyed to your specific signature. Took nearly 2 weeks to establish reliable connection coordinates. This technical explanation demonstrated sophisticated methodology beyond what outsiders could plausibly fabricate, particularly references to specialized techniques with specific parameters known to legitimate Konoha operatives. The implementation complexity confirmed official village resources rather than merely individual effort, while simultaneously establishing reasonable timeline for development following his disappearance. Current gateway stability parameters, Naruto asked, addressing practical considerations beyond authentication concerns. Limited operational window, Gamakichi replied with characteristic straightforwardness. Current configu, ration maintains approximately 47 minutes stability before power requirements exceed sustainable threshold. Primary purpose is communication establishment and potential extraction capability. Assessment rather than permanent connection. This limitation aligned with theoretical constraints regarding interdimensional connections, providing further authenticity verification through realistic. See operational parameters rather than implausible perfect functionality. The specified timeframe created clear action boundaries for current interaction while establishing framework for potential future contact. Throughout this exchange, Naruto maintained awareness of observation team reactions, particularly Finn's professional assessment, Aiza's focused attention on technical details, and Freya's careful study of interpersonal dynamics beyond merely operational parameters. Their respective positions reflected different priorities regarding unprecedented contact situation. Extraction capability. Why confirmation is primary mission objective, DanMachi continued, addressing core purpose beyond merely communication establishment. Lady Tsunade authorized return pathway creation if technically feasible and tactically appropriate given current situation assessment. This explicit authorization addressed fundamental question regarding potential return opportunity, official sanction for transportation back to his home dimension if circumstances permitted. The conditional nature provided appropriate contingency framework rather than absolute directive, reflecting reasonable operational flexibility. Current situation includes complicating factors requiring careful consideration, Naruto replied, acknowledging opportunity while recognizing complex reality beyond simple extraction decision. Dimensional phenomena here potentially connected to my original transportation method, with security implications for both realms if underlying mechanism remains unidentified. This measured respo NSE demonstrated professional assessment beyond merely personal considerations, recognizing broader strategic implications regarding interdimensional security rather than focusing exclusively on individual return opportunity. The approach reflected mature leadership perspective considering multiple stakeholder interests rather than narrowly defined personal benefit. Understood, DanMachi acknowledged with professional recognition of complex decision framework. Secondary mission parameters include intelligence exchange regarding dimensional mechanics if extraction not immediately implemented. Lady Tsunade authorized specialized communication protocol for continued contact even after current gateway destabilization. This contingency planning demonstrated sophisticated operational approach beyond merely binary extraction attempt. The established communication framework would maintain connection between dimensions regardless of immediate transit decision, allowing continued cooperation and addressing shared security concerns while preserving future options. As their exchange continued with technical details regarding communication protocols and intelligence sharing parameters, Naruto maintained awareness of time constraints mentioned regarding gateway stability. The conversation efficiently addressed essential elements while establishing framework for ongoing interaction beyond current limited window. Relay to Lady Tsunade that I'm secure and investigating dimensional transportation mechanics that might connect to my original arrival method, Naruto instructed, providing official response for Konoha leadership. Current situation requires continued presence here temporarily while addressing potential security concerns affecting both dimensions. This decision balanced multiple considerations: personal desire to return home against professional responsibility regarding interdimensional security, immediate opportunity against strategic long-term approach. The framework acknowledged legitimate extraction possibility while prioritizing comprehensive understanding over hasty action that might leave critical questions unanswered. DanMachi nodded with evident understanding of both explicit message and implicit reasoning. Will communicate your assessment and decision. Expect follow-up contact through established protocol within 72 hours using modified moaning technique adjusted for cross-dimensional application. This operational planning confirmed continued connection rather than single opportunity scenario, establishing ongoing relationship between dimensions through specialized communication methodology. The approach represented significant advancement beyond crisis response toward structured long-term interaction addressing shared concerns. As gateway energy patterns began showing initial destabilization indicators signaling approach of operational window conclusion, final essential information exchange occurred with efficient precision. Naruto provided condensed situation briefing regarding Orario's dimensional phenomena, while DanMachi transferred specialized communication scroll containing encrypted technical specifications for continued contact methodology. Gateway deactivation sequence initiating, Lyra announced from monitoring position, professional assessment temporarily superseding political considerations. Contro. LLED shutdown recommended within approximately 3 minutes to prevent destabilization cascade. This technical warning established clear timeline for concluding current interaction. DanMachi edged approaching closure with characteristic pragmatic acceptance, providing final message before departure. Your friends haven't stopped searching since you disappeared, the toad stated with unusual emotional directness beneath typically gruff demeanor. Especially certain individuals with particular investment in your safe return. They'll be relieved to know you're alive and working toward resolution. This personal message carried significance beyond operational parameters, connection to emotional reality beyond merely technical considerations. The reference to unnamed but clearly implied individuals acknowledged interpersonal relationships affected by his disappearance, providing important context regarding impact beyond merely professional disruption. Tell them I'm coming home. As soon as I've addressed the underlying situation, Naruto replied with equal emotional honesty despite professional setting. And that what I've learned here might help prevent similar occurrences affecting others in future. This response balanced personal commitment with professional responsibility, acknowledging emotional connection while maintaining focus on broader security considerations affecting multiple stakeholders. The approach demonstrated mature integration between individual priorities and leadership responsibilities rather than artificial separation. With final confirmation gestures exchanged, Gamakichi withdrew beyond dimensional window as Gateway entered final deactivation phase. The connection maintained visual continuity until controlled shutdown completed, Portal GR. Agilely closing through precisely managed energy reduction rather than catastrophic collapse. As dimensional boundary sealed completely, leaving only inert equipment framework where Gateway had manifested. The chamber's atmosphere transformed from operational tension to thoughtful assessment. Team members processed unprecedented contact with external dimension beyond theoretical consideration, ACT. UAL communication with authenticated representative establishing concrete connection between realms. Remarkable development beyond anticipated parameters, Finn observed, professional analysis incore. Porting new information into strategic assessment. Confirmed external dimensional capability regarding targeted connection establishment, with apparent official governmental involvement rather than merely independent research initiative. Quote, with specific focus on the Grand Sage personally rather than merely general interdimensional exploration, Rivria added, magical assessment identifying crit. ICAL distinction from previous manifestations, suggesting connection between original transportation event and current gateway establishment despite methodology differences. These observations highlighted key elements beyond merely unprecedented contact, specific targeting parameters and potential connection to earlier dimensional phenomena requiring comprehensive security assessment rather than isolated incident response. The implications extended beyond current operational considerations to broader strategic framework regarding interdimensional interaction potential. Throughout this analytical exchange, Naruto noted Freya's careful observation of interpersonal dynamics beyond merely technical assessment. The goddess studied reactions with particular attention to emotional subtleties beneath professional analysis, especially his personal response to confirmed connection with home dimension and deliberate decision regarding extraction opportunity. Most significant was Aiza's focused attention on technical aspects of gateway operation and communication methodology rather than political implications or emotional considerations. Her analytical approach identified practical elements, with potential application to dimensional stability techniques they had been developing, professional interest transcending unprecedented circumstances to focus on relevant knowledge advancement. As preliminary assessment concluded and team began implementing standard security protocols for research site containment, Finn approached Naruto with characteristic directness that acknowledged complex personal dimensions beyond operational parameters. Your decision regarding extraction opportunity demonstrated remarkable perspective balance, the Palom captain observed with evident professional respect. Many would prioritize immediate personal benefit over comprehensive security assessment affecting multiple stakeholders. Leadership responsibility extends beyond individual preferences, Naruto replied simply. Philosophical approach reflecting hard-earned wisdom through numerous complex situations. Sometimes the right path requires patience despite immediate opportunities. This exchange established deeper professional understanding between two leaders with different backgrounds but similar fundamental principles regarding responsibility and strategic perspective. Their conversation continued briefly regarding practical considerations for following contact protocols established through gateway communication, establishing cooperative framework between Orario authorities and Naruto's ongoing connection with his home dimension. As team prepared for return journey following site containment completion, Aiza approached Naruto's position with characteristic purposeful directness. The communication methodology demonstrated during contact contains elements potentially applicable to our harmonic disruption technique, she observed, focusing on practical knowledge application, rather than merely unprecedented circumstances, particularly regarding frequency modulation across dimensional boundaries. This technical perspective demonstrated remarkable focus on relevant advancement opportunities despite emotionally complex situation. Their brief discussion established framework for incorporating observed methodology into ongoing research regarding dimensional stability techniques, transforming unprecedented contact into practical knowledge advancement opportunity. Most significant was subtle interaction as departure preparations concluded, Freya approaching Naruto with characteristic grace that somehow conveyed both divine authority and genuine personal interest beyond merely administrative oversight. Your decision regarding immediate return opportunity reveals depth beyond conventional prioritization patterns, she observed, amber eyes studying his expression with that peculiar focus that seemed to perceive beyond surface considerations to underlying motivations. Many would embrace instantaneous resolution regardless of broader implications or incomplete understanding regarding fundamental mechanics. Sometimes addressing root causes proves more important than immediate symptom resolution. Naruto replied, philosophical approach reflecting lessons learned through numerous complex challenges throughout his development, particularly when others might face similar situations if underlying mechanisms remain unidentified. This perspective visibly resonated with Freya, whose expression showed genuine appreciation beyond merely diplomatic acknowledgement. A wisdom unfortunately rare even among those with considerably longer lifespans than typical mortals, she noted with subtle reference to divine perspective spanning centuries rather than decades. The capacity to defer immediate gratification for comprehensive resolution represents maturity transcending conventional development patterns. Their exchange established unusual connection beyond formal positions, mutual recognition of philosophical alignment regarding certain fundamental principles despite different backgrounds and perspectives. As expedition began return journey toward surface levels, this interaction created foundation for potential relationship development beyond merely professional collaboration or institutional alliance. Throughout ascent toward Babel Tower, Naruto processed multiple aspects of unprecedented contact beyond obvious operational considerations. Confirmation regarding home dimensions, continued accessibility, establishment of official communication protocols, and verification of parallel temporal progression rather than differential flow between realms. Most significant perhaps was emotional reality beneath practical developments, concrete connection with familiar elements after weeks in unfamiliar environment, confirmation that people important to him actively sought his return rather than merely accepting disappearance, and stabilization of ongoing relationship between dimensions rather than complete separation. This multifaceted development created framework for approaching his situation with significantly different perspective, not merely stranded visitor seeking return pathway, but potential bridge between realms with unique position facilitating beneficial exchange beyond merely personal transportation. The responsibility inherent in this position aligned with leadership principles that had guided his development throughout challenging circumstances in his own world. As expedition emerged from Babel Tower into Orario's afternoon sunlight, Naruto recognized profound shift in his fundamental relationship with this world and its inhabitants. No longer merely temporary visitor focused exclusively on return methodology, his position now incorporated deeper connection facilitating potential ongoing relationship between realms even after eventual return home. The Grand Sage of Orario had become something more complex. Interdimensional representative with official connection to both realms, unique position bridging different worlds through personal experience and established communication framework. This expanded role carried both greater responsibility and broader opportunity beyond initial limited parameters, creating potential for meaningful impact transcending merely personal journey home. Outside Babel Tower, expedition members dispersed toward respective responsibilities with significantly altered understanding regarding dimensional phenomena and Naruto's specific position within evolving situation. The unprecedented contact had transformed theoretical considerations into concrete reality, establishing framework for approaching future developments with practical experience rather than merely speculative assessment. As team members departed toward various institutional reporting requirements, A's approached Naruto with final observation reflecting their developing professional relationship beyond merely operational collaboration. Your decision framework incorporated multiple consideration levels beyond apparent immediate opportunity, she stated with characteristic directness that no net. Hellas conveyed genuine respect beneath analytical assessment, demonstrating wisdom complementing technical capability and combat effectiveness. This perspective from someone typically focused exclusively on practical effectiveness rather than philosophical considerations carried particular significance. Their brief exchange established deeper mutual understanding beyond merely shared technical interests or operational compatibility, recognition of fundamental character elements transcending specific capabilities or positional authority. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across Orario's central plaza as dispersing expedition members carried unprecedented information toward various institutional frameworks that would process contact implications according to respective priorities. Throughout this distribution, the Grand Sage of Orario contemplated evolving situation with perspective balancing both professional responsibility and personal commitment, understanding both the duty of High's unique position and the promise of eventual return made possible through newly established connection. The Sword and the Sage had confronted unprecedented dimensional boundaries situation together, air complementary capabilities creating effective response beyond what either could have achieved independently. This professional collaboration had established foundation for relationship extending beyond merely operational effectiveness, mutual recognition of compatible approaches despite fundamentally different backgrounds and development pathways. As Naruto watched Aiza's departing figure moving with characteristic purposeful efficiency toward Twilight Manor, he sensed someone watching from nearby tower, familiar divine presence observing interaction with that peculiar perception transcending conventional sensory limitations. Freya's attention carried complex emotional undertones beyond merely strategic assessment, suggesting evolving perspective regarding his relationships within Orario. Beyond institutional positioning or tactical considerations. The triangular dynamic between dimensional visitor with confirmed return pathway, exceptional adventurer with unique compatibility despite different background, and divine entity with unprecedented interest beyond typical patronage parameters created complex situation transcending conventional relationship frameworks. The Grand Sage Orario stood at intersection between worlds both dimensional and interpersonal, unique position carrying both exceptional opportunity and corresponding responsibility beyond typical adventurer parameters. As afternoon light gradually shifted toward evening hues across Orario's distinctive architecture, Naruto contemplated this multifaceted situation with mature perspective balancing various considerations rather than simplistic prioritization. The path forward would require careful navigation through complex interpersonal dynamics while addressing fundamental dimensional security concerns affecting multiple realms, challenge worthy of someone who had faced world-threatening crises and emerged with wisdom transcending merely combat capability. The Sword and the Sage had established conversation beyond merely professional collaboration, while divine interest observed with perspective transcending conventional emotional limitations. This complex dynamic would continue evolving through coming developments, each relationship contributing distinct elements to increasingly multifaceted situation extending beyond merely dimensional visitor seeking return pathway. Chapter 3 End Chapter 4, The Amazons Challenge. Dawn painted Orario's eastern districts in shades of amber and gold, the first rays of sunlight glinting off polished stonework and ornate metallic fixtures. While most citizens slumbered, content in their beds until reasonable hours, Chiona Hiryut perched atop a weathered gargoyle overlooking the central plaza. The Amazon's tanned skin seemed to absorb the morning light, her muscular form perfectly balanced on the narrow outcropping as she tracked the movements of a certain blonde-haired shinobi. For the past hour, she'd watched Naruto's training regimen with growing fascination. 50 shadow clones scattered across the district, each practicing different techniques, some perfecting chakra control by walking vertically up walls, others engaging in elaborate combat simulations. And a few seated in perfect stillness, gathering what he called natural energy. Unbelievable, she whispered, dark eyes narrowing as she studied his movements. No wasted motion, perfect balance, and that endurance. What captivated her most wasn't merely his physical capabilities, impressive as they were, but the systematic approach to improvement. Unlike most adventurers who train specific combat techniques for immediate application, Naruto's methodology suggested long-term development across multiple skill domains simultaneously. Each clone performed its assigned task with complete focus, occasionally dispersing in puffs of smoke that somehow transferred knowledge back to the original. Chiona had spent her entire life surrounded by exceptional warriors. Growing up in the Amazon nation of Telskayura, she'd witnessed legendary fighters who could shatter stone with bare fists or move faster than the eye could track. As a first-tier adventurer herself, she regularly trained with Orario's elite, including her sister Tion and the Sword Princess Ace Wallenstein. Yet something about Naruto's approach struck her as fundamentally different. Leaning forward with unconscious intensity, she watched him complete a particular sequence, a spiraling energy technique that carved concentric patterns into a massive boulder without physically touching it. The precision raw required for such delicate manipulation while maintaining devastating power spoke to mastery beyond conventional magical understanding. Enough observation, Chiona decided, standing with characteristic impulsiveness. Time for direct assessment. With a graceful leap that belied her powerful frame, she descended 40 feet to the plaza below, landing with barely a whisper of sound. Several O.F. Naruto's clones immediately shifted their attention toward her, though the original continued his sequence without interruption, a subtle indication that he'd been aware of her presence all along. "Morning, Chiona," he called without turning, completing his technique before dispersing his remaining clones with a casual gesture. "Enjoying the view?" The Amazon grinned, appreciating his awareness. "Studying your training methods. They're unconventional, effective, but definitely not like anything taught in Orario. Different worlds, different approaches." Naruto turned, wiping perspiration from his brow with a casual swipe. Despite the intensity of his training, his breathing remained controlled, his movements fluid. "Though I've been incorporating some of your world's techniques into my regimen. The Fauna system creates interesting possibilities that chakra alone doesn't offer." This casual acknowledgement of cross-system integration piqued Tiona's interest. Most adventurers view their Fauna-granted abilities as the pinnacle of combat potential, dismissing alternative approaches as inferior. Naruto's willingness to adopt elements from a foreign system demonstrated rare intellectual flexibility. "Fight me," Chiona declared without preamble, her eyes gleaming with competitive excitement. Naruto raised an eyebrow, more amused than surprised. "Just like that. No context, no stakes." "Context. I want to test myself against the only SSS-Rank adventurer in Orario." She bounced lightly on her toes, already warming up. "Stakes. If I win, you teach me that spinning energy technique. If you win," she paused, considering, "I'll show you a secret training ground the Loki Familia keeps hidden from outsiders." The proposition hung between them, morning sunlight intensifying as Orario gradually awakened around them. Naruto studied her with analytical eyes that belied his casual demeanor, assessing not just her physical capabilities but the underlying motivation behind the challenge. "This isn't just about testing combat techniques, is it?" he asked, surprising her with his perception. Chiona hesitated, uncharacteristically thoughtful. Among her familia, she maintained in the persona of carefree battle junkie, always eager for the next fight, seemingly unconcerned with deeper motivations or strategic considerations. Few recognized the analytical mind behind her enthusiastic exterior. "No," she admitted finally, "it's about understanding. You're different from other powerful adventurers. Not just your abilities, but your approach. You think differently, fight differently, exist differently in relation to power itself." She gestured vaguely, struggling to articulate concepts she felt intuitively rather than intellectually. "I want to understand that difference through direct experience." Naruto's expression shifted from curiosity to genuine interest. "Combat is communication rather than merely competition. That's a philosophy I can respect." He rolled his shoulders, loosening muscles after his training session. "All right, Chiona Hiryut, I accept your challenge, but not here. Too many civilians and too many restrictions. I know just the place." Her enthusiasm returned in full force. Previous thoughtfulness submerged beneath characteristic exuberance. "The Colosseum's empty this morning. Private enough for unrestricted techniques, sturdy enough to withstand significant damage." "Lead the way," Naruto agreed, gathering his equipment with efficient movements that spoke of battlefield experience rather than merely training discipline. They traversed Orario's awakening streets, Chiona chattering animatedly about recent dungeon expeditions while Naruto listened with genuine interest, occasionally asking questions that demonstrated surprising knowledge of monster behavior patterns and dungeon ecology. Their casual conversation masked mutual tactical assessment, each noting the other's movement patterns, reaction times, and subtle physical cues that might provide advantage in their upcoming match. The Colosseum stood empty as predicted, early morning sunlight streaming through massive arched entrances to illuminate the sand-covered arena. Originally built for entertainment spectacles during festivals, the structure now served primarily for specialized training when familias required controlled environments for particularly destructive techniques. Rules? Naruto asked as they entered the arena proper, his voice echoing slightly in the empty space. No permanent injuries, Chiona replied, unslinging her massive dual-bladed weapon from her back. First to achieve definitive victory condition wins, unconsciousness, surrender, or clear combat superiority. Weapon restrictions. Chiona grinned, spinning her massive erga with casual ease despite its considerable weight. Bring whatever you've got, I want to see the full range. Fair enough. Naruto produced several specialized kunai from equipment pouches, placing them at key strategic points around the arena, a preparation that didn't escape Chiona's notice. Setting up transportation markers, she inquired, recognizing the pattern from observations of his previous combat demonstrations. Among other things, he confirmed without elaboration, completing his preparations before taking position opposite her in the arena's center. Ready when you are. Chiona's response came not in words but in explosive movement, crossing 20 meters in a heartbeat, her massive weapon arcing toward Naruto with devastating force. The attack combined speed, power, and precision in perfect harmony. Hallmarks of a fighter who had honed her craft through countless life or death struggles. Naruto's response proved equally impressive, not evading as expected but meeting the attack directly. A kunai enhanced with wind-natured chakra intercepting the much larger weapon with perfect timing. The collision generated a shockwave that kicked up sand in a circular pattern around them, either combatant yielding an inch despite the massive force transfer. Interesting opening choice, Naruto commented, disengaging with fluid grace before she could leverage her superior physical strength. Direct rather than tactical, testing physical baseline first. Got it in one, Chiona confirmed, already launching her next sequence, a complex combination of strikes that flowed together with practiced precision. Each movement setting up the next in seamless continuation. Most opponents can't handle my physical output, so it eliminates unnecessary observation phases. Naruto adapted instantly, his defensive pattern shifting to match her offensive rhythm, not merely reacting but anticipating, as if reading the Amazon's combat intentions directly from her movement initiation. Their exchange accelerated rapidly, weapons blurring as attack and defense merged into continuous flow, neither gaining clear advantage despite increasing intensity. Your technique foundation is different from standard Orario styles, Naruto observed during momentary disengagement, his analytical assessment continuing despite combat demands. Less formulaic, more adaptive, almost like a natural phenomenon rather than constructed methodology. This insightful observation caught Chiona by surprise. Few recognized the distinctive characteristics of Telskyaran combat philosophy beneath her seemingly straightforward approach. Amazon combat training emphasizes instinctive response over choreographed sequences, she explained, launching another attack pattern with different rhythm to test his adaptability. We learn principles rather than techniques, patterns rather than forms. Their exchange continued with increasing complexity, each probing the other's capabilities while sharing insights through both combat and conversation. Chiona demonstrated mastery of her massive weapon beyond mere physical strength, using leverage, momentum, and positional advantage with sophisticated understanding that belied her carefree persona. Naruto countered with versatility that continuously adjusted to her approach, never establishing predictable patterns she could exploit. You're holding back, Chiona observed. After several minutes of increasingly intense exchange, neither having gained significant advantage. Using maybe 30% of your capability. That's not what I asked for. Testing parameters, Naruto replied honestly. Unfamiliar environment, different combat system, uncertain damage thresholds. Responsible escalation rather than immediate maximum output. This methodical approach both impressed and frustrated Chiona. While she appreciated the tactical wisdom, her Amazon heritage valued full commitment in combat. Holding back considered disrespectful to one's opponent. Enough calibration, she declared, dark eyes flashing with newfound intensity. Time to show you what a first-tier Amazon can really do. What followed demonstrated why Tiona Hiryut ranked among Orario's elite despite her relatively young age. Her fauna-enhanced capabilities unleashed at higher output, she moved with devastating speed that left afterimages in her wake, her weapon becoming nearly invisible. As she implemented Amazonian combat principles at their highest expression, the stone floor cracked beneath her feet with each direction change, ambient temperature rising from sheer kinetic energy transfer. Naruto's response matched her escalation perfectly, his own capabilities increasing proportionally, maintaining the delicate balance between testing and respect. His shadow clones entered the equation, not as mere distractions but as coordinated tactical elements implementing complex battlefield control strategies. Wind-natured chakra extended his weapon's reach and cutting power, while Pr. Isai's chakra control enhanced his physical parameters beyond normal human limitations. Their combat transformed the arena into tactical landscape, craters forming from impact forces, dust clouds creating visibility barriers. Thrown weapons establishing control zones that limited movement options. Throughout this escalating exchange, both maintained analytical conversation between clashes, comparing technical observations with professional detachment that contrasted with their increasingly destructive engagement. Your shadow clones don't just multiply your presence, Tiona noted, dispersing Re simultaneously with a sweeping attack that demonstrated perfect environmental awareness despite limited visibility. They implement different tactical functions within coordinated strategy. Each operates independently while maintaining collective purpose. And your combat instinct transcends conscious tactical processing, Naruto countered, narrowly avoiding a strike that changed direction. Mid-trajectory through some manipulation technique he hadn't previously observed. You're not calculating angles and velocities, you're feeling the combat flow directly, responding to patterns beneath conscious perception. This mutual recognition of deeper combat philosophy beneath surface techniques created unexpected connection between them, warriors from different worlds discovering shared standing through direct physical dialogue. Their exchange evolved beyond mere testing toward genuine communication, each technique revealing aspects of personality and perspective that transcended verbal expression. After 15 minutes of continuous escalation, both combatants had revealed significant portions of their capabilities without reaching definitive conclusion. The arena bore testament to their exchange: fractured stone, embedded weapons, impact craters, and lingering energy signatures creating three-dimensional record of their combat narrative. Time to settle this, Tiona declared, gathering herself for what was clearly a decisive sequence. Her expression shifted from competitive enjoyment to focused intensity, aura manifesting visibly around her form as she channeled her fauna's energy at unprecedented levels. Naruto recognized the decisive moment, his own expression matching her seriousness. Agreed. Final exchange at appropriate demonstration level. What followed transcended conventional combat demonstration. Tiona implemented an Amazon ultimate technique, her weapon glowing with concentrated power as she moved in complex pattern that somehow occupied multiple positions simultaneously, creating attack sequence that addressed all defensive options simultaneously. The technique represented culmination of Telskyaran combat philosophy, designed to achieve victory against even superior opponents through perfect tactical execution. Naruto countered not with greater power but with dimensional understanding beyond conventional combat parameters. His response combined shadow clone tactical positioning, space-time manipulation through pre-positioned kunai, and natural energy integration that allowed him to perceive attack vectors beyond visual confirmation. Rather than matching her technique directly, he created solutions specific to its fundamental principles, addressing the pattern rather than its individual expressions. Their final clash generated shockwave that rippled outward through the Colosseum, sand crystallizing from heat transfer while stone supports groaned under kinetic stress. For 3 heartbeats, they remained locked in perfect opposition. Chiona's ultimate Amazon technique against Naruto's interdimensional counter methodology, neither yielding despite forces involved. Then, with subtle shift that demonstrated mastery beyond mere power application, Naruto redirected rather than opposed, transforming her attack energy into circular pattern that dissipated harmlessly while simultaneously establishing position that placed Is Kanai at precisely the point where her technique's completion left her momentarily vulnerable. They froze in final tableau, her ultimate technique completed without achieving intended outcome, his counter-response establishing clear victory condition without inflicting actual damage. For several heartbeats, neither moved, the significance of the exchange hanging between them in perfect understanding. Then Tiona laughed, not the disappointed acknowledgement of defeat but genuine appreciation of masterful exchange. Incredible, she exclaimed, stepping back with respectful nod that acknowledged the outcome without resentment. You didn't counter my technique, you solved it like a mathematical equation. Your approach was perfect, Naruto replied with equal respect, returning his weapon to its holder. The execution flawless. Under normal circumstances, against conventional opponents, it would have been decisive. But you're not a conventional opponent, Tiona concluded, her expressee on reflecting newfound understanding rather than competitive disappointment. You perceive combat through different framework entirely, not just techniques against techniques, but systems against systems. This insightful observation demonstrated deeper comprehension than Naruto had expected, revealing intellectual acuity beneath Tiona's carefree exterior that few seemed to recognize. Their combat had achieved exactly what she'd sought, not merely testing physical capabilities but understanding fundamental differences in approach to power itself. As they settled on stone steps to recover from their exertion, Tiona's expression turned uncharacteristically thoughtful. You know, most powerful adventurers define themselves by their strength, constantly measuring, comparing, establishing hierarchy through combat capability. It becomes their identity, their purpose. But not you, Naruto inquired, genuinely curious about this philosophical turn. Tiona hesitated, struggling to articulate concepts she felt intuitively rather than through formal analysis. I love fighting. The pure joy of testing limits, the honest communication of direct exchange. But it's not everything. She gestured vaguely, searching for words. There's something beyond just being strong, something about why strength matters, how it's used. I've never been good at explaining it. Purpose beyond power, Naruto suggested, understanding immediately. Strength as means rather than end itself. Exactly. Tiona's eyes lit with recognition. That's what makes you different. You have this tremendous power, but it doesn't define you. It's just a tool for something larger. This observation struck closer to Naruto's core philosophy than she could have realized. Throughout his development from isolated child to respected shinobi, he'd struggled with this precise distinction, understanding power not as validation of worth but as responsibility toward larger purpose. Where I'm from, he explained, the strongest shinobi wasn't necessarily the one who could destroy the most, but the one who could protect what mattered. We called it the will of fire, strength drawn from connections to others rather than merely individual capability. Tiona absorbed this perspective with surprising seriousness. In Telskayura, strength is everything, the only value that matters. The strong rule, the weak serve. It's simple. Her expression suggested complicated feelings about her homeland's philosophy. When my sister and I came to Orario, we thought we'd just continue that approach, become the strongest, earn respect through combat prowess. But you found something different. Naruto prompted gently. Tiona admitted. She's incredibly powerful, but it's not why people follow her. There's something else, some purpose that drives her beyond merely being strong. She kicked her feet absently against the stone step. I've been trying to understand it, but it's hard to see clearly from outside. His vulnerability revealed depth beneath Tiona's carefree exterior, genuine philosophical questioning masked by enthusiastic battle junkie persona. Few would recognize the thoughtful warrior beneath the energetic Amazon facade, her seemingly simple approach to life concealing complex internal landscape. Their conversation continued as morning progressed, shifting from combat philosophy to personal backgrounds. Tiona describing her upbringing in Telskayura with surprising candor, Naruto sharing edited versions of his own development in Konoha. Throughout this exchange, both recognized growing connection beyond merely professional respect, shared understanding of strength's purpose transcending their different origins. I believe I owe you a technique demonstration, Naruto noted as their conversation reached natural pause. The Rasengan isn't simple to learn, but with your natural energy control, you might have aptitude for the basic principles. Chiona's eyes lit with genuine excitement. Not merely at learning powerful technique but at recognition of her capability beyond physical strength. And I owe you access to our secret training ground, she countered. Though after seeing your methods this morning, you might find more to teach us than we could offer you. Their mutual respect established, they departed the considerably damaged Colosseum with plans for future training exchanges. Chiona's initial challenge had evolved beyond combat assessment into foundation for genuine friendship based on shared values rather than merely aligned interests. As they navigated Orario's now bustling streets, a guild messenger intercepted them with urgent summons for Naruto. Grand Sage, your presence is requested immediately at headquarters. Emergency situation requiring your specific expertise. Exchanging brief glance with Chiona, who nodded understanding, Naruto followed the messenger through crowded thoroughfares toward Guild Administrative Complex. Upon arrival, he found not the expected bureaucratic response team but rather a distraught young woman clutching what appeared to be damaged adventurer's journal. Grand Sage, Aina Tool approached with uncharacteristic urgency. Professional composure strained by evident concern. Thank you for responding so quickly. We have situation involving Hestia Familia members trapped in unusual dungeon formation on floor 27. Their supporter managed to escape, but reports conditions inconsistent with standard dungeon parameters. The supporter in question, a petite human girl with chestnut hair and tear-streaked face, stepped forward. Armed with determination despite her obvious distress, Lily managed to reach the surface, but Mr. Bell and Miss Haruhime are still trapped. The walls started changing, moving on their own. Then crystals grew from nowhere, blocking the exit path. Crystals. Naruto's attention sharpened immediately. What color? Did they pulse with light or remain static? Green, Lily confirmed, surprised by the specific question. And yes, they glowed in patterns, like heartbeats but not regular. Miss Haruhime said they reminded her of magic circuits from ancient texts. This description confirmed Naruto's suspicion. Another manifestation of the dimensional phenomena he'd been investigating since arrival. How long since you left them? 3 hours, Lily replied, consulting her timepiece with meticulous precision despite her agitation. Lily ran without stopping to reach help. Normally would have taken longer, but found shortcut through connecting passage on floor 20. We've attempted to dispatch standard rescue team, Aina added, but conventional entry points to the area are completely sealed by crystal formations. The guild lacks personnel with experience navigating these specific phenomena. The implication was clear. Naruto's unique capabilities regarding dimensional anomalies made him their best option for rescue operation. While official response protocols were still developing through the Joint Research Initiative, immediate action would require independent intervention. I'll go, Naruto decided immediately. Though I'll need detailed location coordinates and any information about the adventurers' capabilities to develop appropriate extraction strategy. As Aina organized necessary briefing materials, Chiona stepped forward unexpectedly. I'm coming too, she declared with characteristic directness. First-tier combat support might be necessary depending on what's causing these formations. Before Naruto could respond, another voice joined the conversation from the doorway. As will I. Ace Wallenstein entered with characteristic quiet grace, her golden eyes assessing the situation with efficient precision. The harmonic disruption technique we developed would be more effective with both practitioners present. This unexpected convergence of high-level adventurers for what would normally be considered routine rescue operation demonstrated how Seryu Sly Orario's elite had come to regard dimensional anomalies. Within minutes, what had begun as individual response transformed into impromptu specialized team combining Naruto's dimensional expertise with top-tier combat support from 2 of Orario's most formidable female adventurers. During accelerated preparation, Lily provided detailed information about the trapped adventurers, Belle Crenel, A.Y. Ong but promising level 3 with unusual growth parameters, and Sanjuno Haruhime, a Renard magic user with specialized transformation capabilities. Most significant was their location within unusually structured area of floor 27 that had not appeared on previous mapping expeditions. The chamber just appeared, Lily explained, sketching rough diagrams showing relationship to known dungeon geography. One moment solid wall, next moment open passage leading to crystalline chamber. Mr. Bell wanted to investigate, thinking it might contain rare materials or monster variants. This description matched theoretical models regarding dimensional thinning effects, areas where boundary between realms weakened sufficiently for physical manifestations to appear temporarily. If Naruto's suspicions proved correct, the trapped adventurers had inadvertently entered pocket space partially connected to another dimension, dangerous situation requiring specialized extraction methodology. Their response team departed within 30 minutes of initial notification, utilizing guild emergency access protocols to bypass standard Babel Tower processing. Naruto created shadow clones that transported S&T AL equipment while the original maintained focus on developing appropriate countermeasures based on available information. Throughout this preparation, he noted interesting dynamic between Tiona and A.'s clear friendship and professional respect beneath their different personal styles. "So what's our approach?" Tiona asked as they descended past floor 20, her casual tone belying tactical assessment underlying the question. Standard monster clearing path to extraction point, or something more complicated given these crystal formations? Dimensional pocket extraction, Naruto replied, sharing his assessment directly rather than diluting with diplomatic uncertainty. Based on the description, they've likely been drawn into spatial anomaly partially disconnected from normal dungeon geography. Standard physical approaches would be ineffective since the space itself operates under different parameters. Similar to the gateway formation we encountered, A's inquired, immediately grasping strategic implications despite limited experience with such phenomena. Related but distinct, Naruto clarified. Gateway formations create directed passages between stable dimensions. These pocket spaces represent incomplete boundary thinning, areas caught between realms without stable connection to either. More dangerous in some ways because the physical laws themselves become unreliable. T.'s technical explanation might have confused typical adventurers, but both women absorbed the information with professional focus, immediately integrating implications into their tactical approach. The IR respective responses demonstrated different processing styles, Tiona asking practical implementation questions while A's extrapolated theoretical principles to potential contingencies. Upon reaching floor 25, they encountered first evidence confirming Naruto's assessment. Subtle spatial distortions affecting normal movement mechanics and visual perception. Ordinary adventurers might have attributed these effects to fatigue or unusual monster abilities, but the specialized team recognized dimensional boundary symptoms immediately. It's affecting a much wider area than previous manifestations, Naruto observed. Extending sage perception to analyze distortion patterns. More diffuse but less intense, suggesting different formation mechanism than the directed gateway attempts we've encountered before. Natural occurrence rather than intentional creation, A's suggested, her wind sensitivity detecting subtle atmospheric changes beyond normal perception. Possibly, Naruto acknowledged, our different methodology with broader area effect prioritized over intensity. Either way, our approach needs adjustment from previous countermeasures. As they continued deeper, Tiona demonstrate surprising adaptability despite limited theoretical understanding, her combat instincts compensating for unfamiliar environmental parameters through intuitive adjustment rather than conscious analysis. This natural adaptability complemented A's methodical approach and Naruto's interdimensional experience, creating unexpectedly effective team despite minimal prior coordination. Floor 27 present, immediate confirmation of anomalous conditions, crystalline formations emerging from dungeon surfaces in patterns matching those from previous dimensional incursion sites, though with distinctive variations suggesting different origin or purpose. Most notable was color shift from previous emerald manifestations toward amber hues with occasional sapphire highlighting specific structural elements. Different signature than previous encounters, Naruto noted, examining crystal formation with sage perception that revealed internal energy patterns invisible to conventional observation. A mental frequency has shifted toward higher harmonics, suggesting different dimensional origin point. They're beautiful, Tiona commented, reaching toward particularly intricate formation before catching herself. Probably shouldn't touch unknown dimensional crystals, right? Definitely not, Naruto confirmed with approving nod at her restraint. Their essentially solidified boundary materia. Between dimensions. Contact without proper protection could create unpredictable effects ranging from minor energy transfer to consciousness displacement. Following Lily's directional guidance, EY navigated increasingly distorted passages toward the anomaly's apparent focal point. Standard dungeon architecture gradually transformed, straight corridors developing impossible curves, right angle shifting to measurements inconsistent with Euclidean geometry, surfaces displaying textural properties that change depending on observation angle. Reality becoming increasingly malleable, Naruto explained as they adjusted to these disorienting effects. The boundary between dimensions thinning sufficiently for physical laws from other realm to partially manifest here. Like water mixing with oil, Chiona suggested, surprising her companions with unexpectedly apt metaphor. Neither fully separate nor completely integrated, creating unstable patterns at the interface. This intuitive understanding demonstrated the Amazon's unrecognized intellectual capacity beneath her carefree exterior. While lacking formal education in dimensional theory, her natural pattern recognition allowed pro-cetical comprehension that some formally trained researchers struggled to achieve. Upon reaching coordinates matching Lily's description, they encountered apparent dead-end, solid wall where passage have continued according to her directions. However, Naruto's sage perception immediately detected distinctive energy signature behind the seemingly solid surface. Dimensional pocket entrance, he identified. Examining boundary with specialized sensory technique. The passage exists in fluctuating state, sometimes connected to our space, sometimes disconnected. Explains how they entered in it. I ally but couldn't exit later when configuration shifted. Can we force reconnection? A's inquired, already analyzing problem from multiple tactical perspectives. Yes, but timing would be critical, Naruto replied. Developing methodology that incorporated elements from both his chakra techniques and this world's magical principles. We'd need synchronized approach, my sage energy establishing boundary disruption while your wind techniques create stabilized passage through the fluctuating zone. As they prepared this complex procedure, unexpected development shifted their tactical considerations. Faint voice becoming audible through the seemingly solid wall, calling for assistance with increasing urgency. Someone's trying to reach through from the other side, Chiona observed, pressing her ear against the boundary surface. Female voice, probably the Renard mage based on the accent. This contact opportunity created alternative approach possibility, coordination with trapped advay. NTURERS to implement synchronized boundary manipulation from both sides simultaneously. Naruto adjusted strategy immediately, implementing specialized communication technique that established sound transmission across dimensional boundary without requiring full physical connection. This is Naruto Uzumaki, responding to guild rescue request, he projected through modified chakra channel. Can you hear me clearly? After momentary silence suggesting surprise, response came with evident relief. Yes, thank the gods. This is Sanjuno Haruhime of Hestia Familia. Bell-sama is injured but stable. We're trapped in some kind of crystal chamber that keeps changing around us. We're implementing extraction procedure, Naruto replied, maintaining calm professional tone despite urgency. I need specific information about your environment. Crystal colors, pattern formations, any energy pulses or rhythmic changes you can identify. Haruhime proved unexpectedly observant despite stressful circumstances, providing detailed description that confirmed Naruto's pocket dimension assessment while adding crucial details regarding internal configuration. Most significant was confirmation of cyclic stability pattern, the boundary between dimensions strengthening and weakening in regular intervals rather than random fluctuation. That gives us predictable window for synchronized penetration, Naruto explained to his companions while maintaining communication channel. When the boundary reaches minimum strength point in its cycle, we implement combined technique from this side while they apply specific counterpressure from their position. Coordinating this complex procedure required precise timing and clear instruction transmission. Haruhime demonstrated remarkable composure, following Naruto's technical directions despite limited understanding of underlying principles. Her implementation precision suggested sophisticated magical training beyond typical adventurer parameters, Partic. Orario regarding energy manipulation fundamentals. As predicted cycle approached optimal intervention point, the rescue team positioned for synchronized technique application, Naruto establishing Sage energy framework that identified dimensional boundaries weakest section, A's preparing wind manipulation that would stabilize temporary passage once created, and Tiona providing physical security Aga. Inst potential monster interference during vulnerable procedure implementation. On my mark, Naruto instructed both his companions and Haruhime through communication channel. 3, 2, 1, initiate. The combined technique generated visible distortion at targeted boundary section, reality itself seeming to ripple like disturbed water surface as conflicting dimensional properties temper. Airily harmonized through forced synchronization. Sage energy established initial disruption pattern, wind manipulation stabilized resulting fluctuations, and precisely timed pressure from opposite SID. E created momentary alignment between separated spaces. For 3 heartbeats, nothing happened beyond visual distortion. Then, with sound resembling glass under excessive stress, the boundary parted, revealing glimpse into crystalline chamber beyond normal dungeon geography. The opening wavered unstably, dimensional forces resisting artificial synchronization despite precisely calculated intervention. Now, Naruto called, maintaining boundary stabilization while A's intensified her wind technique to maximum sustainable output. The passage won't hold more than 15 seconds. Through the fluctuating opening stumbled 2 figures, a white-haired young man with distinctive red eyes supporting golden-haired female with fox-like features clearly marking her Renard heritage. Both appeared exhausted and disoriented. The male adventurer sporting significant injury along his left side despite makeshift bandaging. The moment they crossed dimensional threshold, Naruto implemented immediate containment technique, specialized sealing methodology that isolated potential dimensional contamination while simultaneously allowing A's to safely discontinue her wind stabilization. The boundary allied with audible reality-shifting sound, crystalline formations on surrounding surfaces briefly flaring with increased luminosity before returning to previous activation level. Extraction successful, Naruto confirmed, scanning both rescued adventurers with Sage perception to identify potential dimensional exposure effects. No significant anomalous energy signatures detected in either subject. Standard medical assessment recommended once we reach stable environment. Tiona immediately moved to assist the injured adventurer, her strength easily supporting his weight despite his attempts to maintain independent movement. Easy there, rookie. Let someone help until we get you proper healing. Thank you. The young man, Belcranel based on Lily's description, managed despite obvious pain. Haruhime did her best with healing magic, but something in that place kept interfering with normal spell functionality. Dimensional interference affecting magical energy circulation, Naruto explained, helping the exhausted Renard who seemed on the verge of collapse despite brave attempts to maintain composure. Your spells were technically correct but operating in environment with different fundamental magical principles. This assessment visibly surprised Haruhime, whose golden eyes widened with recognition of implications beyond immediate rescue context. Different magical principles, like from another world entirely. That would explain the unusual crystalline formations and non-Euclidean spatial properties we observed. This sophisticated analysis from someone with no prior exposure to dimensional theory impressed Naruto significantly. Exactly right. You were caught in what we call dimensional pocket. Space partially disconnected from normal reality due to boundary thinning between realms. As they began extraction journey toward safer floors, Haruhime's initial shock gave way to scholarly curiosity despite physical exhaustion. Her questions demonstrated remarkable theoretical understanding of magical principles, particularly regarding energy transmission across differing medium properties. Your magical background seems unusually comprehensive, Naruto observed. During brief rest period while A's assessed potential pursuit from dungeon monsters attracted by their dimensional manipulation energy signature. I was trained in traditional Far Eastern magical methodologies before. Circumstances brought me to Orario, Haruhime explained with subtle hesitation suggesting complicated personal history. My family maintained extensive archives regarding theoretical magical principles, particularly trans-regional variations in fundamental energy manipulation techniques. This background explained her exceptional adaptability within dimensional pocket despite Lack of specific experience with such phenomena. Traditional Far Eastern magical training emphasized harmonization with environmental energy flows rather than merely imposing standardized techniques. Approach particularly valuable when operating in unfamiliar metaphysical conditions. Their extraction proceeded efficiently despite Bell's injuries slowing overall movement rate. The team implement rotating security pattern that maintained comprehensive coverage while accommodating reduced pace. Naruto's shadow clones providing advanced scouting that identified optimal routing to avoid unnecessary monster encounters. During this methodical progress, Chiona engaged the rescued adventurers in conversation that combined casual friendliness with subtle information gathering. Her approach traded unexpected social intelligence beneath her straightforward exterior, putting traumatized adventurers at ease while simultaneously extracting potentially valuable details regarding their dimensional pocket experience. So these crystal formations just appeared overnight? She inquired while helping Bell navigate particularly challenging passage. Nothing unusual in the area during previous expeditions. Nothing, Bell confirmed, grimacing slightly as movement aggravated his injury. We've mapped that section 3 times previously for resource gathering. Completely normal dungeon configuration until yesterday. And the transition happened instantly. Chiona continued, adjusting her support to minimize his discomfort. Or gradual change you might have initially dismissed as normal dungeon variation. Definitely instant, Bell replied with conviction, suggesting significant observational reliability despite his youth. One moment standard passage, next moment crystalline archway. Why leading to chamber that shouldn't have existed given surrounding geography? This detail matched theoretical models regarding sudden dimensional boundary ruptures rather than gradual thinning, significant distinction suggesting different causation mechanism than previously documented manifestations. Naruto noted this information with particular interest, recognizing potential connection to recent chi fluctuations detected through his specialized monitoring equipment. By the time they reached floor 20, Bell's condition had stabilized sufficiently for increased pace, though Haruhime showed increasing signs of magical exhaustion beyond mere physical fatigue. Her symptoms suggested extensive energy expenditure prior to rescue, likely continuous healing attempts despite environmental interference with normal magical functionality. You pushed your magical circuits beyond safe operational parameters, Naruto observed, supporting the Renard when she stumbled despite determined efforts to maintain independent movement. Continuing spell implementation despite feedback rejection creates progressive damage to underlying energy pathways if sustained beyond threshold duration. Haruhime's surprised expression confirmed his assessment. How could you possibly know that? Even most magical theory specialists in Orario don't understand circuit damage progression dynamics. Similar principles exist in my world regarding chakra pathway systems, Naruto explained, implementing subtle healing technique that addressed underlying energy system strain rather than merely physical symptoms. Errant terminology but comparable functional architecture regarding energy channeling mechanics. This specialized treatment provided immediate relief from Haruhime's most debilitating symptoms, allowing more comfortable ascent through remaining floors. Throughout this intervention, Naruto noted A's and Chiona exchanging glances with subtle communication suggesting shared observation regarding his interaction with the Renard mage. Upon reaching Babel Tower's lower access point, Guild medical team awaited with appropriate treatment preparations based on preliminary report transmitted through communication crystal. The rescued adventurers transferred to professional care with appropriate documentation regarding their dimensional exposure for continued monitoring. Before separating, Haruhime approached Naruto with formal bow reflecting her traditional upbringing. Thank you for your assistance, Grand Sage. Your knowledge regarding dimensional phenomena saved our lives when conventional rescue methods would have failed. Just doing my job, Naruto replied with characteristic modesty that nonetheless couldn't fully conceal the compassion underlying his professional response. Though, your observational data regarding the pocket dimension's internal characteristics will prove valuable for understanding these manifestations. Your detailed descriptions showed remarkable analytical clarity despite stressful circumstances. This genuine acknowledgement of her intellectual contribution rather than merely accepting gratitude for physical rescue visibly affected Haruhime. Her golden yes widened slightly before she composed herself with grace that spoke of aristocratic training beneath adventurer identity. Perhaps, We might discuss these observations in greater detail sometime, she suggested with carefully modulated tone, balancing scholarly interest against inappropriate presumption. My family archives contain several references to boundary phenomena between realms. T might provide historical context for current manifestations. I'd appreciate that perspective, Naruto agreed sincerely, recognizing potential valuable information source beyond merely polite acknowledgement. Historical documentation often contains observational details missed by theoretical frameworks focused on systematic categorization rather than anomalous variations. This scholarly exchange established connection beyond immediate rescue context, shared intellectual interest providing foundation for potential relationship development independent of circumstantial introduction. Throughout this interaction, Naruto remained unaware of thoughtful observation from both Ace and Tiona, who watched with different but equally interested perspectives regarding this nascent connection. Aft. Are completing necessary guild documentation regarding the extraction operation, the response team separated, Ace returning to Twilight Manor for scheduled training session, Tiona accompanying Naruto to Ard Central Plaza with casual conversation masking purposeful destination. So, the Amazon began with characteristic directness. Once beyond administrative supervision, you handled that dimensional pocket extraction like you've done it dozens of times. Standard procedure where you're from, or specialized experience? Both, Naruto admitted, appreciating her perceptive observation. Interdimensions. Ional phenomena occurred with increasing frequency during certain conflicts in my world. Extraction protocols became necessary component of specialized response methodology. And the Renard's Magica, exhaustion. You recognized those specific symptoms immediately despite completely different magical system. This observation demonstrated Tiona's unexpected analytical capacity beneath carefree exterior. Energy channeling systems share fundamental operational principles despite superficial differences, Naruto explained, respecting her intelligence enough for technical response rather than simplified explanation. The underlying architecture follows necessary parameters for stable transmission regardless of specific implementation methodology. Their conversation continued with surprising technical depth as they traversed Orario's central districts, Tiona's questions demonstrating sophisticated understanding beneath her typically straightforward communication style. This intellectual exchange established additional dimension to their developing relationship, respect for mental capability complementing earlier recognition of combat philosophy alignment. As they approached Entertainment District where Tiona had suggested lunch following their interrupted morning, unexpected encounter shifted their trajectory, familiar silver-haired goddess approaching with characteristic grace. At parted crowded thoroughfare without apparent effort, Grand Sage, Freya greeted, her melodic voice carrying complex harmonics that attracted attention from nearby pedestrians despite conversational volume. I'd heard you were involved in successful extraction operation. The guild reports indicate dimensional pocket manifestation with unusual configuration parameters. Her immediate knowledge of operation completed barely an hour previously demonstrated sophisticated intelligence network beyond typical familia information gathering. More significant was her specific interest in technical details rather than merely general outcome, continuing pattern of particular attention toward dimensional phenomena beyond standard divine curiosity. Lady Freya, Naruto acknowledged with appropriate respect while noting Tiona's subtle shift to more formal posture despite her typically casual approach to authority figures. Yes, the manifestation demonstrated several distinctive characteristics Augusting different origin point than previous incidents we've documented. Fascinating, Freya replied with genuine interest rather than merely polite acknowledgement. Perhaps you might share these observations during our scheduled consultation tomorrow. The research division has developed several theoretical models regarding dimensional origin variation that would benefit from empirical verify. Cation against your first-hand observations. This reference to previously established meeting created implicit connection beyond current encounter, ongoing professional relationship rather than merely circumstantial interaction. Throughout this exchange, Naruto noted Freya's subtle but unmistakable awareness of Tiona's presence despite addressing him directly, acknowledgement without explicit recon. Isshin maintaining diplomatic ambiguity regarding the goddess's perception of their relationship. Of course, Naruto agreed, maintaining professional parameters while internally noting potential Legends gathering opportunity regarding Freya's unusual knowledge of dimensional mechanics. The distinctive crystal coloration alone suggests significant variation from established manifestation patterns. Indeed, Freya's perfect features showed momentary thoughtful consideration before she continued with casual grace that nonetheless carried deliberate purpose. I'm hosting small gathering tea. His evening for researchers involved in the joint initiative. Your participation would be welcome, particularly given today's developments. Lady Wallenstein has already confirmed her attendance given her involvement in the extraction operation. This invitation created interesting tactical positioning, professional context eliminating potential misinterpretation regarding intentions while simultaneously establishing social framework beyond merely technical consultation. The specific mention of Aza's attendance added further dimension suggesting awareness of developing professional partnership between them following their successful harmonic disruption technique development. Thank you for the invitation, Naruto replied with diplomatic precision matching her own careful positioning. I'll attend provided no further emergency situations arise requiring immediate response. Excellent. Freya's amber eyes shifted to Tiona with graceful acknowledgement that nonetheless maintained subtle hierarchy through timing rather than explicit behavior. Tiona Hiryut, your combat expertise during today's operation proved valuable according to preliminary reports. Perhaps your perspective would also benefit our technical discussions this evening. This unexpected inclusion demonstrated sophisticated social maneuvering, acknowledging Tiona's contribution while simultaneously incorporating her into controlled environment rather than allowing separate development track beyond Freya's observational framework. The approach reflected divine-level strategic thinking regarding relationship management rather than merely emotional response to perceived competition. At research discussion, Tiona responded with characteristic directness despite subtle uncertainty regarding unexpected invitation. I'm not exactly qualified for theoretical analysis beyond hitting things really hard when pointed in right direction. Sometimes practical implementation perspective proves more valuable than theoretical constructs. Freya countered smoothly, her perfect smile conveying genuine rather than merely diplomatic acknowledgement. Especially regarding phenomena requiring immediate tactical response rather than merely academic documentation. This specific validation of Tiona's contribution style rather than attempting to reframe her value through conventional academic parameters demonstrated unexpected empathetic intelligence from the goddess. The approach recognized and respected Tiona's actual strengths rather than imposing external value framework that would inevitably position her as deficient compared to more academically oriented participants. Well, when you put it that way, Tiona replied with slightly surprised appreciation for this understanding. Sure, I'll attend if Naruto thinks my input would actually help rather than just taking up space better used by actual researchers. Your combat instinct recognizes patterns conventional analysis often misses, Naruto stated with genuine appreciation rather than merely diplomatic support. That perspective has concrete value for developing effective response protocols beyond theoretical understanding. This sincere acknowledgement visibly affected Tiona, whose typically confident demeanor briefly revealed underlying insecurity regarding intellectual contribution value compared to her well-established combat prowess. The momentary vulnerability demonstrated deeper complexity beneath her carefree exterior, genuine concern about perceived limitations beyond physical capability domains. With arrangements confirmed for evening gathering, Freya departed with characteristic grace that somehow conveyed both divine authority and genuine personal interest beyond merely administrative interaction. Throughout brief encounter, Naruto had noted her subtle but continuous observation of interpersonal dynamics between himself and Tiona. Assessment beyond merely tactical positioning suggesting emotional dimension to her interest despite carefully maintained professional parameters. That was unexpected, Tiona commented once Freya had moved beyond conventional hearing range. Goddess of beauty personally inviting. Battle-focused Amazon to research discussion. Definitely not standard protocol. Your contribution value extends beyond combat implementation, Naruto replied honestly, recognizing opportunity to de-dress insecurity he'd glimpsed beneath her confident exterior. Pattern recognition operates through multiple modalities. Some people perceive through abstract theoretical frameworks, others through direct intuitive understanding. Both approaches have legitimate value for addressing complex phenomena. This perspective visibly resonated with Tiona, whose expression shifted from casual dismissal her intellectual capacity toward thoughtful reconsideration of her cognitive strengths beyond merely physical domains. Their conversation continued with surprisingly philosophical depth as they resumed original lunch plans, discussing different knowledge acquisition methodologies and their respective values for addressing real-world challenges. Throughout this exchange, Naruto recognized developing dimension in his relationship with the Amazon warrior, connection extending beyond initial combat assessment toward genuine friendship based on mutual respect and shared values despite different backgrounds and capabilities. Her unexpected depth beneath carefree exterior complemented his own complex nature beneath approachable demeanor, creating foundation for understanding transcending superficial interaction patterns. As afternoon progressed, they parted with arrangements to meet before Freya's evening gathering, Tiona returning to Twilight Manor for required familiar reporting while Naruto implemented follow-up investigation regarding dimensional pocket manifestation characteristics. His methodical approach included both official documentation through guild protocols and parallel independent analysis utilizing specialized equipment developed through his private research initiatives. The dimensional pocket's distinct characteristics suggested evolution in manifestation patterns beyond previously documented parameters, particularly color shift from emerald to amber, sapphire configuration indicating different origin point or fundamental transmission methodology. Most significant was apparent spontaneous formation rather than deliberate construction noted in previous gateway attempts, natural dimensional thinning rather than engineered connection. This development aligned with theoretical models suggesting progressive weakening of dimensional boundaries following repeated penetration attempts, each manifestation creating residual instability that gradually degraded natural separation between realms. If this assessment proved accurate, spontaneous manifestations would likely increase in both frequency and scale regardless of deliberate intervention prevention, creating potential crisis beyond merely targeted incursion attempts. As Naruto documented these concerning implications within secure research journal maintained independent from official guild records, IAR chakra signature flickered at extreme range of his sage perception, momentary space-time distortion suggesting dimensional scanning rather than actual transportation attempt. The pattern matched previous detections that had occurred with increasing frequency since his arrival in Orario, confirming ongoing surveillance from unknown operator utilizing modified shinobi techniques. Someone's nightly monitoring dimensional fluctuations, he murmured, extending sage perception to maximum range despite knowing the signature had already disappeared. And using chakra-based methodology rather than this world's magical system. The scanning pattern resembles certain Yamanaka clan techniques, Kurama observed from within their shared consciousness. Though modified significantly for Ross dimensional application rather than merely mental projection. This assessment aligned with Naruto's own analysis. The technique demonstrated characteristics suggesting Konoha-derived methodology rather than independent development by someone in Orario experimenting with chakra principles. The implication strengthened growing suspicion that his arrival involved coordinated operation between operators in both worlds rather than merely unilateral action from either side. Evening approached with golden light bathing Orario's distinctive architecture in warm hues that emphasized the city's ancient grandeur despite modern modifications. As Naruto prepared for Freya's gathering, he reviewed intelligence objectives beyond merely social interaction, particularly regarding potential information about Lyra Silverthread's ongoing research following her transfer to Freya Familia custody. Tiona arrived precisely at arranged meeting time, her typical casual attire replaced by formal garments that nonetheless maintained practical mobility considerations rather than merely decorative function. The transformation demonstrated surprising elegance beneath her usual functional approach, Amazon. Cultural influences evident in distinctive styling that emphasized physical strength as aesthetic element rather than characteristic requiring concealment. Don't laugh, she warned with uncharacteristic self-consciousness. Adjusting unfamiliar formal wear with evident discomfort. Chion insisted I couldn't attend divine gathering in standard combat gear. Apparently, blood stains and weapon oil weren't appropriate evening accessories, according to her ridiculous etiquette standards. You look amazing, Naruto replied honestly, genuine appreciation rather than merely polite response. The Mouse styling actually highlights your strength rather than hiding it. Perfect integration between functional capability and aesthetic presentation. This sincere observation visibly relieved Tiona's uncertainty regarding appropriate presentation. Really, not too overdressed or trying too hard. Formal events make me nervous. Too many unwritten rules nobody bothers explaining until you've already broken them. Social combat has different techniques but similar principles to physical engagement, Naruto suggested, drawing parallels she would immediately understand given her expertise domain. Position awareness, appropriate response selection, and strategic objective prioritization translate across both contexts. This perspective transformation visibly shifted Tiona's approach to the upcoming gathering, recasting intimidating social challenge as tactical scenario requiring specific methodology rather than fundamentally different activity beyond her capability domain. Their conversation Erring journey toward Folkvanger continued this reframing, Naruto providing practical social navigation techniques presented through combat methodology metaphors that resonated with her existing expertise. Upon reaching Freya territory, they were escorted directly to specialized research complex rather than formal reception areas, practical location selection suggesting genuine technical focus rather than merely social gathering disguised as professional consultation. The facility itself impressed even Naruto's experienced assessment, equipment configurations demonstrating sophistication beyond standard guild research parameters. With particular emphasis on dimensional monitoring technology incorporating elements from multiple magical traditions. The gathering itself comprised carefully CTED specialists rather than general attendants, approximately 20 researchers representing various familias involved in joint dimensional research initiative, along with key expedition members who had directly encountered manifestation phenomena. Most notable was balanced representation between theoretical analysts and field implementation specialists, suggesting genuine interest in practical application beyond merely academic documentation. A's Wallenstein stood somewhat apart from primary discussion groups, her attention focused on technical display showing energy pattern recordings from various manifestation sites. Upon noticing their arrival, she acknowledged them with characteristic subtle nod that nonetheless conveyed genuine recognition rather than merely polite acknowledgement. Interesting preliminary analysis regarding the dimensional pocket formation, she commented as they joined her position, referencing documentation Naruto had submitted through official channels following afternoon investigation. The spontaneous manifestation characteristics suggest significant evolution beyond previous directed formation patterns. This immediate focus on technical substance rather than social pleasantries demonstrated A's consistent prioritization of practical considerations over conventional interaction protocols. Throughout their developing professional relationship, Naruto had come to appreciate this direct approach that eliminated unnecessary communication layers between substantive exchange elements. The color shift particularly concerns me, he agreed, continuing technical discussion without requiring social transition period typically expected in such gatherings. Previous emerald configuration indicated specific dimensional origin point. This amber fire variation suggests either different source realm or fundamental transmission methodology modification. Could be both, Tiona suggested with surprising analytical contribution despite her wire uncertainty regarding technical discussion participation. If whoever's creating these gateways is experimenting with different target dimensions, they'd need to adjust their methods for each specific boundary type, right? This insightful observation demonstrated legitimate analytical capability beyond merely physical domain expertise, pattern recognition applied to theoretical framework ITE limited formal training in relevant disciplines. Both Naruto and A's acknowledged this contribution with genuine professional respect rather than merely encouraging inclusion, validating Tiona's intellectual participation beyond social courtesy. Their technical discussion continued with increasing depth, drawing attention from nearby research specialists who gradually joined their exchange. Throughout this organic group formation, Naruto noted interesting dynamic between A's and Tiona. Genuine friendship beneath their contrasting communication styles, with mutual respect transcending their different approach methodologies. As discussion expanded to include broader participant range, Freya entered the research facility with characteristic grace that immediately shifted ambient social dynamics despite her apparently casual entrance. Unlike formal gatherings where her arrival would typically generate obvious attention focus, the goddess maintained deliberately understated presence, RTICIPATING as interested contributor rather than central authority despite her fundamental position within overall organizational hierarchy. Fascinating technical exchange, she commented upon joining their discussion group. Genuine intellectual interest evident beneath social pleasantries, particularly regarding spontaneous manifestation implications for dimensional boundary stability models. Throughout this integration, Naruto noted Freya's subtle but continuous awareness of interpersonal dynamics beyond merely technical discussion content, especially regarding interaction patterns between himself and the two female adventurers participating in their exchange group. Her observation suggested assessment beyond professional parameters despite carefully maintained focus on substantive research topics. The gathering progressed with surprising productive focus given diverse participant backgrounds and potential competing institutional interests. Technical discussions maintained practical orientation rather than descending into theoretical abstraction or jurisdictional positioning, suggesting genuine concern about dimensional phenomena transcending normal competitive considerations between familias. During facility tour component demonstrating specialized monitoring equipment developed through Joint Research Initiative, Naruto implemented parallel intelligence gathering Riga. RDING Lyra Silverthread status within Freya Familia Research Division. Casual inquiries revealed continuing active participation in dimensional research despite her unauthorized activities leading to initial detention, apparent rehabilitation into legitimate research role rather than merely extraction subject status. Most significant information emerged during specialized equipment demonstration. When senior researcher referenced Silverthread methodology regarding certain detection calibration protocols, terminology suggesting legitimate recognition of her technical contribution rather than merely tolerated presence within research division. This status elevation indicated sophisticated integration approach beyond standard detention parameters, consistent with Freya's demonstrated appreciation for valuable knowledge sources regardless of conventional procedural considerations. Throughout the gathering's technical components, Naruto maintained awareness of developing social dynamics beyond merely professional exchange, particularly regarding Tiona's increasing confidence contributing analytical perspectives despite initial uncertainty about her appropriate participation role. The Amazon's natural intelligence found expression through practical implementation insights that complemented theoretical models proposed by formally trained researchers, creating genuine value exchange rather than merely polite inclusion. Most notable was subtle shifting relationship between different participation vectors, A's and Tiona demonstrating comfortable friendship despite contrasting personal styles. Freya maintaining sophisticated awareness of interpersonal dynamics beneath professional discussion facilitation, and Naruto himself navigating complex position as both technical contribute and social connection point between different participant groups. As formal proceedings concluded and gathering transitioned toward more casual interaction phase, Freya approached Naruto with characteristic grace that somehow conveyed both divine authority and genuine personal interest beyond merely administrative oversight. Your contributions regarding dimensional boundary theory have significantly advanced our understanding beyond previous limitation parameters, she observed, amber eyes studying his expression with that peculiar focus that seemed to perceive beyond surface considerations. Particularly regarding natural energy harmonization principles that conventional magical frameworks consistently failed to incorporate. Different perspective advantages, Naruto replied with characteristic modesty despite genuine appreciation for recognition. Coming from outside established theoretical tradition allows observation without pre-existing assumption constraints that sometimes limit innovation potential within conventional frameworks. Precisely why cross-disciplinary exchange proves essential for addressing unprecedented phenomena, Freya agreed, her perfect features owing genuine intellectual engagement beyond merely diplomatic acknowledgement. Speaking of which, our research division has developed several theoretical models regarding dimensional origin variation that would benefit from your specialized perspective. Perhaps we might discuss these in greater detail during our consultation tomorrow. This reference to previously scheduled meeting established continuity beyond merely current gathering context, ongoing professional relationship rather than isolated interaction events. Throughout this exchange, Naruto noted Freya's subtle but unmistakable awareness of both A's and Tiona despite directly addressing him, acknowledgement without explicit recognition, maintaining diplomatic ambiguity regarding her perception of these developing relationships. As gathering concluded and participants dispersed toward respective territories, Tiona stretched with characteristic physical expressiveness that contrasted with the gathering's formal atmosphere. "That was actually interesting," she admitted with genuine surprise. "I understood maybe 60% of the technical details, but the pattern recognition discussions were fascinating, like combat strategy. Why applied to dimensional mechanics instead of monster behaviors? You contributed valuable perspectives that formally trained researchers consistently missed," Naruto replied honestly, genuine acknowledgement rather than merely encouraging support, particularly regarding practical implementation considerations that theoretical models often overlook despite critical operational relevance. This sincere validation visibly affected Tiona, whose typically confident demeanor briefly revealed genuine appreciation for recognition beyond her established combat expertise domain. Throughout developing friendship, Naruto had increasingly recognized important distinction between her public persona and private reality, confidence regarding physical capabilities masking underlying uncertainty about intellectual contribution value within Orario's complex social hierarchy. Their conversation continued as they departed Freya territory toward central districts, discussing technical elements from gathering while maintaining casual friendship framework rather than merely professional exchange. Throughout this interaction, Naruto noted Tiona's increasing comfort expressing analytical perspectives despite initial uncertainty regarding appropriate intellectual participation, growth suggesting developing confidence beyond merely physical capability domains. "You know," Tiona commented as they approached juncture where their paths would separate toward respective residences, "when I challenged you to that duel this morning, I was just looking to test combat capabilities against someone with unique techniques. Didn't expect to end up at Divine Research Gathering discussing interdimensional boundary mechanics by evening." "Life rarely follows expected trajectories," Naruto replied with philosophical perspective born from his own unpredictable developmental journey. Sometimes most significant growth opportunities emerge from seemingly simple initial interactions that expand beyond anticipated parameters. This observation resonated with Tiona's own experience. Her journey from Telskyiran warrior focused exclusively on combat prowess toward multidimensional individual contributing various capability domains within Orario's complex social structure. Their shared understanding of transformation beyond initial limitations created connection transcending merely professional ECT or casual friendship, genuine appreciation for parallel developmental patterns despite different origin contexts. As they parted with arrangements for future training exchange implementing both MBAT technique development and theoretical discussion components, Naruto reflected on evolving relationship dynamic. The Amazon's challenge had initiated interaction based on physical capability assessment. Yet development had transcended initial parameters toward genuine connection incorporating intellectual, philosophical, and personal dimensions beyond merely professional collaboration. The and Sage of Orario continued toward his residence through night-cloaked streets, contemplating complex social network developing around his initially isolated position within this unfamiliar world. Had begun as focused mission-seeking return methodology had expanded toward multifaceted integration involving genuine connections transcending merely strategic alliance formation or practical necessity cooperation. Most significant perhaps was recognition that these developing relationships, with battle-loving Amazon demonstrating unexpected intellectual depth, reserved sword princess whose IET exterior concealed complex internal landscape, Renard mage whose traditional knowledge might provide historical context for current phenomena, and goddess whose interest transcended conventional patronage parameters, represented genuine value beyond merely instrumental utility toward his primary objective. The Amazon's challenge had initiated unexpected developmental trajectory expanding beyond anticipated parameters, pattern reflecting broader experience within Orario as initial survival focus gradually transformed toward meaningful integration within complex social ecosystem. This evolution suggested important perspective regarding interdimensional visitor status, not merely displaced individuals seeking return pathway, but unique connection point facilitating exchange across multiple boundaries both dimensional and interpersonal. As night deepened over Orario's distinctive architecture, Naruto contemplated these developing connections with mature perspective, balancing immediate objectives against longer-term considerations. The path forward would require careful navigation through complex interpersonal dynamics while addressing fundamental dimensional security concerns affecting multiple realms. Challenge worthy of someone who had faced world-threatening crises and emerged with wisdom transcending merely combat capability. The Amazon's challenge had revealed depth beneath carefree exterior. Just as each developing relationship demonstrated complexity beyond initial presentation parameters. This pattern recognition suggested important approach methodology for navigating both dimensional phenomena and interpersonal connections within Orario's complex social ecosystem, appreciating multidimensional reality beneath surface manifestations rather than accepting apparent parameters as comprehensive representation. Chapter 4 End. The End. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.